The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
Oh, man, it looks like it's July the 16th already. You want to get going with this day of history? Sure thing, Sid. In 622, Muslim era begins. Muhammad begins flight from Mecca to Medina. In 1519, public debate between Martin Luther and theologian Johann Eck at Klinsberg Castle in Leipzig, during which Luther denies the divine right of the Pope. He also called the Pope Mr. Stinky Pants. No, he didn't. In 1809, La Paz, Bavaria declares its independence from the Spanish crown and forms the Junta Tutavi, led by Pedro Domingo Moreno, the first independent government in Spanish America. In 1914, Adolf Hitler orders the preparations for the invasion of Britain, Operation Sea Lion. In 1782, Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart's operetta The Entführung aus dem Sursail, the abduction from the Serilegalo, premieres in Vienna with Mozart conducting. In 2017, Wimbledon's men's tennis, Roger Federer beats Marine Silsi 6-3, 6-1, 6-4 for a record 8th Wimbledon men's title. We've been getting a lot of tennis news lately. You notice that? Yeah, I did. Well, let's get on with the shows, people. Hey, Matt, who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello who are up next.
Costello, we're on the air for PBQ Gasoline, here in Hollywood. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go with the Abbott and Costello Show. Yes, it's the new transcribed Abbott and Costello Show with the new singing discovery Susan Miller and Matty Melnick Orchestra and yours truly, Michael Roy. So hold on to your chairs, folks, for here they are, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello. All right, Costello, here I am. Where have you been?
I was sitting in the front row at the Purse Theater.
Why were you sitting in the front row?
Well, they wouldn't let me sit on the stage. I was headed down here to the studio, and a fellow was following me with a shotgun. So I run and he run, up one street and down another.
Well, he didn't shoot you with a shotgun.
No, it turned out all right. He was on his way to a wedding.
Look, enough of this silliness. Do you know that this is National Dog Week, Lou?
Oh, sure. And I celebrate all those weeks. National Apple Week, I went out and I had an apple. National Donut Week, I went out and I had a donut. National Baby Week, I went out. I didn't celebrate that.
Now, wait a minute, look. By the way, didn't I see an ad in the paper this morning where you wanted a secretary to answer your fan mail?
Yes, I put in an ad.
Did you get any answers?
Hmm? Yes. A beautiful redhead walked into my patio, and I started interviewing her. After a few questions, I didn't waste any time. I started chasing her around the barbecue.
Well, sounds great. Why didn't you hire her?
Hire her? I couldn't even catch her.
Good thing that Susan Miller didn't hear you say that. And what about that little brunette you were at the Palladium last night with?
Oh, I lost her to an Irishman on account of incompatibility.
Incompatibility?
Yes, we were sitting in a living room in incompat, and he had more ability.
No. Costello, how can you be such an idiot?
Oh, it's an old recipe that's been in my family for years.
Speaking of your family, how is Uncle Michael, Lou?
Oh, fine, fine. Fine, oh, fine. Fine. Aunt May presented him with a baby boy New Year's. The new baby was such a shock to him that he quit smoking. He used to be a chain smoker.
Gave up cigarettes, eh?
He didn't smoke cigarettes. He smoked chains.
Now, wait, Costello, wait. Relax and listen a minute. My friend here has got something interesting to say.
Run, get your drink of water, Junior. This announcement is for independent PDQ dealers only. Men, as you know, PDQ is now beginning their umpteenth annual Keep the Windshield Clean, Somebody Might Want to Look Through It campaign, which will last throughout 1948. The famous PDQ anti-slurp technique of washing windshields without drowning the occupant of the car came to a high degree of perfection last season, and we will continue to use this method at all stations in all areas. We have some gratifying reports from last year's 52 consecutive PDQ Wipe a Windshield week. And through your efforts, approximately 8 million motorists discovered what was on the other side of their windshields for the first time. They found it quite interesting. Now, I want all you men to get behind our two specials, the split-second frontal quick clean for motorists in a hurry, and our peachy keen super special supersonic all-around wipe for late model Studebakers. Remember the PDQ slogan, men? Anyone caught driving into a PDQ station is going to get his windshield wiped.
We just took a minute for a mighty important message. Now a minute for some mighty good music. Matty Malnick and his orchestra play The Best Things in Life. Costello, come over here. Where were you all afternoon?
Well, I took a walk down Hollywood Boulevard, Abbott, and just as I was passing Nancy's department store, all the girls in the window winked at me.
You dope. Those are not girls in that window. They're dummies.
Dummies. They ain't so dumb. They were all wearing mink coats.
Well, never mind that. Never mind that. Listen. What was your Aunt May doing out? Will you answer my question?
Talk.
What was your Aunt May doing out on Sunset Boulevard this morning, banging the pavement with a big sledgehammer?
Well, she and my Uncle Mike had a fight, and he told her to hit the road.
How did they ever happen to get married?
Well, one night, Uncle Mike proposed to her. He didn't have an engagement ring, so he slipped a cigar band on her finger.
Where did you get the cigar band?
Aunt May was smoking at the time.
Costello, why is it none of your family and none of your relatives ever get along?
Well, they all get along, Abbott. Why, my Aunt Eva's the oldest married woman in Baltimore. She's been married 50 years.
Has she ever been separated from her husband?
Only once.
That's fine. How long?
50 years.
50 years. Please talk sense. What happened to your Uncle Jim? I haven't seen him since New Year's Eve.
Oh, Uncle Jim is home playing jack-o'-lantern.
How does he play jack-o'-lantern?
He just sits in the window and gets lit up.
How does he go to work?
Oh, he don't have to work. He won $5,000 on the People Are Funny show. And he split with my Aunt Alma.
What's your Aunt Alma going to do with her share?
What share? I said he split with her. He left town with the money.
I'll bet your Aunt Alma feels bad about it, doesn't
Yes,
she?
since Uncle Jim left, she can't eat. She can't sleep. She can't go to the movies.
Why?
She ain't got no money.
I was right. You and your whole family are morons.
Watch out what you say about us morons, Abbott. We're organized now.
Hey, Mr. Costello, I want to thank you for that lovely Christmas gift you sent me. It was the most wonderful game I ever played.
Game? I didn't send you any game. That was an autographed picture of myself.
How do you like that? All night long, my wife and I sat up trying to pin a tail on it.
Stephanie, folks. His mother is jealous of all the other mothers.
Why?
They had children.
He's a pretty good actor, Costello. Last week he was on Information, Please.
Yes, and they couldn't guess what he was.
You don't happen to know who tore all the girls' pictures out of my new Esquire magazine, do you?
I did it, Abbott, but I did it by mistake.
Mistake?
Yes. I thought it was a Sears Roebuck Cadillac. I was sending in my order.
Costello, the only way you can get a girl is by mail is to join a Lonely Hearts Club.
I did that once. I sent my picture into the Lonely Hearts Club, and they sent it back with a note.
And what did the note say?
We're not that lonely.
Costello, you're a wolf. Do you know what a wolf is?
Sure. A wolf is an animal on two legs that's got a pair of eyes on two other legs.
Costello, if you find a nice girl and get married, I'll go to Washington and get Margaret Truman to sing. I'll have her sing, "Oh, Promise Me" at your wedding.
Okay. While you're at it, see if you can get Congress to promise something, too.
I'll tell you, Costello, no girl would have you. You're too fat. You'll never get a beautiful girl with your shape.
Who wants a girl with my shape? I want Susan Miller. After the show last week, Susan kissed me.
She did?
Yes.
What kind of a kiss did she give you? Was it a sisterly kiss, a friendly kiss, or a real sweetheart kiss?
I don't know. Which is the one where she has to help you down off the chandelier when it's all over?
Hello, boys.
Hey, it's Susan Miller.
Oh, Susan, you look so pretty tonight. What makes you so beautiful?
Well, Costello, you know the old saying. Girls are made of sugar and spice and everything nice.
The ones I get are garlic and hash and your father's old mustache.
Susan, don't pay any attention to this B-O-O-B.
Oh, that's a good one. I'll bet he doesn't even know what B-O-O-B means.
I do so. It's B-O, spelled forwards, backwards, and sideways.
Costello, why don't you stop forcing your attention on Susan? She's not for you. She's of the upper crust.
And you're the lower crust.
Gee, we could make beautiful pies together.
Costello, Susan is not your type. I'd be more suited to her. I have finesse. I'm hoity-toity.
Abbott, you may be hoity, but you'll never see toity again.
Well, look, how did you take pity on Costello, Susan, and go out to dinner with him tonight?
I will not. Last time I went to a restaurant with him, there was some silverware missing, and the cashier wanted to search me.
But, Susan, you're not the type to steal silverware.
That's what I told the cashier. But she said if I would walk out of the restaurant with Costello, I'd walk out with anything.
Susan, if you don't go out with me tonight, I'll disappear. And tomorrow morning, the police will be dragging the Los Angeles River from my body. But they won't find me.
Why?
I'll be home in bed.
So long, Pastor.
Costello, you'd better be nice to Susan Miller. She's moving into your boarding house today, and she's taking the room directly above you.
She's going to be in room 215, and I'm in 115?
That's right.
Abbott, call the OPA.
What for?
I want them to remove my ceiling. Hey, will Susan be in that room all the time?
Well, you know Susan. She goes in and out.
Did you notice that too, Abbott? Oh, this is wonderful. The woman I love living right upstairs.
Oh, stop, Costello. You're not in love with Susan. She's just a passing fancy.
Well, I never passed up anything that fancy. Oh, I hope she likes her room.
Oh, she should like the room. She gets bored with it.
Well, I'm glad.
I said she gets bored with her room.
If she gets bored with the room, why did she rent it in the first place?
Oh, she's not bored with the room. She's very happy.
You just said that she gets bored with the room.
That's right.
Where's she getting all that lumber?
I'm not talking about lumber. I'm talking about board. Susan eats her board.
Who feeds her all these boards?
The landlady. The landlady, of course. Susan made arrangements with the landlady to eat her board 3 times a day, 30 days a month.
Abbott, I'm moving out of that place.
Why?
That Susan Miller is going to eat me out of house and home.
What are you getting so excited about? What business is it of yours what she does to her room?
I'll make it my business, brother. Her floor happens to be my ceiling. Abbott, I don't mind you knocking the props out from under me every week, but I ain't going to let that Susan Miller eat the roof from over my head.
There's no sense getting yourself into a frenzy.
What? A what?
Frenzy.
I'm not making frenzies with nobody.
Wait a minute, you idiot. I'll try to explain. War. By giving you an example. Now, in your room, the plaster is all cracked, so you have a floor in your ceiling.
I got a flaw in my ceiling.
Certainly.
How do you like that? I've been living upside down. Now I find out.
Costello, you're all mixed up. Now, how do you get so daffy?
Because I've been living upside down for 6 years. What's your excuse?
Now, wait a minute. You listen to me.
How do you like walking around on your head?
I'm not walking around on my head, neither are you. I'm only trying to tell you that Susan's room is perfect, has no flaw, and she's happy because she gets bored with the room.
Here we go again.
No, the reason she likes to get bored with the room is because she gets so hungry after a busy day at the studio that she rushes home and eats like a beaver.
Now we've got her eating beaver board.
She does not eat beaver board.
You just said she eats a board like a beaver.
I said she eats like a beaver.
What does she eat like a beaver?
Her board.
I trapped him again.
All right. Forget about the beaver. Susan eats her board 3 times a day. She starts with breakfast.
I suppose for breakfast she has a couple of soft-boiled shingles.
No, rest.
If you will excuse me, Mr. Abbott, I got to run over and nail a sign of Susan Miller's store to warn other rumors.
What kind of a sign?
What kind of a sign?
Yeah.
Beware. Susan Miller, girl termite.
We'll be back with the nonsense in the flick of an eyelash, folks, after a few comments on this subject.
Ladies and gentlemen, during the intermission, I will pass among you with the incredible true facts about PDQ compounded motor oil. For here is an oil of such wonder-working magic that the management guarantees not 1, not 2, not 3 or 4, but 5 surprise prizes in each and every quart of PDQ compounded motor oil. First, the detergent, the miracle ingredient that cleans away old carbon, actually brightens, shines, and beautifies the motor as you drive. 2, the anti-foamant inhibits dangerous foam and lava, reduces the dreaded air bubble in the oil line. 3rd, the carbon inhibitor minimizes the catastrophic consequences of the oxidation, the bane of all internal combustion engines. 4th, anti-acid scientifically neutralizes the dangerous acidity of hydrocarbonic combustion, which, running rampant, mars the fair escutcheon of costly bearings. Last but not least, PDQ compounded motor oil contains the viscosity index regulator. And, of course, you know what that means. For your convenience, PDQ compounded motor oil is sold during the performance and afterwards at all PDQ service stations. And now, Abbot and Costello continue.
And now, Abbott and Costello singing star Susan Miller, singing the perennial favorite, Sometimes I'm Happy.
Sometimes I'm happy, sometimes I'm blue. My disposition depends on you. I never mind the rain in the sky, as long as I see sun in your eyes. Sometimes I hate you, sometimes I love you, but when I hate you, it's 'cause I love you. That's how I am, so what can I do? I'm happy when I'm with you. Sometimes I'm happy, sometimes I'm blue. My disposition depends on you. I never mind the rain in the sky, just as long as I see the sun in your eyes. Sometimes I hate you, sometimes I love you, but when I hate you, it's 'cause I love you. That's how I am, so what can I do? I'm happy when I'm with you. So happy when I'm with you.
Well, Costello, did Susan Miller move into that room in your rooming house?
She couldn't have it. When she got there, it was already rented to a family of 14, and none of them are working.
14 people in one room? How do they pay the rent?
They take in boarders. I'm going to move out of there myself, Abbott. I'm getting sick of having a room with an adjoining.
And adjourning what?
I don't know. I could never get the other door open.
If you had any sense, you'd buy an apartment building. Invest your money now. Who knows? Tomorrow your dollar may be worth 10 cents.
Abbott, do you really think the value of the dollar is going to go up?
Costello, if you owned an apartment house, who would you rent to?
Well, let me see. Well, I'd rent one apartment to a lawyer.
Why?
That's in case I get in trouble. And I'd rent one to a gorgeous redhead.
Why?
That's to make sure I get in trouble.
Costello, to be a landlord, you've got to be tough. If the man on the first floor don't pay his rent, you squeeze it out of him.
I can't do that. That's not me.
Well, if the man on the second floor can't pay his rent, you squeeze it out of him.
That's not me.
If that gorgeous redhead can't pay her rent, you
That's me!
squeeze...
Shut up! Abbott, I think I'll rent an apartment of Susan Miller right across the court from mine. Then I can see her morning, noon, and night.
Now, what makes you so sure you'll see so much of her?
The apartment I rent her won't have any window shades.
Come on, Costello. Let's go to the real estate broker and see if we can buy you an apartment house.
So you want to buy an apartment, huh, Costello? Well, let me look at my listing. Here's a small apartment over a garage. It has a lovely living room, a gorgeous bedroom, and the bathroom is out of this world.
Ain't that a widow inconvenient?
Costello, how does this sound to you? A Swiss chalet, Swiss architecture, Swiss furniture.
Sounds pretty cheesy to me.
Maybe you could build Costello a new house.
Nothing doing. They're making all of them new ones out of Taft bricks.
What are Taft bricks?
Every time it gets a little dewy, they drop out. My Uncle Mike built an apartment next to the zoo. He's so nearsighted, he started nailing zebras over the windows.
Nail zebras over the windows.
Yes, he thought they were awnings.
Costello, your Uncle Mike knows nothing about building, and neither do you.
I do so.
What's the first thing you do in building a house?
I call up the corset shop.
To build a house, you call a corset shop.
Sure, where do you think I can get my foundation?
Quiet, Costello. Mr.
broker, don't you have an apartment house that's a real bargain? Oh, I got just a house for you, Costello. Jane Wassel lives on one side of it.
Who lives on the other side?
Who cares? I'll take it.
Oh, come on, Costello. Costello, you dummy, you bought this apartment house to get a place to live, and there isn't a vacancy in the building. You ought to have your brains examined.
I did, Abbott. I had my brains examined at Harvard.
What do they say?
I don't know. I haven't got them back yet.
Hey, look, Costello, you're the landlord of this building, and you have a right to an apartment. Now, go to that door and tell the tenant to move. Act tough.
Tough? Really tough? I'll throw him out.
What do you want?
I'm the new landlord, and I'm here to ask you...
Wait a minute till I finish talking to my wife. Emma, I told you 1,000 times. I like parsley on my steak. Tonight you forgot the parsley. And you know what that means. Now, landlord, what was you going to ask me?
Are you getting enough hot water?
Costello, knock on the door. I'll talk to that tenant.
Okay, Abbott.
Oh, it's you again.
Excuse me. But my partner wants to talk to you.
My man, you're dealing with Bud Abbott now. I want to ask you to...
Wait a minute, ex-head, till I talk to my son. What's the trouble, Percy?
Well, you told me I could go out of the house tonight and get some fresh air.
So I did. Out you go, son! Now, Abbott, what was you going to ask me?
Are you sure you're getting enough hot water?
Shame on you, Abbott. You're a coward.
You're the coward. Stand there and let him talk that way to me.
Abbott, there's only one reason I didn't let him have it.
What's that?
I haven't got it.
Well, never mind him. Let's try this next apartment here. And this time be firm. Make them get out. Go ahead, knock on the door.
Well, hello.
Abbott, she's beautiful. Look at the sweater she's wearing.
Costello. Don't let her pull the wool over your eyes.
She's pulling my eyes over the wool.
Well, mon petit chouchou. Now, what can I do for you, eh?
Well, what did you have in mind?
Costello. Remember, you've got to think of some way to make her move.
I got it. I'll tickle her.
Let me handle this. Miss, you're very sweet, but Costello's the new landlord, and he needs your apartment, so you'll have to move.
Oh, please, Monsieur Costello. I've lived here for 5 years.
Well,
Look. I decorated this place myself. There's a part of me in every room. There's a part of me in the living room. There's a part of me in the dining room. There's a part of me in the kitchen.
I hope you didn't misplace anything. Parts like yours are still hard to get.
Costello, tell her she's got to abandon the apartment.
Okay. You gotta have a band in the apartment. No, that's wrong. You've got to abandon the apartment. That means you've got to...
Costello, I said abandon the apartment. Tell her she's got to leave.
Well, okay. Miss, you'll have to be out of here in 8 hours.
Well, all right, if you say so. And now, handsome, may I kiss you goodbye? Now, when do I have to leave?
I'll give you 24 hours.
Well, then I'll say goodbye.
remember now. You gotta leave within 10 days. If you ain't out of here by 1963, there's gonna be trouble.
Costello, you're a weakling. Be firm. Tell her to get out.
Okay. Miss, there's only one thing I want to say to you.
Could you wait till I say goodbye to my brother?
Who's your brother?
The big tough guy in the next apartment. Now, what were you going to say, Costello?
Are you sure you're getting enough hot water?
Don't go away, folks. Our stars will be back. But first, they'd like you to listen to this. Let's not beat about the bush. PDQ would dearly love to have more independent dealers selling our gasoline, but we just can't throw the gates wide open, for we feel that we must have a very special kind of a guy pumping our gas. So this announcement is intended primarily for good, experienced, independent dealers who've thought about getting on the PDQ team. Fellas, it's like this. If you've reached a point where you'd like to be selling gas you can be proud of, both for quality and reputation, if you've seen motorists slow down at your station but drive on because they've never heard of that stuff you're pumping, then PDQ, best known and most respected name among the independents, is the brand name for you. On the other hand, if you're just a cog in a vast machine and getting tired of getting memos on how to part your hair and would like to run your own business, then PDQ's the deal for you. PDQ dealers are independent dealers, running their own business, staking their own claim for business success on good products, well advertised, and good service well performed. And now, Abbot and Costello. And now, here are Abbot and Costello with the final word.
Costello, in case some of our listeners haven't heard the news, why don't you tell them about our Saturday morning kid show?
Folks, Abbott and I are doing a special kid show every Saturday morning over this network featuring the Lou Costello Junior Youth Foundation Award. Each week, a boy or girl is selected by you, the listeners, and Abbott and I award them with a scholarship and over $1,000 in cash and valuable prizes.
Now, wait a minute. We also have guest stars and a big kid quiz game.
So be sure to listen, kids, and remember to listen, too, for our regular show every Wednesday night.
Good night, folks.
Good night, everybody. Good night, everybody in Patterson, New Jersey. Good night.
Listen each Wednesday night at this time for another great Abbott and Costello show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood by Charles Banda and featuring Susan Miller and Matty Malnick's orchestra.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. It's 8:30 at KECA, Los Angeles.
Oh, no. Look who's here.
Hiya, boys. Here Midas is guaranteeing foreign car mufflers.
Mr. Creedy, you don't drive a foreign car.
Sister Creedy does. Don't stand there, guys. Midas eyes.
From now on, foreign car owners can take advantage of Midas, too. If anything goes wrong with our American or foreign car muffler, Midas will replace it free as long as you own your car.
I guarantee. See you again, boy.
Away from the sound of music. And Bing Crosby is up next.
Bonjour, mes amis.
Bonjour, bonjour.
Bonjour, Rosie.
Bonjour, Bing. You got a song ready, monsieur?
Oh, oui, oui. Here's a little gem I dug up in the flea market in Paris.
You got your song in the flea market, huh?
Yeah, I had Buddy Cole scratch out an arrangement, too. Gigi, am I a fool without a mind? Or have I merely been too blind to realize? Oh, Gigi, why you've been growing up before my eyes. Gigi, you're not at all that funny, awkward little girl I knew. Oh, no, overnight there's been a breathless change in you. Oh, Gigi, while you were trembling on the brink, was I out yonder somewhere blinking at a star? Oh, Gigi, have I been standing up too close or back too far? When did your sparkle turn to fire and your warmth become desire? Oh, what miracle has made you the way you are?
Buddy Cole and the boys and I will now bait our breath. That's what we're going to try to do while Mr. Carpenter takes charge of the proceedings.
Well, thanks, Bing. It's roundup time now, folks.
We're going to round up Del Monte Roundup. Time to keep an eye out for values at your grocery store. 'Cause roundup time is value time. Del Monte Roundup time. Your grocer's featuring Del Monte fruits and vegetables, especially for you. Fresh tasting juices, too. Roundup time is value time. Del Monte Roundup time. You'll discover canned food values that you don't often see. So it's time to fill your pantry shelf with Del Monte quality. Come on to a roundup, Del Monte Roundup. 'Cause roundup time is value time. Del Monte Roundup time. Right now at your grocers. Right now at your grocers. Roundup time is value time. Del Monte Roundup time.
I suppose now it's my turn to sing, and my song is Love Among the Young.
Every kiss is magic, every hurt so tragic. That's the way with love among the young. Every vow's forever, parting is a never. That's the way with love among the young. Every thrill and every sigh is greater than before. And every time you say goodbye, you cry a little more. Every kiss is magic, every hurt so tragic. Such is youth, but when the truth is told, it's the same with love among the young and old. Goodbye, you cry a little more. Every kiss is magic, every hurt so tragic. Such is youth, but when the truth is told, it's the same with love among the young.
Here's a question for you, Rosemary. What do you do when you get a cold?
I sneeze mostly.
Now, no ad-libbing. You're supposed to say...
I look for fast relief from my cold distress.
And to find out how to get that, listen.
Here's Giselle McKenzie, one of America's most popular TV and movie stars.
If a nasty cold bothers you, think what it does to me. I don't feel like singing with my nose stopped up, head feeling like a balloon from sinus congestion. To feel better fast, I take the newest medicine, new improved 4-way cold tablets. Today's 4-way contains a decongestant to drain sinus passages while it relieves cold distress.
Clinical tests prove 4-way acts faster than any other leading cold or sinus tablet. In minutes, 4-way speeds pain-relieving medicine all through your body. In the same time, there was no trace with other brands. Only 4-way starts so fast to relieve muscular pains, reduce fever, relieve headache without upsetting stomach. And 4-way drains sinus congestion to restore free breathing.
4-way's marvelous. Makes me feel fine in no time.
To relieve cold miseries while you drain sinus congestion, get new 4-way. Fastest acting of all the leading cold and sinus tablets. New improved formula, same familiar package, only 39 cents.
Bing, I have a little thought.
What's that?
Why don't you and I gang up on a gang of songs?
Well, that kind of gang warfare shouldn't be too objectionable. No one gets hurt. I'm for that. What songs will we gang up on?
Whatever Buddy Cole plays, let's just roll along with him.
For a change. Okay, I'm with you.
Let's keep it that way. That's very important in a duet. And let's not lose Buddy.
And vice versa. Does he know?
No. Just kiss me once.
Then kiss me twice.
Then kiss me once again.
It's been a long, long
time.
I haven't felt like this, my dear, since can't remember when. It's been a long, long
time. You'll never know how many dreams I've dreamed about you.
Oh, just how empty they all seemed without you.
So kiss me once.
Then kiss me twice.
Then kiss me once again.
It's been a long, long time. Life is just a bowl of cherries.
Don't make it serious. Life's too mysterious.
You work, you save, you worry so, but you can't take your dough when you go, go, go.
So keep repeating it's the berries. The strongest oak must fall.
The sweet things in life to you were just loans.
So how can you lose what you've never owned?
Life is just a bowl of cherries. So live and laugh at it. Live and laugh at it.
Live and laugh at it all. Give me a little kiss, will you, huh?
What are you gonna miss, will you, huh?
My poor wrist is bare as it can be. Won't you buy a golden band for me?
Say that you're giving in, will you, huh? Anything you ask, I'll do.
I'll take an aeroplane, a motorboat, some pearls or diamond rings.
Oh, now listen, I suppose I feel that I can't afford to buy those things.
Then give me a little kiss, will you, huh? And I'll give it right back.
No, I don't want it back. I'll throw it right back at you. I'll give it back, toss it back, throw it right back at you.
You know, the wonderful thing about Sara Lee Bakers is that they not only make the most delicious all-butter Danish pastry coffee cake you can buy, but they make the most convenient to serve Danish pastry. You see, Sara Lee pecan coffee cake comes in 2 sizes. There's the family size that's ideal for the large family. It serves 8 or more, so it's just right for entertaining, too. Then there's the regular size for small families, or to keep in your freezer for quick snacks, or to serve for unexpected guests. But here's the important thing to remember about Sara Lee all-butter pecan coffee cake. No matter which size you buy, regular or family, they're both the very finest Danish pastry, made with grade AA creamery butter, country fresh eggs, and whole fresh milk. And they're both so easy to serve. Just reach for regular or family size. Take it home, slice, and enjoy. Your grocer has Sara Lee all-butter pecan coffee cake in both sizes now, completely baked and iced, ready to serve and enjoy.
Do nothing till you hear from me. Pay no attention to what's said. Why, people tear the seam of anyone's dream. That's clear over my head. Do nothing till you hear from me. At least consider our romance. If you should take the word of others you've heard, honey, I ain't got a chance. True, I've been seen with someone new, but does that mean that I'm untrue when we're apart? The words in my heart reveal how I feel about you. Some kiss may cloud my memory, and other arms may hold a thrill. But please do nothing till you hear it from me, and you never will. Someone new, but does that mean that I'm untrue when we're apart? The words in my heart reveal how I feel about you. Some kiss may cloud my memory, and other arms may hold a thrill. But please do nothing till you hear it from me, and you never will. No, you never will. No, you never will. Do nothing till you hear from me.
It's a push-button age we live in, Bing.
Right, Rosie. Someday somebody will push a button. You'll be off flying to the moon.
Not me, Bing. You. I'll just be content to stay here and push the button of this Eastern-matic Traverse rod motor for the rest of my days. What luxury. You want your draperies to fly open? Just push the button.
Yeah, how about that? You want them closed again? Well, you just push the other button. If somebody were to tell me we'd actually have push-button draperies someday, well, yeah, I think I'd flip.
And now that they're here with Eastern-matic, you really can flip, Bing. Eastern-matic fits any make Traverse rod up to 220 inches wide. Can be installed by anyone. Plugs into any standard 110-volt electrical outlet. Has built-in features assuring safe, foolproof operation. And is fully approved by the Underwriters Laboratory. A special Eastern-matic feature adjusts cord slack automatically so that it always grips, never slips.
By Eastern Products Corporation of Baltimore. But as the lady says, it can be attached to any make Traverse rod that you may now have.
Right, Bing? And there's also an amazing remote control unit, available at a slight extra cost, that adds comfort to your living like the units that operate a TV set from any point in a room. It's ideal for sick rooms, king-size club rooms where home movies are shown, for many, many purposes.
Folks, the new Eastern-matic is sold at department and drapery stores everywhere. Only $29.50. And your draperies can be converted to luxurious push-button operation. For the name of your nearest dealer, call this station.
I have often walked down this street before, but the pavement always stayed beneath my feet before. lilac trees in the heart of town. Can you hear a lark in any other part of town? Does enchantment pour out of every door? No, it's just on the street where you live. And oh, the towering feeling just to know somehow you are near. The overpowering feeling that any second you may suddenly appear. People stop and stare, they don't bother me, for there's nowhere else on earth that I would rather be. Let the time go by, I won't care if I can be here on the street where you
Well, Rosie and I are going to stroll along now, folks.
But we'll return Monday, same time, same station.
Have a good weekend, and we'll see you Monday.
If you're one of the 2.5 million Americans employed in interstate commerce or in production related to it, you are covered by the new federal wage hour law. Now, that may mean a bigger paycheck. Write or phone for information about your standing to your local office of the United States Department of Labor, Wage and Hour Division.
Magnavox is handing out money during the big Magnavox annual sale. Come in now for a great deal on these Magnavox touch-tune color TVs and get a rebate right on the spot. Save on decorator stereos, save on Magnavox component systems, and get a rebate right on the spot. And save even more on remote control special bonus offer. The most exciting Magnavox annual sale ever, because Magnavox is handing out money.
A true legend of American comedy, Bob Hope, is up next.
What you want is a Coke.
Sound off, sound up! Sound off for Chesterfield! Hope, Stetson, and Crosby, too. Como and Godfrey follow through. Martin and Lewis, they all tell you. Sound off for Chesterfield. Sound off for Chesterfield. Try a pack of Chesterfields. Do it! Today!
Chesterfields presents The Bob Hope Show. Transcribed with Wes Brown and his band of renown, and yours truly, High Averback. Our special guest, Jerry Colonna, Tony Arden, George Rabb. And here he is, Bob Hope.
Thank you. Well, here I am in Hollywood for Chesterfields in this wonderful California weather. I just returned from the East and I escaped all that freezing weather. We don't have that trouble out here. Everyone in Hollywood goes around in shorts and bathing suits. That's only natural when you have hot fog. Now, the weather has been a little changeable here. My brother came out here last week for the Four Seasons and left the same day. Oh, I worked with him. Yes, sir, that's the only place in the world where you can get suntan goose pimples. It was so cold here this morning, 27 people tried to rent Monty Woolley's beard. So cold, the Hollywood glamour girls are putting on sweaters just to keep warm. But it's really been freezing back east, and it snowed pretty hard in the nation's capital, too. There's more shoveling in Washington this week than usual. It was so cold in the White House, President Truman ran out of Republicans and had to use logs in the fire. And my brother complained about having to use chains on his wheels for driving. I don't know why he's complaining. He used to have to wear chains on his ankles for walking. When I lived back there, I used to know how to protect myself against those eastern winters. I'd put on 5 undershirts, 3 sweaters, 4 pairs of socks, 2 pairs of pants, an overcoat, a raincoat, 2 mufflers, a pair of heavy boots, and 2 pairs of galoshes. Worked fine. By the time I got outside, it was summer again. I just got back from the East just in time to do my Thanksgiving shopping. You know, the price is high. I asked the butcher, what kind of turkey can I get for $5, and he handed me an egg and a nest. So I said to the butcher, what can I get for $10? He said, when I'm through work, you can take my apron home and boil it. I know one butcher who keeps his meat in the cash register and his money in the refrigerator. I don't mind a butcher making money, but when he starts swinging a gold watch in the end of a chain of weenies, that's too much. One woman got so mad, she bit the butcher, and he charged her for it. And the animals are proud of the high prices. No fooling. The price of eggs went down 2 cents last week, and the chickens started buying them back. I hope I have better luck with my turkey this year than I did last Thanksgiving. I thought the turkey leg I was chewing was pretty tough. Then I found out it was a cane he walked in with. All my relatives will be over for Thanksgiving dinner. I know they will. They're circling over the house now. Last year, between the first and second courses, my mother said, if you come to some lumps in the mashed potatoes, don't eat them. 2 of the children are missing. Of course, we had the full treatment, turkey and cranberries. We don't grow cranberries out here on the coast. We just put grapes in front of a television set until they get bloodshot. And television... Well, television has made great strides. It's advancing so fast, a lot of people can't keep up with the payments. And I like television. I like television. The movies they show are so old. I saw a British movie the other night that was so old, England was lending money to America. Folks, next time you buy cigarettes, remember these 2 things. Over 1,500 prominent tobacco growers say Chesterfield's delightful aroma tells you Chesterfields smell milder and smoke milder.
And one of the most famous industrial research organizations in the world reports, and I quote, of the leading brands smoked and examined, Chesterfield is the only cigarette in which members of the taste panel found no unpleasant aftertaste.
Smokers everywhere are finding the Chesterfield mildness plus no unpleasant aftertaste is what they want. What you want in a cigarette, you'll find in Chesterfield, you bet. They're milder with a better taste than no unpleasant aftertaste. Sound of...
For Chesterfield.
Sound of...
For Chesterfield.
Milder, 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 milder Chesterfield.
That's right!
Ladies and gentlemen, like most of us, Bob Hope is essentially a creature of habit.
Every morning at 7:30, his alarm goes off. Then Bob hops out of bed and races for the shower.
I always forget to open the door.
Then he takes a refreshing ice-cold shower. Then he takes a shave and brushes his tooth.
Hi, that's teeth.
And then Bob does several minutes of strenuous setting up exercises.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now the other finger.
And now Bob is ready for breakfast, so he goes to the kitchen and squeezes himself some juice.
Nothing like a tall glass of Chesterfield juice.
And now Bob is ready to face the day. He throws open his windows and...
Gee, what a beautiful morning. Trees look so nice, and the flowers and all those little birds singing.
Be my love, for no one else can end this yearning.
Those birds have been up to Lanza's house again.
But lately, Bob's routine has been disrupted. He's having his house remodeled, and his whole life is topsy-turvy.
That's right, Hi. Look at this place. Building materials all over. This morning at breakfast, there was cement in my oatmeal.
Cement in your oatmeal?
Yeah, and my dentist is going to be sore.
Why?
I saved $50 on fillings.
Well, gee, Bob, shouldn't the work on the house be finished by now?
Sure, but I got this screwy contractor, and he's always doing something crazy. Like yesterday, he found out that Jane Russell comes over here sometimes.
So?
Spent the whole morning putting bear traps in the lawn.
Well, I guess these things take time, Bob. Just be patient.
Oh, come in.
Mr. Hope, do you remember me?
Oh, yes, General Harkins from the Pentagon. You were here last week.
That's right, and the Army flew me out again to talk to you.
Well, aren't you getting a little sick of all that flying?
Yes, the altitude bothers me.
It does?
Mm-hmm. I even get airsick when I eat a tall stalk of celery. Mr. Hope, this is the second week you haven't done your show at an Army camp, and we'd like to know why.
Well, I told you last week my house is being remodeled, and it's not finished yet.
Oh, well, I understand that. We're building an underground Pentagon, 200 feet under the surface of the Earth. It gets very confusing.
It does, General?
Yes, all week I've been saluting gophers.
Well, I'm sorry you have to make these trips out here, General Harkins.
Well, I don't mind it in a way. Did a lot of sightseeing today. Took some pictures of movie stars.
Sounds like fun.
Yes, but I had a nasty accident.
What happened?
Frank Sinatra smashed my camera.
Oh. He's a rough kid. He can lick his weight in pipe cleaners. You know, General, I meant to tell you last week, I'm very flattered at a visit from a man of your rank.
Well, you're very kind, Mr. Hope.
I inquired about you, and I found out that you've been in the Army 30 years. You commanded 3 divisions in the First World War, and in World War II, you were in charge of all tank operations.
True.
And you've been decorated for bravery no less than 4 times. By the way, what's your job at the Pentagon?
I run an elevator. Well, I just thought I'd be getting back to Washington, Mr. Hope.
Oh, well, how are things back there, General?
Well, it's winter along the Potomac now. The trees look different, and all the cherry blossoms are gone.
Mm-hmm. What's on the trees?
Taft buttons. Well, Mr. Hope, what shall I tell them back at the Pentagon about your doing a show at an Army base?
Oh, well, tell them I'll do one in about 10 days.
10 days? Well, that'll give me just enough time.
Enough time for what?
To dessert. Good day, Mr. Hope.
He's an awfully nice fellow, that General Harkins, but every time he shows up, I get scared. I think I'm drafted.
Don't be silly, Bob. They don't draft nurses.
Hi, you've goofed. Now, look, are you, you smoking your Chesterfield sideways? You know... Come in. Well, Tony Arden, ladies. Hello, Tony. Say, it's good to see... Hey, you're limping. What's the matter?
Oh, I got caught in a bear trap.
I got to have a talk with that contractor. You know, Tony, we haven't seen each other in quite a while.
No, the last time was on the set over at Paramount. You were finishing My Favorite Spy.
Oh, yes, My Favorite Spy, a Paramount picture starring Hedy Lamarr and Bob Hope. with a brilliant supporting cast. Be sure to see this gripping story. It has everything: love, drama, action, suspense, comedy, thrills. Good, clean entertainment for the whole family. Look for it at your neighborhood movie house.
We're a little late, so good night, folks.
Oh, where were we?
I saw you over at Paramount. You were shooting a love scene with Hedy Lamarr.
Oh, yes, that was the day I had my lips insured.
It was quite a scene. Hedy looking so ravishing in a white sequin gown, and you making violent love to her. I certainly envied Hedy.
Well, naturally.
Oh, yes. I've always wanted a white sequin gown.
Cad. She cad.
Bob, don't you think Don't you think I ought to rehearse my number for your radio show tonight?
Oh, yes, Tony. Let's find the band. They're in one of these rooms here.
Gee, this place is going to be beautiful when you're finished.
Oh, I hope so. You like my new television set over there at the Barney Dean, you know.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, it's very nice. I was over at Bing's house recently. He has one just like it.
Oh.
Except that it has a window shade on the front of it.
Well, why would he want a television set with a window shade?
Well, you're on once a month, aren't you?
Oh, that's all right. Oh, by the way, you're going to love working with Les Brown's boys. They practice all the time. Now, let's see. The band is in this room here.
I raise you $5. I raise you $5. Okay, I call. What have you got? A full house? 8 kings and 5 jacks. What? Let me see that hand. There it is. Okay, take the pot. I thought you were bluffing.
Boy, they play a rough game. When they get ready for a new hand, they leave the deck alone and cut each other. Well, I'll see you later, Tony.
Okay, Bob.
Well, I've got to get this place finished. Where's that contractor? Maybe he's outside. There he is. Hey, what are you doing up there on the roof?
Building a cellar.
Naturally. Professor Colonna. Professor, you're building the cellar on the roof? What's the idea?
So they have the blueprints upside down.
Colonna, you got to do something about finishing this house.
Now, what's the trouble, Hope?
You were late again this morning.
Oh, it's tough getting to work. Every morning I drive my car 50 miles with no gas in the tank.
Professor, how can you drive a car without gas?
No floorboards, long toenails.
Colonna, you got enough brains to be half a jackass.
Maybe we ought to get together.
Well, something's got to be done, I'll tell you that.
Well, what are you complaining about, Hope? Yesterday I put all the walls in the house.
Yeah, I meant to talk to you about that. What are those walls made of?
Beaver board.
But how come they're so lumpy?
Real beavers.
You're happy, aren't you? Tell me, Professor, why are you so half-baked?
Well, old man couldn't keep up the payments on the incubator.
Well, I'm fed up. I've got to get myself a new contractor.
Oh, you'd make a mistake, Hope. I'm not only a great builder, I'm also a great engineer.
Well, if you're so great, maybe you can answer this little problem. In a house of this kind with 3,000 square feet, containing 13 cubic feet in each room less than 1,500, and 14 cubic feet in each room more than 1,500, with 25% masonry, 18% aged lumber, and 57% steel, what would be the stress in cubic pound inches on the number 61 girder?
Pardon?
I said, if you're such a great engineer, answer this problem. In a building of 3,000 square feet...
I heard that. Can't you give it to me an apple?
I'm going to fire you, Colonna. The work is going too slowly. All this lumber piled up here.
It's on account of my Caterpillar tractor. I've been stalled in one spot for 3 days.
Your Caterpillar tractor's been stalled for 3 days?
Yes. Think I should hitch up another Caterpillar?
Colonna, you fool. A caterpillar's a small insect. It can't possibly pull a big, heavy tractor.
It can't?
No.
Lie to me, will you?
Here's Tony Arden, the beautiful and talented lady of song, who opens tonight at Charlie Morrison's in Macombo here in Hollywood. Sing, Tony.
Lover, I design. Promise you'll always continue to be mine. Lover, please be tender when your tender fears depart. Lover, I surrender with my heart. All of my future is in you. Your every plan I design. I promise you'll always continue to be mine. Oh, lover, please be tender when your tender fears depart. Lover, I surrender.
Everybody sounding off for Chesterfield. Chesterfields are on the go from San Diego to Buffalo. Tell 'em why, Professor Colonna.
Just let me add a microphone of mildness plus.
No aftertaste.
Mildness plus.
No aftertaste.
No unpleasant aftertaste in Chesterfield.
That's right.
Take a tip from Tony Arden. The way to buy 'em is by the carton.
I'm George E. Raft. I'm never without 'em. Try them. You'll be wild about 'em.
Chesterfield.
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 Milder, 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 milder Chesterfield.
That's right.
So take a tip from all of us. Smoke the one with his great big plus. Mildness plus, no aftertaste. No unpleasant aftertaste.
Sound out
for Chesterfield.
Sound out
for Chesterfield.
Try a pack of Chesterfield.
Do it today.
Say hi.
Yes, Bob.
Can I borrow your car? I want to get down to the supermarket and do some shopping. Colonna's eaten all the food in the icebox.
Well, sure, Bob. Why don't you take your own car?
Well, Colonna loused that up, too. He took the motor out and put it in a sewing machine.
A sewing machine?
Yeah, I went for a ride last night and sewed a zipper into Hollywood Boulevard.
Well, go ahead, Bob. I'll keep an eye on things while you're gone.
All right. Gee, the market's crowded today. Must be the Thanksgiving rush. Now, let's see. I've got my list here someplace.
Excuse me, lady. You're blocking the aisle.
Don't tell me. George Rabb!
Hiya, Bob. I didn't recognize you in the apron.
Just catching up on my shopping. What are you doing here, George? Sticking the place up?
No, it's my maid's day off, and I'm just out buying a couple of steaks and some champagne for a candlelight dinner.
Candlelight dinner? Mm-hmm. That sounds real cozy. Who's coming over?
The maid.
Same old George. Still likes the girls, eh?
What can I do? It's a habit I formed years ago.
Better than biting your nails. I bet this maid's a blonde, huh, George?
Yes, somehow I lean towards blondes.
So do I, but they keep pushing me back.
But this is something special, Bob. She's tall and willowy and has big blue eyes, lovely complexion, and a gorgeous figure.
Yeah, but what do you see in her? George, your fans ought to see you now, shopping in a supermarket, then going home to cook dinner.
Oh, I'm a good cook, Bob, and I'm not ashamed of it. I make a steak that melts in your mouth.
Really? How do you fix your steak?
Well, I just sprinkle it with garlic and butter and broil it on a hot fire.
Heavens to Chef Milani, that's all wrong.
It is?
Yes, you must use your garlic in subtle tones and have your butter and parsley fairly dance across your sinews. And then when you're all through, your steak should lie there like a sleeping beauty, waiting for the ketchup to bring it to life.
Bob.
Yes, George.
Will you marry me?
I was just repeating a recipe I heard on television.
Oh, walk down this aisle with me, Bob. I want to get some other things.
Okay. Hey, George, look up there in that stack of canned peas. There's a picture of you endorsing them.
Oh, yes, I remember that.
Hey, and over there you're on a card giving a testimonial for salad dressing.
That's right. Oh, and there's a picture of you over there.
Oh, really? Where?
Oh, right there. Endorsing Lydia Pinkham.
Well, I got a year's supply free. Say, you want to get your steaks, George? I have to get some, too.
Sure. Oh, there's the meat department.
Hey, look at that sign. Lamb, $14 a pound.
Liver, $16 a pound.
Steak, $21 a pound. What does it say down there at the bottom, George?
Time payments arranged.
You bring a cosigner? That's the meat department, all right.
Well, these butchers are really living, aren't they?
Yeah, I know one who just got himself a set of rhinestone thumbs.
There's the butcher. Say, we'd like to buy some meat.
Do you have an appointment?
An appointment? All we want is a couple of steaks.
Well, how much did you want to spend?
Oh, about $1.
$1 for a steak? Where have you been?
What do you mean?
Why don't you two get in your Stutz Bearcat and drive home?
You got your Apperson Jackrabbit with you. Look, wise guy, what can we get for $1?
Just look in the showcase and pick out one lamb chop with ragged panties.
Come on, George. I don't think this guy's got any meat.
Oh, yes, I have. I've got a freezer full of it.
Oh, yeah? Let's see.
Just wait till I get this freezer door open.
I raise you $5. I raise you $5. Okay, I call. What have you got?
Straight flush?
That beats me. What have you got? Gin.
Come on, George, let's get out of here.
Well, what's your hurry?
Well, I've got to get home. My house is being remodeled, and I'm having a lot of trouble with my contractor.
Really?
Yeah, and Say, that gives me an idea. Maybe if you came over to the house and threw a scare into this guy, you know, do that gangster routine you do in pictures.
Now, wait a minute. That's pictures. In real life, I don't get any... Oh, I don't do any rough stuff. I abhor violence in any form.
That's true?
Yeah, and anybody says different, I'll belt them in the kisser.
Well, come on and talk to him anyway.
Okay.
Oh, Professor Colonna, I want you to meet George Raft.
I'm pleased to meet you, Mr. Rift.
That's Raft.
What?
Raft.
Down, boy, or I'll give you a distemper shot.
See what I mean, George? This guy's a mental case.
Tell you what, Bob, instead of getting rough, maybe I'll try some psychology on him.
Psychology?
I'll win his confidence by acting friendly and getting him to talk about himself. Hey, Beaver Lip.
Did you ring, sir?
Now, Professor, I want to be your friend. Tell me, do you ever hear strange voices in your head?
Yes, frequently.
What do they say?
We want Eisenhower.
Let me take him. Professor, maybe there's something in your childhood that might help us.
Well, I do have a confession to make. When I was born, I was left on a doorstep, and I stayed on that doorstep for 39 years.
How come?
I was too bashful to ring the bell.
Maloney, you mean to tell us you were left on a doorstep?
Yes, I was an unwanted child. You see, my mother wanted a boy.
Well, she got one. She knows that, doesn't she?
Of course not. I'm no squealer.
Colonna, when you get in a high wind, don't those holes in your head whistle? George, this psychology stuff isn't going to work. Better give him the pressure.
All right, Bob. I hate to do it, but I guess I'll have to get rough. And when I get through with this guy, he'll be eating out of my hand.
I beg to differ. You'll be eating out of my hand.
Come on outside.
Okay.
Gee, I'd better see what happened. Colonna, what happened?
Can't talk to you now, Hope. I'm feeding Mr. Raft.
All thanks
for the memory of the Korean gift lift that'll go to cheer those who need it so. Let's send a gift and give a lift to every G.I. Joe. And we thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you've bumped into our show now and then over the past few years, you've caught us getting a bit serious along about sign-off time. And with Thanksgiving closer than your next breath, we can't help getting serious about our blessings. Because, brother, when it comes to blessings, America's like the Thanksgiving table. It's loaded. When we say grace this Thursday, we'll, of course, thank God from whom all blessings flow. But what about the kids in Korea who will spend Thanksgiving under fire? And there's other Americans who will spend Thanksgiving under those little white crosses. Let's stretch the grace a little and thank them, too. Yes, no matter how good that turkey looks, we don't dare take a slice until our hearts bow down to those kids. That's it for tonight, folks. I want to thank Tony Arden, George Raft, Jerry Colonna for a fine show. Remember what we tell you about Chesterfield. They give you something new, something no other cigarette has. Chesterfield Mildness Plus, no unpleasant aftertaste. Next time you buy cigarettes, sound off.
For Chesterfield.
Sound off.
For Chesterfield.
Try a pack of Chesterfields. Do it.
Today.
Be sure to listen to The Bob Hope Show next week. Chesterfield has brought you The Bob Hope Show, written by Larry Gilbert, Larry Marks, and Larry Klein, and transcribed direct from Hollywood, California.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI, Los Angeles.
Winners and losers. That's what the stories on sweepstakes are all about. $1 million. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Turnabout, Hello, Larry, then sweepstakes. Friday.
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
Sound off for Chesterfield. Chesterfield is best for you. First cigarette with premium quality in both regular and king size. Chesterfield brings you Dragnet.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned a burglary detail. A wave of burglaries has broken out in your city. The thieves are fast. They're clever. Your job? Get them. Years ahead of them all. Chesterfield is years ahead of them all.
The quality contrast between Chesterfield and other leading brands is a revealing story.
Recent chemical analyses give an index of good quality for the country's 6 leading cigarette brands. The index of good quality table, which is a ratio of high sugar to low nicotine, shows Chesterfield quality highest.
Chesterfield quality highest.
15% higher than its nearest competitor.
Chesterfield quality highest.
31% higher than the average of the 5 other leading brands.
Yes, Chesterfield is first, with premium quality in both regular and king size.
Don't you want to try a cigarette with a record like this? Chesterfield.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Thursday, December 10th. It was cold in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of burglary detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Chief of Detectives Thad Brown. My name's Friday. We were on the way out from the office, and it was 10:14 a.m. when we got to the Armstrong Schneider Jewelry Company, the manager's office.
Can I help you?
Yes, ma'am. Police officers, we'd like to see Mr. Armstrong.
Oh, yes. Just a minute. The police officers are here. Yes, sir, right away. Will you go right in, please?
Thank you very much.
Mr. Armstrong's office. Yes, sir. I'm sorry, but he's in a meeting.
Won't you come in?
Thank you very much.
Thanks, sir.
Mr. Armstrong?
Yes.
My partner, Frank Smith. My name's Friday.
How do you do? Won't you sit down?
Thank you very much.
Would you like a cigarette?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thanks.
I have a lighter. As you know, this firm is probably the foremost fine jewelry store on the coast.
Yes, sir. I wonder if you'd tell us about the theft.
Yes. Well, we discovered it this morning.
About what time was that?
Well, about 9:45. That's when we missed it. I guess the necklace was taken about 9. Must have been right after we opened.
Could you give us a description of the piece, sir?
Yes, I have it right here. Got it from the insurance records. Have a drawing of it. We always have that done on high-priced items.
Mm-hmm.
Here you are.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. What value do you place on the necklace?
It's insured for $8,000. The firm can't afford to take a loss like that.
Could you tell us exactly how it was taken?
Yes, I can. It was just after 9. We just opened the front doors of Shoppers Christmas, you know.
Yes, sir.
Well, this one couple came in, asked to see some of our more expensive necklaces. Henderson brought the tray out of the safe and showed the collection to the people.
Henderson?
Yes. He's the clerk who was waiting on the people.
Oh.
I gave him his notice. I had to. It looks to me like carelessness.
I wonder if we could talk to him.
Yes, all right.
Thank you.
Miss Courtney, would you have Henderson sent in here, please? Yes, right away. What? No, tell him I'll call later. That's right. Have him leave the number and I'll call back. Right, yes. He'll be right in.
All right, thank you. How long has this Henderson been working here?
I'd have to check the employment records to be sure. Offhand, I think it's been about 5 years. Ever since we opened at this location. We used to have a store downtown, then we moved out here.
Mm-hmm. Where did he work before that?
Well, let me see. I think it was someplace up north. San Francisco, I believe. Yes, he worked in a store up there. Had excellent references. He's a good salesman.
But you gave him notice, huh?
Well, I felt it was the only thing to do. If he's getting careless, he has no business working in a store that deals with expensive merchandise.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me. Yes? Send him right in. What? No, please tell him to call later. No, I'm not into anyone. No one but Sharon. My wife.
Yes, sir.
Come in.
You want to see me, Mr. Armstrong?
Yes, come right in, Henderson. These are police officers, Mr. Friday and Mr. Smith. This is Charles Henderson.
How are you?
Hi.
How are you?
They'd like to ask you some questions about the theft.
Yes, sir. Anything I can do to help? Could you give us a description of the couple you waited on?
Yeah, I think so. The man was about 35, maybe 40.
About how tall was he?
Well, maybe 5'11". Might have been 6 feet. I'd say he weighed about 155 pounds, something like that.
Uh-huh. How about his coloring, complexion?
It was light. Looked like he'd been out in the sun, though. His nose was all sunburned. I noticed it because you don't often see people with sunburns like that this time of the year. You know, December.
Mm-hmm. How was he dressed, you remember?
Yeah, had a gray hat on, gray chalk-striped suit on, flannel blue shirt, maroon tie. Didn't see his shoes. He had on one of those new round collars, though. You know, rounded here on the collar point?
Mm-hmm. Was he clean-shaven?
No, he had a little mustache, one of those that looks like it's drawn on with an eyebrow pencil. Just a line, you know the kind.
Uh-huh. How about the woman? What'd she look like?
She's a small woman, not much more than 5'2", little, about 100 pounds. Real pretty. She had dark hair and blue eyes, very fair. I noticed it because I thought at the time that maybe she dyed her hair.
Mm-hmm. Did you have any marks or scars you saw?
No, I don't think so, no.
How was she dressed?
She was a little too overdressed. Had a dress and a coat. Had a jeweled clip here on her dress. She looked kind of flashy, cheap, you know.
Oh, I see. Anything about the way they talked and the accent, anything like that?
No, nothing I can remember.
Would you remember if either one of them wore glasses, maybe?
No. The man, though, he had a kind of funny way of talking.
What do you mean?
Well, he sounded sort of like one of those pitchmen on TV. You know, the kind that sells kitchen gadgets, things like that.
Mm-hmm. Could you tell us what happened, what they said when they came in, how they took the jewels?
Yes, they came in right after we opened, asked to see something in necklaces. Said they wanted to pay around $5,000.
Mm-hmm.
So I brought out the tray, but didn't find anything that they liked. And then I brought out the necklaces. Beautiful thing, $8,500. You know, Mr. Armstrong, the emerald-cut diamond with a small sapphire.
Yes, I know the one. Beautiful thing.
Excuse me, can I use that ashtray a minute?
Yeah.
Thank you. Wonder if you'd go on, please.
Oh, sure. Well, I brought out the other tray and showed them the necklaces in it. They both looked for a long time. Then the woman said that she didn't think there was anything there she wanted.
Mm-hmm. What was the matter? Didn't they care for our designs?
No, it wasn't that, sir. They just didn't see anything they liked. So they moved back to the other tray. Then the woman said she'd found what she wanted. It was a small piece, 3 diamonds and 4 small rubies.
Did they buy that?
No, they said they wanted to think about it. They made a big thing about asking me if I thought that it would be sold before they could make up their minds.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I told them if they wanted to put a small deposit on it, we could hold it for them.
Yeah.
Man said he'd rather not do that. He said they'd know by this afternoon. At that time, there were several people in the store, Christmas shoppers, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them were looking at a display of bracelets we had on the counter. I went over to them to see if there was anything I could do. You know, tell them that I'd get someone to wait on them.
I understand.
It's a foolish thing to do, I know that.
I'm afraid it was.
Yeah, I know now. Well, when I got back, the couple was leaving. They told me they'd be in this afternoon and let me know. Walked out of the store, and I stopped to help a gentleman that came in. When I turned back to the trays, I noticed the necklace in the more expensive tray was gone.
Mm-hmm. Would you be able to give us positive identification of these people if you ever saw them again?
Yes, I'm sure I would.
Wonder if you can come downtown with us and look at some pictures, see if you can identify the thieves for us.
Of course, if Mr. Armstrong has no objection.
Not at all. You like me to come along, too?
I don't think that'll be necessary right now. If there's anything we need, we can get in touch with you here, can we?
Yes, right here at my home. I can give you that number.
All right, fine.
Okay. Here it is.
Thank you, sir. Well, thanks very much. You ready to go?
Yes, sir. I'll get my hat.
Just a minute, Henderson.
Yes, sir?
As soon as you get through down there, come on back. Your job's waiting for you.
All right, sir. I'd like to come back.
Anything I can do to help, just let me know.
All right, Mr. Armstrong.
Not at all.
I'll get my hat and meet you at the door.
Right. Have you notified the insurance company of the theft yet, Armstrong?
I have a call into them now. I'm expecting an agent from the firm any minute. Sure hope you can recover it.
Yeah, sure. We'll do the best we can.
An $8,000 necklace. How do you think they'll go about disposing of it? Break it up?
Well, either that or leave it in one piece.
That'll make it kind of hard to unload, won't it? $8,000?
Not at their price. "10:37 a.m. We talked to the other people in the store. From them, we got verifying descriptions of the two thieves. 11:32 a.m. Frank and I took the clerk, Charles Henderson, down to the city hall and had him go through the mug books. We got out a local and an APB on the pair of thieves, and a description of the stolen necklace was prepared for the Daily Bulletin. The insurance company that underwrote the necklace got in touch with us and said that they were getting out printed circulars to jewelers throughout the country. The victim was unable to make an identification from the mug books. We had the M.O. of the theft run through the stats office, but when the possibles were checked out, we had no new leads. Further interrogation of the owners and employees of the stores in the immediate vicinity of Armstrong and Schneider failed to turn up anything new. The theft was not a new one. For the past 6 weeks, there'd been a series of burglaries taking place out on Wilshire Boulevard. Most of them had been exclusive women's stores or jewelry shops. To date, all of them had been articles of small individual value, none that approached the value of the necklace taken from Armstrong and Schneider. In an attempt to apprehend the thieves, all of the usual avenues of sale of stolen goods had been checked. None of the precautions apparently did any good. The theft continued. Another 2 weeks passed. In that time, the thieves hit 3 times, all in the same general area. The employees of the victimized stores were questioned. From the information we got from them, we could be certain that the suspects were the same ones we were after. On Tuesday, December 29th, Frank and I got back from checking a lead.
Well, there's another one that went no place.
Yeah, you want to check the book?
Yeah, I'll get it.
Anything there?
Yeah, there's a call here from Alex Olson.
Olson?
Yeah. Got a Dunkirk number. You know Olson?
No, that doesn't mean anything to me. Say what it's about?
No, so just call him, because it's important.
All right. Give me the number, huh?
Yeah. Here you go.
What is this, 190? Is that a 9?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it's a 9.
You don't make 9s very good.
Lopey, can't write.
Can I speak to Alex? Oh, Alex Olson. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. The hotel.
Yeah.
Hello. This Olson? Yeah. This is Friday. Police department. You want me to call you? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sure, I remember, uh-huh. Yeah, sure. We'd like to talk to you. Yeah. No, we'll come over there. That's right. You want to give me the address? Just a minute. Yeah. Okay. Right. Bye. Olson, he works for that carnival. You remember we talked to him last year? Says he wants to see us about some burglaries now.
Oh, yeah, I remember.
Says he's in with the thieves. "11:26 a.m. We drove out to the address Olson had given me on the phone. We talked to the desk clerk at the hotel. He said that Olson had just moved in, and that during the time he'd been there, Olson hadn't talked much to any of the other people in the place. The clerk gave us his room number, and Frank and I went up to talk to him.
Well, what
Where is it?
Joe Friday.
Just a minute.
All right, come on in.
Thanks. All right. Olson, this is my partner, Frank Smith.
Oh, hello. Yeah, I remember you. Sit down.
Thanks.
You want a drink?
No, thanks.
Oh, I gotta have one.
What was it you want to talk to us about, Olson? Olson? What was it you wanted to talk to us about?
Oh man. Going with a hangover. I really get him.
Yeah, well, let's get to the point, shall we? What's on your mind?
Oh, I'll tell you. I don't know why I drink so much. I feel terrible the next day. I always drink too much.
All right, now look, Olson, maybe you got a lot of time. We haven't. We didn't come over here to sit and watch you drink. Now get to the point. You said on the phone that you were in with a gang of thieves we're looking for. Now, what about it?
What I told you on the phone is true. It's all true. I'm glad to tell you. Get it over. Get it all out in the open. That's what I need to do. Get it all out in the open.
You had any breakfast yet?
No, I just got up before I called you.
Is there any place around here you can get something to eat?
Don't make no difference around here. Nobody knows me. I think there's a place down the street right next to the hotel. But what's all this about food?
I think you'll feel better if you have something to eat, won't you?
No, wait a minute.
You've had enough of that. Put it down.
I don't want no food.
All right, we do. Let's go.
You guys are getting a little bossy, aren't you?
We want to hear what you got to say. You keep hitting that bottle, neither one of us is going to make it.
Come on, fella. We'll buy you some breakfast.
You got a coat? It's cold out.
Oh, yeah. Sure glad you guys came. I'm glad to get this off my
Wait a
chest.
minute. Those dresses in there. Woman's clothes. Those belong to you?
Oh, no. I'm just keeping them for a friend.
Well, labels on some of them here. Come from out on Wilshire, don't they?
Hey, you get a gold star. I'll tell you about them. That's part of the deal.
You want to tell us now?
Oh, look, you made a deal about some coffee. Maybe it'll help me find my hands. Are you going to back out now?
All right, let's go. We'll come back.
Sure, you can come back. Take all the time you want to. Look the dresses over. I got some other stuff you'll want to see, too. But come on, let's go. Let's walk down now. Let's not take the elevator. It's too noisy. Murder.
All right.
What's this other stuff you wanted to show us, Olson?
The jewelry. I got some of it in the dressers. Cheap stuff. It's nothing worth anything. It's cheap.
Where'd you get the clothes and jewelry?
Oh, Red asked me to keep him for him.
Who?
Well, he's the guy you want. He's the one that's engineering the theft. He's the one. The real crumb. Big man. He's the one you want. I'd like to see you get it.
How many other people working with him?
3 others.
You know who they are?
Sure. I know the whole story, start to finish. I know the whole thing. I'll tell you. I'll tell you all about it. Let's go out the side way.
All right. Now, where's this coffee shop?
Oh, wait a minute. You sure you wouldn't like a belt?
No, and neither do you. Now, let's go.
Okay, you're calling it. Restaurant's right down here, just a couple of doors.
You know where this Red is?
Yeah, I'll tell you. He's the one you want.
How about the woman who works with him?
Oh, that's May. Red's not the guy who goes into the stores, though. The fellow that works that part of the operation is his brother-in-law, a guy named Hank.
What was her name?
May.
Was May. Is she the woman in the team?
Yeah. Red wouldn't trust anybody else. Oh, yeah. He's a big man, you know. You don't believe it, you just ask Red. He'll tell you. Big man, big bum.
This the place?
Yeah. You positive? No, I guess you wouldn't.
Booth in the back, all right?
Yeah. Hey, Joe, it doesn't look like they got service in the booth. What do you want, Olson?
Well, it ain't what I want, but I'll settle for a cup of coffee.
Joe?
Yeah, that's right for me.
I'll get it and bring it back.
All right. Come on, Olson, let's go there. Sit down. All right, now suppose you start right at the beginning and tell me about it, huh? Who's Red? How do they work the operation? Where can we find them? Tell us everything.
All right. Well, first off, Red's real name is Keith Jameson. They call him Red because he's got red hair, I figure.
Yeah. What's he do for a living?
He works for Carney. Most of the year we're on the road. This the off-season, so he's laying up in a trailer camp out in the valley. He doesn't do anything regular now. He steals.
Is he one of the owners of this carnival?
No, he runs a pitch game. You know, rings and the pegs. If you play real good, you can win a quarters with a slum for $5.
Mm-hmm.
How about his wife? She travel with the show?
Yeah, she travels. It ain't a regular show. Not Red's part. He's just got a concession. You know, he goes with the show like a leech. He's been thrown out of a dozen carnies for crooked stuff. His brother-in-law's a dip when we're on the road. Picks pockets in the crowd around Red's place. He's gotten us all in a lot of trouble. No carny in the country will have us around anymore. Don't take him long to get wise to us.
Mm-hmm. He's the one that's in on the burglaries with Red and his wife, is that it?
That's right. He lists the stuff.
How about his wife? Where's she fit in?
Well, she's the distraction. You know, the one that comes up and asks questions, pulls the clerk away so Hank can list the stuff. In case there's any trouble, Hank acts as lumber, too.
What do you mean, lumber?
Well, you know, muscle. He takes care of the guys that
Oh, yeah.
beef.
Mm-hmm. Hey, will you give me a hand with that, huh, Frank?
Yeah, here. Look at my thumb. That's splashed on it. Think it's blistered?
No, it's good hot coffee in it. There you are, Olson.
Oh, thanks. Come on, pass the sugar, will you?
Yeah, there you are. Where do you fit into this, Olson?
No place, really. I'm just along for the ride. I think Red figures sometime the axe is going to fall and he wants my head under it. I usually hold on to the stolen stuff until Red finds a buyer.
Does he use a fence?
No, he pushes the stuff himself. He usually works on a tip. You know, somebody wants to buy a piece of merchandise, Red meets him, sets up a deal.
Uh-huh. You willing to cooperate with us all along the line on this thing?
Sure, I'll go along with you.
You know where the necklace is that they lifted a couple of weeks ago?
Yeah, Red's got it. He's looking for a buyer now.
You think you can set up a meet for us?
Yeah, if you thought you wanted to buy the piece, it could be done.
Can you set up the meet?
Sure. I want to see you get him.
Tell me something. How are you going to come out on this if we pick up Red and the others? What do you want out of it?
I got my reasons. I got good reasons.
You want to tell us what they are?
Sure, I got no reason not to. Give me the sugar again, man.
Yeah.
You see, Red figures he's going to make a sideshow character out of me next season. I'm not going to go that route.
Yeah? What do you mean?
Oh, you know, the wild man from Borneo sit in a pit all day and yell at the customers. Pitch like that always draws a big crowd. Red figures it'll be good for picking pockets.
Yeah.
You ought to know by now Red's out of his mind.
Yeah.
Wild man from Borneo. Even a leopard skin won't help. Look at me. I only weigh 105 pounds.
You are listening to Dragnet, the authentic story of your police force in action.
Chesterfield is best for you. Listen to Chesterfield's record.
For a full year and 2 months, a doctor has been making regular examinations of a group of Chesterfield smokers, and he reports no adverse effects to the nose, throat, and sinuses from smoking Chesterfield.
Don't you want to try a cigarette with a record like this? Chesterfield. First with premium quality in both regular and king size. Chesterfield. First choice with Young America. And that's from a survey of 274 colleges and universities. Try Chesterfields today. Remember, Chesterfield is America's best cigarette buy.
2:24 p.m. We continued to talk to Alex Olson. He told us what he knew of the operation of the thieves. We went back to his room and searched it thoroughly. We found several pieces of cheap costume jewelry and several of the stolen dresses. Most of the other things in his room were worthless. As far as we knew, had not been stolen. We took him down to the city hall and had him checked through R&I. He had an arrest record showing several arrests for being drunk in a public place. We checked the name Keith Red Jameson through the files. There was no record on him. There was no record in the moniker file either. Jameson's brother-in-law and the two women were also checked out, but we found no previous criminal record for either of them. Communications were gotten off to Washington to check the possibility that the suspects might have records in other states. 4:40 p.m. We met in Captain Wisdom's office. Olson told us that he'd arrange a meeting for us with Red. While we listened on an extension phone, he called the suspect, told him that he had a buyer for the necklace. A meet was set up for the following morning at the entrance to Alvera Street. Red said that he'd have the necklace with him at the time. 5:37 p.m. Frank, Olson, and I drove out to the trailer camp in the valley. We checked the trailer that Red lived in and also the one his brother-in-law had. We got a good look at the car Red would drive to the meet, and then we arranged for a stake out on the trailer park. 8:23 p.m. The three of us drove back down to the city hall.
You ain't going to try and take him at the meet, are you?
We hadn't got around to that yet. Why?
Well, you do, and it's going to point straight at me. You ain't going to put him away forever, you know. He's going to get out, and he's going to draw a straight line to me. I don't want that. I got to be protected.
We'll take care of you. Don't worry about it.
Oh, big deal. You'll take care of me. Well, how? That's what I want to know. How you going to do it?
We'll get him before he gets to the meet.
Here you go in here.
Look, tell me, how you going to work it?
We'll come up with a way.
You ain't going to get near him in plain clothes. I'll tell you that right now. He'll spot you a mile away. Comes to cops, he's got eyes in the back of his head. You can't get anywhere near him in those clothes.
Don't worry, we won't. He'll be picked up for something else. We'll find the necklace on him if he's got it, and you'll never know that's what we're after.
Well, how you going to work it? How?
We'll be in uniform, in a traffic car coming in from the valley. That might work, huh, Frank?
Yeah, I think so.
He's bound to make a mistake. When he does, we'll be there.
Yeah, that'd do it. That, never.
Yeah, it ought to work.
Yeah, that'll work good. Yeah. You guys wouldn't like
No,
a
we
drink?
wouldn't. No booze.
Okay. I just noticed the bar across the street. I thought maybe you guys would like to stop there. I'd feel a little better about this if I had a drink, just a little one. Come on now, bud. Huh?
Sorry, Alex. We got to take you over to the main jail.
You got a what?
For the time being, we got to hold you.
Well, now, wait, it ain't the jail that bothers me, not being in jail. It's just that I hear it's pretty rough to get a drink over at the Gray Bar Hotel, you know. That's the only thing that bothers me. There's no room service there.
Yeah, well, it'll all work out for you.
Well, I don't know. Since I got mixed up in this thing, seems like I got no choice in anything. It don't seem fair. I got no choice.
DA's office will know what you did. It'll be marked down that way.
Oh, I got no beef with you guys. You better take it easy with Red, though.
Is that right?
Yeah, he's got a gun.
The following morning at 4:30 a.m., Frank and I were dressed in the uniform of traffic officers. We were parked 2 blocks from the trailer park in a traffic car. The meet with Red was scheduled for 9 a.m. The officers on stakeout at the trailer park told us that they'd seen no activity in Red's trailer the night before. From where we were parked, we could keep his car under constant surveillance. At 7:45 a.m., we saw the suspect and his wife come out of the trailer and get into the car. We followed them over to Ventura Boulevard, and from there down Coalinga Pass. We kept far enough behind them so that they'd have less chance of knowing that they were being followed. They turned by the freeway construction point and continued on down Coalinga Boulevard. When they got to the corner of Yucca and Coalinga, they made a mistake. They turned left from the wrong lane of traffic. Well, that's it. You want to hit the siren?
Yeah.
I got the light.
He's going straight down Yucca, Joe.
Yeah. Pull up behind him, huh?
Right.
Okay, he sees us. He's pulling over.
I'll cover the other side.
Watch yourself.
Right.
What's wrong, officer? I didn't do anything.
See your operator's license, please?
Sure, it's in my pocket. I'll get it.
You want to get out of the car, please?
Well, I don't have to get out to show you my driver's
I'd like to have you get out of the car.
Don't argue with him, Red. Do what he says.
What's all this about, anyway? What do you stop me for?
You made an illegal left turn back there at Coalinga.
Illegal? Oh, you got the wrong guy. See that guy in front of me? He jumped the light something awful. He's the guy you ought to be after. He's the one, not me.
All right, move over to the car.
What?
Over by the car. Now put your hands up there. No, against the car.
I don't know what you mean.
Now come off it, Jameson. You know what we meet. All right, Jameson, on your feet.
What are you doing? You got no right to beat him up like that. A big thing for making a left turn. What are you guys trying to prove? Just wait until the papers get this. We got friends, you know.
All right,
big
lady,
friends.
take it easy.
I won't take it easy. Man makes a mistake, and you cops act like you were the judges. You got no right to treat a citizen like that.
Here, Frank, you want to hold it?
Yeah. 38 calls. You play rough, don't you, Red?
Shut up.
What's this, Red?
You leave that alone. That's mine. Doesn't concern you.
Necklace, Joe?
Yeah.
So it's a necklace. What's that prove? You got nothing on us. Write out the ticket for the left turn and let us go. That's all you got.
Got a permit for this gun?
No.
This necklace was stolen. You know that, don't you?
I don't know anything about it. I'm not going to say anything until I see a lawyer. Nothing.
I knew this would happen. Always knew it about you. You're yellow. Willing to take a chance as long as you ain't going to be nailed. Let something go wrong and right away you start screaming for a lawyer. Poor excuse for a man. You took a chance and you lost. Well, don't be a coward about it. You got no excuse. None in the world. You got no excuse at all.
Well, that makes you even, lady.
Huh?
Neither of you.
The story you have just heard is true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On April 15th, trial was held in Department 87, Superior Court of the State of California, in and for the County of Los Angeles. In a moment, the results of that trial.
Now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you, George Fenneman. I sure hope you were listening real close to what George Fenneman had to say tonight, because it proves what I always tell you. You can't beat the premium quality you get in Chesterfield, regular or king size. I'd like you to try Chesterfields. They're much milder, and they have a wonderful taste.
Henry Donald Swenson, Anna Catherine Swenson, and May Ruth Jameson were tried and convicted of 5 counts of burglary in the second degree. They received sentence as prescribed by law. Burglary in the second degree is punishable by imprisonment in the state penitentiary for a period of not less than 1 nor more than 15 years. Keith Walter Jameson was tried and convicted for receiving stolen property on 5 counts and received sentence as prescribed by law. Receiving stolen property is punishable by imprisonment in the state penitentiary for a period not to exceed 10 years. Because of his cooperation, Alex Robert Olson received a lighter sentence and was placed on probation. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. Technical advisors Captain Jack Donahoe, Sergeant Marty Wynn, Sergeant Vance Brasher. Heard tonight were Ben Alexander, Stacey Harris, script by John Robinson, music by Walter Schumann. Hal Gibney speaking.
For a million laughs, tune in Chesterfield's Martin and Lewis Show, Tuesday on this same NBC station. And sound off for Chesterfield. Either regular or king size, you'll find premium quality Chesterfield much milder. Chesterfield is best for you.
Chesterfield has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles.
Now, new Fatima has the tip for your lips. Fatima tips of perfect cork. King size for natural filtering. Fatima quality for a much better flavor and aroma. So remember, new Fatima has the tip for your lips. Fatima. See how smooth they are.
Remember, Fatima is made by the makers of Chesterfield, Liggett and Myers, one of tobacco's most respected names.
Tonight, it's Adventure with Barry Craig on NBC.
If your engine isn't starting on cue, put in a fresh set of Champion spark plugs at least once a year. Champion and your engine can make beautiful music together. You can't buy a better plug.
And now, let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
A special rebroadcast for the American Armed Forces and their allies. You're invited to drop in where the elite meet to eat. Duffy's Tavern.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where the elite meet to eat. Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Tonight, Adolphe Manjou. Adolphe Manjou. Well, you remember Theda Barra? Well, Manjou was a fashion plate when she was still a dish. Yeah, he's a terrific guy, Duffy. Very suave. Huh? Your wife says you're suave? Duffy, she means a big fat suave. You know who else is coming down here tonight, Duffy? That French dame, Yvette. Yvette. Y-V-E-T-T-T-T-E. Yeah, she's a female chanteuse. Yeah. Yeah, she sings, too. Huh? Duffy? Oh, well, Duffy, I gotta go now. You know, Clancy the cop. Yeah, Flatfoot Clancy. Well, the club he belongs to is having a meeting here tonight. The name of the club? The Policeman's Tuesday Night Foot Bath and Discussion Club. Yeah. Adolf Muncher's going to give a lecture on men's clothes. I'm writing it for him. Yeah. I call it Men's Fashions Through the Ages, from the fig leaf to the BVD. Yeah. Okay, well, I'll call you back, Duffy. Don't bother me, Eddie. I gotta finish writing this lecture now. The well-dressed man must watch out how he garbs himself, because he is always judged by his garbage. Since from time immemorial...
Mr. Archer, just a minute. You writing a talk on men's clothes?
Yeah.
For Adolf Monju?
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Eddie, to any other man, that would be an insult.
To any other man, I'd apologize.
Accepted.
You talking about clothes. Look at you. Your hat's bashed in. There's a rip in your pants. Gravy on your shirt. A hole in your socks.
Well, Eddie, I'm wearing sports clothes. Besides, it's undue rigueur to look too spick and spat. A man's clothes should have an air of carelessness, casual.
Oh, yeah. That's why you look like a casualty?
Right. Yeah, I've always been a snappy dresser, Eddie. When I was a kid, you know what the gang on the block used to call me? Archie the Fop. And why?
Speech impediment?
No, because I was always so well groomed. Always first with the new styles. I remember I was the first guy on the block to come around with two-tone sneakers. And very fastidious, Eddie. I was the kind of a guy, you know, if me collar got dirty, I'd change the whole shirt. So, just because I don't look like I'm standing in Taylor's window like a dummy...
Hello,
Finnegan. Finnegan, is your tailor's name Sam?
So why,
I think he made the pants too long. Finnegan, you can't even see your shoes.
Well, tell you the truth, I'm trying to hide my shoes, George.
Why?
Well, I'm a little ashamed. 2 of the buttons is missing.
Finnegan, are you still wearing button shoes?
Well, I can't get no shoes on account of this rationing.
What's the matter? Ain't you got an 18 coupon?
Yeah, but what good is it? I wear a 12.
Look, Finnegan, that's got nothing to do with it. You could have got your right size and taken your change in red tokens. But outside of the shoes, you look very nice, Finnegan.
Yeah.
That bow tie. Very smart.
Oh, just something I threw on.
Yeah. Oh, it's very nice. Goes with everything. You could even wear a shirt with it.
Hey, that's a very good idea. You're just the guy to help me with me problem.
What's the problem, Finnegan?
Oh, well, look, someday I get a full dress suit. Should I wear gold studs or silver studs?
Full dress suit. Well, it all depends, Finnegan.
On what?
On how much they want to spend on you, funeral.
Funeral? Who's dead?
You are.
Oh. Well, we all gotta go sometime.
Look, Finnegan, don't bother me now. Tell Adolf Monju your trouble when he gets here, huh?
Yeah, I will.
Say, Archie.
Yeah, Miss Duffy.
What's this I hear about a new French singer coming down here?
So what about it?
Well, if you're going to hire a singer, what's wrong with my singing?
Just 2 things, Miss Duffy. And they're both adenoids.
Oh, yeah? Well, don't say I didn't warn you, Archie. Papa hates French chanteuses.
He don't like nothing unless it's an Irish tenor. You play a Caruso record to him, you got to tell him it's John McCormick. That dopey, stupid Duffy.
Now, just a second, Archie. Don't forget that stupid as he is, you are talking to my father's own flesh and blood.
Granted, but why does he have to have such a maniac over Irish tenors?
Because he's sentimental. Such a sweet old softy. You should see him when there's an Irish tenor singing on the radio. He melts. I have even seen him stop hitting Mama till the song was over. Yeah, and he's right, because the Irish are the best singers in the world.
Now, wait a minute. That's a very broad statement. Don't forget that there are Russians and other creeds who are pretty good singers, too. What about Tolstoy?
Well, yes, Tolstoy. But that's only one case. What about Gallikurti?
What about Gallikurti?
Well, wasn't he a great singer?
Well, certainly Gallikurti was a great singer.
And where did Gallikurti come from?
From Italy.
Well, Italy is not Russia, is it?
No.
Well, there you are.
There I am where, Miss Duffy?
Well, if Italy is not Russia and Gallikurti came from Italy, how can you say that Tolstoy is a better singer than the Irish?
Would you mind playing that back again? No, you better not. Look, Miss Duffy, I didn't say that Tolstoy is a better singer than the Irish.
All right. Go ahead. Go ahead and get a Russian. Go get Gallikurti.
If I did get Gallikurti, your old man would want him to sing Wee Wee McCree.
Archie, the name of the song is Wee Wee Mother McCree.
Eddie, I gotta get this lecture finished for right out Monju. Hey, wait a minute. Who's that lovely dish coming in, Eddie?
I think that's that French singer you're expecting, Miss Yvette.
Oh, what a hunk of French pastry. Good evening, chérie, mademoiselle. Leave me bid you besame mucho.
Merci, monsieur.
Well, the merci is mutual. Vous êtes très revisant.
Vous êtes gentil, monsieur. Où avez-vous appris à parler le français?
Oui.
Monsieur n'a pas compris ma question.
Oui. Parlez-vous français?
Oui, naturellement. Très bien, monsieur.
Yvette, you make me feel right at home.
Why? Are you French?
A part. Only a small part, of course.
Was your mother French?
My mother was French, yeah.
And your father?
He's French, too.
Oh. Well, then, why are you only part French?
Well, we were a very large family.
Oh.
Yeah, but... I was brought up talking French. You know, I remember I was 15 years old before I learned to say hot dog instead of crepe Suzette.
Are you the manager of this tavern?
Yeah, I'm Archie, the maitre d'.
Excuse me, Mrs.
Who are you?
I'm Eddie, the waiter d.
Eddie, please, one does not interrupt a tete-a-tete unless one wants all of one's teeth knocked out.
But the customers would like to hear Miss Yvette sing.
Oh, Mademoiselle Yvette, voulez chanter us a small shanty? Monsieur Venuti.
We, Art.
Si vous play a number for Mademoiselle Yvette?
Okay, fellas. Attention. Un, deux, trois, go.
Cathedral bells were tolling, and our hearts sang on. Was it the spell of Paris, or the London dawn? Who knows when we shall meet again? But when the morning chimes ring sweet again, sweet again, I'll be seeing you in all the old familiar places that this heart of mine retraces all day through. In that small cafe, the park across the way, the children's carousel, the chestnut tree, the wishing well. I'll be seeing you in every lovely summer's day, in everything that's light and gay. I'll always think of you that way. I'll find you in the morning sun, and when the night is new, I'll be looking at the moon, but I'll be seeing you in every lovely summer's day, in everything that's light and gay. I'll always think of you that way. I'll find you in the morning sun, and when the night is new, I'll be looking at the moon, but I'll be seeing you.
Yvette. You know, we ought to have a dame like that singing the joint regular. You know, she could have cracked the French crowd.
Yeah, she's already doing it. Here comes Mr. Adolphe Monjou now.
Well, Adolphe. Well, Mr. Monjou, Duffy's is indeed proud to welcome a man of your distinguished haberdashery. And furthermore, it is with humble hospitability that we solicit our extentations to your august presence amidst these circular glooms.
What is this, a filibuster?
What's a filibuster?
Well, it's a speech about nothing made by a guy who knows all about it.
Imagine meeting Adolphe Monjou in person. You know, I never missed one of your pictures.
Well, it's nice to meet one of the paying public.
Well, you didn't make much off of me, you know. During most of your career, I got in for half price.
Archie, please. Never remind an actor of his age. It's tough enough to face the fact that I'm nearing 39.
39. What is this, your second time around?
Hi, Art. Can I ask him that question now?
Oh, yeah, Mr. Magee, this is Clifton Finnegan. He has a problem.
I'll say he has.
Well, Mr. Macho, here is my problem. When I get my full dress suit, should I wear gold studs or silver studs?
Well, that varies according to the taste of the undertaker.
Undertaker, that's just what Archie said. Mr. Macho, this full dress suit is going to be for me wedding.
A wedding?
Yeah.
Well, is it an afternoon or an evening affair?
Oh, I expect it to last longer than that.
Just a second, Finnegan. When are you getting married?
Oh, just as soon as I get the license.
Well, congratulations. Where did you get the girl?
Don't they give you that with the license?
And thank you, Clifton Finnegan. Say, Dolph, talking about clothes, that's a nice-looking suit you got on there. Buy it new?
No, I had it made.
Yeah, you have to have it made. I don't. I just walk into a store, put on a 38 suit, have the sleeves lengthen the pants, take in the waist, pad the shoulders, reset the buttons, and walk right out with a suit. A perfect 38.
Well, I have to have mine made. I guess I'm just a misfit.
Yeah, I guess you are then, huh? Well, the one you look, the one you got on there looks pretty good. How do you get that nice sharp crease in the pants?
Well, I have a smooth mattress.
I use a damp cloth and a hot rock.
What do you use for a damp cloth? That shirt you're wearing?
Well, I was just waiting for you to notice this shirt. How do you like it?
It's lovely. What color was it?
I don't remember, but it's nice material. Beautiful material. Feel it.
Mm-hmm. Broadcloth.
Yeah. Yeah, but what's the difference? It's a man's style. Like I said in the lecture I was writing here.
Well, if it ain't me old friend Archie.
Well, Officer Clancy. Excuse me a minute, Dolph. I'll be right with you. Clancy, I ain't seen flat in a foot of you in weeks. Glad to see you.
Well, it's lucky I am to be here.
What do you mean?
Well, this morning I was on duty, taking a little nap in the back room over at Grogan's, when a terrible thing happened.
What happened?
Grogan's kid sneaked me blackjack out of me pocket and hit me over the head with it.
Well, gee, that could be serious, Clancy.
It was. It broke every cigar in me hat.
Well, I'm glad you're here. What about the rest of the cops in the club? Are they coming?
Of course.
How many?
16 of them just came in through the back entrance.
What other way? 16. I thought there was going to be 19.
Well, a few of the boys couldn't show up. You see, the commissioner has ordered a drive against bookies, and the boys are busy placing some last-minute bets. Well, Archie, when are you starting your lecture?
Well,
say, Archie, I have to be running along now.
But, Adolf, you can't go now. You got the lecture.
Well, what lecture?
A lecture on clothes that you're going to give to the cops. I wrote it for you.
You wrote a lecture on clothes? For me?
Look, Adolf, maybe I look like a bit of a slob now, but remember the old proverb, the hole in a man's pants is not the window to his soul. So what do you say?
No, definitely no.
No,
Archie, let me handle this. Mr. Minju, is that your automobile outside?
Yes?
Parked next to the hydrant?
Next to the hydrant? My car's parked at least 20 feet from the hydrant.
Okay, we'll move the hydrant unless you would like to proceed with the lecture.
And your point is well taken. Where's the speech?
Well, Adolf, have you looked over that lecture that I wrote?
Yes, Arch.
Well, tell me, what do you think of it?
It would take the heart out of Schaffner and Marx.
that is a very corny insult. Now, I write 'em, you just read 'em. Read the lecture. Now, Clancy, start the meeting, will you?
Okay, Archie. Here we go. The meeting of the policemen's Tuesday night foot bath and discussion club will now come to order. I now present Mr. Adolf Minju. No racket.
Gentlemen, leave us begin our discourse appertaining to men's sartoriality. Archie, sartoriality.
Yeah, men's clothes. What'd you think it was, a barber shop? Proceed ahead.
Mm-hmm. The first clothes that was known to primitive man was loincloth. But loincloth was difficult to get because loins is very ferocious beast. They do not stand still while you take off their clothes. So primitive man was dressed very naked until the invention of the sheep. The skin of the sheep is very valuable. From the outside we get wool, and from the inside we get diplomas. Archie, this is abominable.
Yeah, but you ain't come to the best part. Continue.
Well, the greatest step in clothing was the invention of the cotton gin machine, a machine for removing the gin from cotton. Well, previously, on account of the cotton being full of this gin, it was good for nothing. But after Eli Whitney's invention, cotton became the equal of wool, which never touched the stuff. Archie, where do you get your facts?
Research. I dreamed them up. Go ahead.
And now we come to Chapter 2, proper dress for policemen. Foot patrolmen should have their shoes stretched so they are large and comfortable. Mounted patrolmen will require other adjustments.
Stop it, Minju. You're a bum.
What's the matter, Clancy, you bum?
Why, the man that wrote that lecture should be thrown in jail. Who is the culprit?
Wait a minute. Not a word, Adolf. Let's stick together. Neither one of us wrote it, Clancy. It was wrote by an expert.
Who's the expert? Let me at him.
Well, we ain't sure, Clancy, but I think I know how I can find out. I would like to ask the assembled crowd here one interesting question. When wearing a full-dress suit, does one wear gold studs or silver studs?
At the times on the ties to your undertaker.
Here's your man, Clancy. Take him away.
Do nothing.
Before we leave Duffy's, leave us put a couple of nickels in Duffy's jukebox. The plant is spinning. The needle comes down. It's music.
Can find out. I would like to ask the assembled crowd here one interesting question. When wearing a full-dress suit, does one wear gold studs or silver studs?
At the times on the ties to your undertaker.
Here's your man, Clancy. Take him away.
Do nothing.
Before we leave Duffy's, leave us put a couple of nickels in Duffy's jukebox. The plant is spinning. The needle comes down. It's music.
Bésame mucho. Each time I cling to your...
At Georgia Pacific, it was here in the great Northwest that we first learned to make our forests yield even more by turning wood lignins into chemicals. Today, we've grown in the chemical business and into oil for petrochemicals, too. So what started by getting more out of every tree has taken us out here, where there isn't a tree in sight. Georgia Pacific. Oil, gas, coal, gypsum, timber, and the skill to manage them.
Now it's time to spend a day with Jack Benny's favorite crooner. It's A Day in the Life of Denis Day, coming up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, Denis Day. Every song that I sing, I'll sing for you, and I hope I can bring you a smile or two.
Dennis Day is brought to you by Palmolive Soap and Palmolive Shave Creams. Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Palmolive Shave Creams for a smoother, more comfortable way to shave. The Dennis Day Show, transcribed with Barbara Eiler, Bea Benaderet, Dink Trout, Charles Dant in the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Here's Dennis to sing Cruising Down the River.
Cruising down the river on a Sunday afternoon with one you love, the sun above, waiting for the moon, the old accordion playing a sentimental tune. Cruising down the river on a Sunday afternoon. The birds above all sing of love, a gentle, sweet refrain. The winds around all make a sound like softly falling rain. Just two of us together, we'll plan a honeymoon, cruising down the river on a Sunday afternoon.
Men, if you like oceans of rich, thick, moisture-soaked lather, try the new, different Palmolive Lather way to shave. A way that means smoother, more comfortable shaves for 3 men out of every 4.
Yes, the new Palmolive Lather Shave Cream way brings smoother, more out of every 4.
It's a fact, men, not a promise. 1,251 men tried the new Palmolive Lather way to shave, and no matter how they shaved before, 81% reported beards easier to cut. 76% said less razor pull. 71% said closer shaves. 80% smoother feeling skin.
And 3 men out of every 4 reported smoother, more comfortable shaves. The Palmolive Lather Shave Cream way.
Here's all you do. Wash your face with soap and water. Rinse. Soap your face thoroughly again. Do not rinse. Brush Palmolive Lather upward into beard to get the full benefit of Palmolive Lather Shave Cream's beard conditioning effect. Then shave.
That's all. But you be the judge. Get Palmolive Lather Shave Cream and try the new, different Palmolive Lather way to shave. Remember, it's proved. Proved to give smoother, more comfortable shaves to 3 men out of every 4.
Every spring, the Weaverville Women's Club, in its untiring efforts to spread culture among the townsfolk, presents its Drama Festival, a play written, produced, and acted by the ladies themselves. Now, in last year's play, Mrs. Anderson had only a walk-on, which on opening night became a fall-on when she didn't see the chair that was in her way. But this year, she's auditioning for no less than the leading role of heroine, and determined to get it, which is the matter now under discussion between our young hero, Dennis Day, and his girlfriend, Mildred.
Golly, Dennis, if they give the lead to that Mrs. Folsom instead of Mother, she'll just die.
Yeah, I know how it is. In our high school play, a couple of fellows were heartbroken when I beat them out for the part of Hamlet.
You played Hamlet?
Darn right. I was sensational, too. You never heard such laughs as I got.
But Hamlet's a tragedy, Dennis. Why should they laugh?
Well, when they raised the curtain, my suspenders got caught and I went up with it. But the orchestra covered up beautifully, though. As I left the ground, they went right into the Army Air Force song.
Well, that was quick thinking.
Yeah, so here I'm a smash hit as Hamlet, and what kind of a job do they offer me in your mother's play? Prop man. Feh.
Oh, but a prop man's job is very important. Did you get all the stage props on that list they gave you?
Well, all except the bloodhound for Act 2. I couldn't get a real bloodhound, but don't worry, I got an idea. I'm going to put ketchup on a poodle.
Ketchup on a poodle?
Wouldn't fool anybody, huh?
Of course not. Oh, what about the revolver for Mother's big scene? Did you get that?
Well, I couldn't get a real revolver either, but I got a swell water pistol. Look.
Denis Day, you expect the villain to shoot Mother with a water pistol?
What's the difference? So instead of being rubbed out, she'll be washed up.
Now listen, if you do anything to ruin Mother's chances in this place, she'll never forgive you.
Oh, I know, Mildred. I wouldn't do it.
Don't you realize how seriously she's taking it? Right now, she's upstairs putting on makeup, trying to make herself look like a girl of 19.
Gee, she hasn't much time. The play goes on in 2 weeks.
It's for the rehearsal she's doing today with the director.
Oh.
And when she comes downstairs in her makeup, we're going to pretend we've never seen her look so young. You understand?
Oh, sure. You can count on me.
Oh, good, because we certainly don't want her to... Good morning.
Why, Margaret O'Brien, what are you doing here? Well, I'll be darned. It's you, Mrs. Anderson.
Yes. And don't tell me I look like Margaret O'Brien. I'm supposed to look 19.
Oh, how much more far-fetched is Margaret?
Never mind.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Oh, Mother, I think you look simply marvelous. You're just certain to get that part.
Not with that sneaky Mrs. Folsom after it, I'm not. Oh, that vile woman, making those goo-goo eyes at the director.
Well, then there's only one thing to do. Be so good this afternoon, the director will have to give you the lead. Come on, I'll rehearse it with you right now.
You rehearse it with me?
Oh, sure. I'm a wonderful actor. Come on, give me a script.
Well, all right. Here, we'll take it from the middle of page 8. But it's a very dramatic scene now.
Oh, I'll amaze you. Go ahead, read your line.
Very well. Oh, don't look at me that way, Reginald. If you take your love from me, I shall wither and die like a flower without the sun. My heart will lose the will to beat, for it beats but for you, Reginald. Do you hear me? You must give me your answer. My soul lies bleeding, my body racked by indescribable pain. A torment which will drive me from my mind. Spare an anguished woman, I beseech you. Speak, Reginald, speak!
I lost my place. Oh, wait, here we are. Here we are. Please, Madeline, it is not my fault I have ceased to love you. It is simply your face.
That word happens to be fate.
Yeah, it is at that. Isn't it funny how it made perfect sense the way I...
Just read the next line.
Yes, ma'am. You must leave this house, Madeline, and never return.
No, Reginald, I will never go. I would sooner die.
By heaven, girl, die you will then, for I have here a gun.
Shoot, Reginald. I prefer death to a life of empty memories. Shoot.
May heaven have mercy upon you. Take this. Oh, my gosh, I didn't know it was loaded, honest. I'll go get a towel.
Denis Day, I don't know what your mother saw in your father, but I'd give anything if she hadn't. Now, get out of here.
I'm going. Gee whiz. Oh, yes, ma'am. What can I... Oh, it's you, Mrs. Folsom.
Good morning, young man. Is your employer, Mr. Jacoby, in?
No, ma'am, but I expect him back any minute.
I'll wait. I'm looking for an old-fashioned brooch to wear in a play.
Oh?
And our director told us Mr. Jacoby might have...
Denis, do you happen to have any old-fashioned... Oh. Mrs. Folsom.
Well, Mrs. Anderson.
Yes. How well you're looking, my dear.
Thank you. I'm in excellent health.
Oh, you look it, too. I've never seen the bags under your eyes so firm and well-rounded.
You're looking splendidly, too, darling, considering all that weight you have to carry around.
Thank you, dear.
Oh, my, isn't that an unusual hat you have on? What's it made of? Horsehair?
I'm not wearing a hat.
Why, can you forgive me, darling?
Oh, pardon me. Could I get you ladies anything? A Coke or a saucer of milk?
I just love the dress you're wearing, darling.
Oh, thank you, dear. It's from Saks.
You don't say.
Potato or flour?
Go to a neutral corner, Mrs. Anderson.
Well, while we're on the subject, dear, you should have a little talk with your dressmaker. He's been getting away with murder.
Oh, I don't think so. I just don't have the advantage of your distinctive figure, that's all.
Oh, really, dear?
Yes. I was trying to convince some friends only the other day that you weren't really the model for the new Hudson at all.
Well, Mrs. Anderson, just because my charm has won me the part in the play.
Charm? You've got about as much charm as a piece of warmed-over liver.
Oh!
And I know what you're up to with that director, too. You two-faced, hypocritical, underhanded...
Oh, ladies, please.
Mrs. Anderson, that's slander.
Yeah? Well, you're a sneaky, deceitful, treacherous hussy, too. And
that will be quite enough, Mrs. Anderson. My lawyer will call on you tomorrow.
Who cares? Send over your old...
Lawyer? I should say so. You have defamed my character, and this young man is my witness. I shall see you in court. Good day.
Oh, good heavens, what have I done? She's going to sue me.
Yeah, for every cent you've got, probably.
Well, wait a minute. What am I worried about?
You don't like money?
Well, of course I do. But you're the only witness, and you won't go to court.
But that's against the law. A witness has to go to court unless he's got a broken arm or a leg or...
Well, what's so hard about that? As we part, I leave you with an old Chinese proverb I just made up. He who bites hand that feeds him soon finds hand knocking out teeth he bites food with. Understand?
Chop, chop. Oh, my gosh, how do I get into things like...
Hello, honey boy.
Hi, Mr. Jacoby.
Hey, what's with Mrs. Anderson? Boy, if looks were daggers right now, I'd be, if you'll pardon the first syllable, a porcupine.
Oh, she just had a... She had a fight in here with Mrs. Folsom, Mr. Jacoby. They said a few words about each other's figures.
Oh, the Battle of the Bulges.
Yeah, they got madder and madder, and then Mrs. Anderson defamed Mrs. Folsom's character.
This is possible to do?
I guess so, because Mrs. Folsom is going to sue her, and she wanted me to be her witness. Only I can't be because Mrs. Anderson would kill me.
Honey boy, it breaks my heart to say this, but Mrs. Folsom is one of my best customers and also a social leader in town.
Oh?
Now, if you don't testify for her, I might as well close up the store.
Oh, gosh, then I'd be out of a job.
That's a logical conclusion.
But I can't let that happen either. Oh, this time there's no way out. Nothing I can do. Mr. Jacoby, where do you keep your razor?
Honey boy, are you crazy?
Where's your razor, I said?
No, honey boy, you don't mean...
Yes, I don't care if I did shave this month already. I'm going to do it again. It's the only thing that takes my mind off my troubles.
We'll continue this day in the life of Dennis Day in just a moment. Meanwhile, here's Dennis to sing Tea Time on the Thames.
hand. It's tea time on the Thames. It's you and it's me by the river, dreaming over a cup of tea, 'neath an old weeping willow tree. It's 4 on the clock, it's 2 hand in hand, but it's only memory. Tender moments that once wouldn't stay, now return and return every day. And once more we are one when it's 4. Matters not where you happen to be, you are always and always with me. When it's tea time on the Thames, when it's tea time on the Thames.
Well, Mrs. Anderson is being sued for slander by Mrs. Gertrude Folsom, and the only witness to the verbal assault was our young hero. If he does testify for Mrs. Folsom, he loses his home, and if he doesn't testify, he loses his job, which is as pretty a spot as he's been in during his entire career of innocent bewilderment. We find him now bearing his troubled soul to his pal and staunch supporter, Mr. Anderson.
Gosh, isn't it a mess, Mr. Anderson?
Oh, my soul and frail little white heart. You certainly get yourself in some dillies, don't you?
Yeah, I'll say.
You're sure that Mrs. Folsom didn't call Poopsie any names in return, huh?
No, she just stood there turning purple and popping.
Popping?
Yeah, first her eyes popped out, and then her girdle gave way, and the rest of her followed suit.
Too bad. If Mrs. Folsom had only had a few comebacks, we'd have a countersuit and they'd cancel each other.
Cancel each... Hey.
Huh?
Suppose I went down to the music store and rented one of those Webster recorders, and then I called up Mrs. Folsom and got her to say some nasty things about Poopsie. We'd have the evidence for a countersuit right on the wire recorder.
Why, Denis.
Yeah, I'm getting to be a pretty smart little sneak, huh?
You are. That's brilliant.
You're darn right it is. When your wife said we didn't have a brain between us, she overlooked the long shot.
Okay, let her go, Denis. I got the microphone right up against the receiver.
Great, here goes. Boy, I sure hope she's at home.
Now, make sure she doesn't recognize your voice now.
Oh, sure.
Hello?
Achtung an you, mein Herr. This is Otto von Platzenberger from the Platzenberger Brewery down dort in der Rote Piece von aufgespannt drin.
Oh? Well, what can I do for you, Mr. Platzenberger?
Well, I need a horse to pull the wagon, and I hear you got a nice big fat one there.
I? Why, whoever told you that?
Mrs. Clara Anderson. She said at this number I would find a big fat horse named Gladys.
My dear man, I'm Gladys.
Oh, yeah? You talk pretty good for a horse, you know that? Say, you want to pick up a few oats pulling a brewery wagon there?
Oh, how dare that Clara Anderson say I was a horse? That miserable woman.
Get ready, Mr. Anderson. The Iron Curtain's going up.
I'm all set, my boy.
Now then, you tell me something about this Clara Anderson. Yeah, my little gedumpster Bruce?
Why, she's terrible.
Come again?
She's obnoxious.
Come again?
Don't you understand me?
Yeah, but so far it's a little too clean. Come on now, pour it on there.
I'll say I will. Oh, she's the vilest, lowest, meanest, most revolting creature who ever lived.
Who's that?
Clara Anderson.
Oh, good. We got to mention the name from time to time in case somebody tunes in. Go ahead.
Well, Clara Anderson is... Oh, well, she's...
Ugly?
Yes.
Stupid?
Precisely.
Two-faced?
Extremely.
Okay, now you got the hang of it. Let's see how you do it alone.
I just don't know things bad enough to say about her.
Maybe I can throw you a couple of leads there. How do you like the way she dresses?
She looks like a warthog.
Good. What kind of manners has she got?
She was raised in a pigsty.
Oh, you're cooking wunderbar, Kit. Tell me, what kind of a mother is she?
Oh, she isn't a bad mother.
Ooh, you should have them out with soap washed out.
I just said she wasn't bad.
Under the circumstances, that's a dirty word. But don't feel bad. You did fine. I'll be the schnitzeltooth. Oh, boy, it worked. Did you hear her, Mr. Anderson? Did you hear her? And I'll bet that wire recorder got every word.
What odds will you give me?
What?
I just noticed that I forgot to plug it in.
Oh, no.
Yes.
Mr. Anderson, you know I never lose my temper, but the next time you lace Mrs. Anderson's corset, I hope you get knocked down by the recoil.
I don't blame you a bit, son.
Now I'll have to call her again. Is it plugged in for sure this time?
Positively.
Well, it better be.
Better not use the same voice this time, Dennis. She might get suspicious.
Okay.
Hello?
How do you do? How do you do? This is Renty Monahan from McSorley's Brewery. Put the horse on.
What is this? A game? Now, listen, I'm late enough now for my hair appointment at Antonio's, and I won't stand for any more fooling. Goodbye.
Oh, darn it, she's leaving for Antonio's. Quick, get your hat. I'm not out of ideas yet. Gee, then, Antonio sure is a pal. Does this white coat fit me okay?
Swell. How does that mustache feel? Is it too big?
Well, it might be. Whenever I talk, it tickles my ear.
Well, you'll get used to it. Now, I've got the machine ready in the next booth, and as soon as Mrs. Folsom comes in,
Antonio, are you ready for me?
We're off. Good luck, boy.
Thanks.
Antonio, are you...
Oh, you're not Antonio.
That's right. My name is Giuseppe Garibaldi Pasquale Bacigalupo Pignatore Barbarelli. You could have called me Irving.
You mean you're going to take care of me?
My shoe. I'm going to take a good care of you, kids. Now, what can I do for you, huh?
Well, first I'd like a finger wave.
Okay, hold up your hands.
I want my hair waved.
Mamma mia, you say your fingers, but you really mean the hair?
Certainly, and I want a facial massage, too.
Okay, where?
Will you please stop being silly and go to work?
Yes, ma'am. Here we go. Excuse me, please. I was trying to wave your hair and wave some of it bye-bye. Don't get mad, Baldy. I fixed it with the curling iron.
Oh, you fool!
You shouldn't have moved it. Now you got it the permanent way.
You must be crazy. How did you get this job anyway?
Mrs. Anderson, she told Antonio to let me wait on you.
Mrs. Anderson, again?
Push him out of the racket. She's a coconut.
Oh. She's a beast, that's what she is. An awful, horrible beast.
Louder, but don't run the words together.
Oh, that Mrs. Anderson is the vilest woman on this earth.
Yes?
And she'd be a perfect example of what's wrong with the human race if she were a member of it.
That's the girl. Get a hat, kid.
You're
Come on.
darn right. Listen to what I really think of her.
I'm gonna go now.
Oh, Denis, you wonderful boy. And you got all those terrible things she called me right on this record.
Yep.
Oh, now she'll have to drop the slander suit.
Yep.
Dennis, just for this, I'm going to give you a blanket pardon in advance for the next 10 stupid things you do. Which should carry you clear over the weekend.
Oh, sure. Matter of fact is I still have 9 of them left.
Huh?
Well, you see, I made a little one pulling away from the hairdressers in your car. Happened to rip a fender off Mrs. Folsom's car. She's suing you. Oh, now, don't get excited. I fixed the last one, and I can fix this one. We'll collect more than she does, too. All you got to do is cross Main Street at 2:30, and I'll have Mrs. Folsom driving about 60 miles an hour. And when she hits you... Oh, Mrs. Anderson, wait. No, not with the fire truck.
Here's wonderful news, ladies. Wonderful, wonderful news. Now there's something thrillingly new in Palmolive Soap's famous beauty lather. Yes, something thrillingly new. Palmolive's famous beauty lather now brings you new fragrance, new charm, new allure.
Millions of women will prefer Beauty Lather Palmolive over all other leading toilet soaps the minute they try it. For Palmolive Soap's famous Beauty Lather now has a new, clean, flower-fresh fragrance for new allure. new charm.
So, ladies, forget all other beauty care and use Palmolive soap the way doctors advised for a lovelier complexion. Just stop improper cleansing and instead wash your face with Palmolive soap 3 times a day, massaging Palmolive's wonderful beauty lather onto your skin for 60 seconds each time to get its full beautifying effect. Then rinse. That's all. All types of skin, young, older, oily, respond to it quickly. Don't wait another day to try Palmolive's beauty lather. You'll be thrilled by its new fragrance, new charm, new allure. Thrilled again by the fresher, brighter complexion doctors prove may soon be yours.
For new loveliness all over, use big bath-size Palmolive in tub or shower.
With the music of Charles Dant in the orchestra, here's Denis to sing his latest RCA Victor recording of 3 Wishes.
If I only had 3 wishes, here is just what I would do. First, I'd wish for days of gladness with someone sweet and true. For my second wish, a dream house, cozy fireside for 2. And the last of my 3 wishes, please love me as I love you. Cozy fireside for 2. And the last of my 3 wishes, please love me as I love you.
Good night, everybody.
Next week, tune into another Dennis Day Show brought to you by Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Palmolive Shave Creams for a smoother, more comfortable way to shave.
Tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Only Luster Cream brings you Kay Dumit's magic blend. Glamorizes your hair as you wash it. Yes, tonight, you can be a dream girl, beautiful Luster Cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a Luster Cream shampoo.
Listen again next week for Colgate's Hour of Fun, Judy Canova, followed by Dennis Day. And for another great comedy program, hear Blondie next Wednesday evening over your favorite NBC station.
Proceeding was transcribed.
I'm Dick Powell as Richard Diamond. Hear me tomorrow on NBC.
Let me tell you about a car. An honest-to-goodness, terrific car. This Chrysler Newport. I think it's one of the best values on the market. Compared to Chevy Caprice, for instance, Newport is longer, wider, has a larger trunk, yet Newport's 6-cylinder gas mileage is better. And when you get right down to it, Chrysler Newport is sticker-priced $43 less than Chevy Caprice this year, comparably equipped. Chrysler Newport. Now that's value.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, McGee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax for home and industry present Fibber, Magee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Wax has certainly proved to be very helpful during these days when we have to take better care of our household things. Take your refrigerator, for example. A great many of you undoubtedly use Johnson's Wax, probably the cream wax, to protect the outside against fingerprints, smudges, and dirt. But I wonder how many of you have discovered that you can keep the wire shelves from rusting by giving them an occasional coat of Johnson's Wax. Let me read you part of an interesting letter that just arrived from a prominent businessman. Our electric refrigerator, like all others, he writes, is reaching the used stage. The wire shelves were rusting, and I suggested to my wife that she should clean them and give them a coat of Johnson's Wax. It really worked wonders and completely stopped the rusty condition of the shelves. Well, I'm very glad to pass this man's suggestion along. Johnson's Wax does protect metal surfaces against rust and corrosion. Try it on your refrigerator shelves the next time you're waxing your floors, furniture, and woodwork. If you could follow a mail carrier for one day and see the mixed emotions that he leaves in his wake, it would probably wear you out. So let's just follow the postman to one address, 79 Wistful Vista, the home of Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Mersey-Dotes, a letter for Jones, a postcard for Magee, a kiddly-divey too, postage due. Oh, Mersey-Dotes, and number 79. And Dozy-Dotes, a little Amsey peanuts, wouldn't you? Indeed I would. Nobody asked me. Good day, sir. Have I the extreme pleasure of speaking to Mr. Fibber Magee?
You have, Bud. At least I am.
Are you the new mailman?
Yes, I am, madam, and please let the post office department know if there's anything we could do for you.
Oh, fine.
We'd be glad to take a letter or postcard almost any place you say. By the way, do you need any stamps today?
No, Bob, I don't believe we do.
Have you seen the new airmails? Very attractive and only 6 cents a piece.
No, I don't think we
Well,
need
how about some threes? I don't think any real American can have too many 3-cent stamps because...
Now, look, Bud, skip the salesmanship. You got any mail for me?
Yes, sir, I have. One letter. There you are.
Oh, thanks, Bud. Hey, what are you swaying back and forth like that for? You feel dizzy?
Oh, no, I'm just training myself.
Huh?
Someday I hope to be a railway mail clerk and just travel around like everything. Well, good day.
Great personality.
Yeah, reminds me of the Pony Express somehow. Around the neck, mostly. Hey, this is the letter I've been waiting for.
Who's the letter from?
Woman in New York that analyzes character from your handwriting.
Oh.
I sent her a sample of mine several weeks ago.
Oh, dear. What does she say?
Oh, boy, this woman is uncanny. She's got my character down perfect. Listen to this. Your signature shows definite professional ability.
Amazing.
Listen, it says, your writing shows a keen understanding of human nature, a deep sympathy for your fellow man. Hey, where are you going, Molly?
I'm going to whistle for that mailman. He gave you the wrong mail.
Wait a minute now. Listen to this. It says, it is to be hoped you are a physician, for you would have made an excellent one.
Oh, dear.
You are analytical. You have a deep insight into human nature, and you have what is more important, the common touch. You get that, Molly? I got the common touch.
Why don't you study medicine, Magee? Or would you have to go back and finish high school first?
I always knew I should have been a doctor. Always wanted to be a doctor, in fact.
If people could see your bedside manner when you're looking for your slippers on a cold morning, I don't think they...
The common touch. Dr. Magee, physician and sturgeon.
Now, listen. Now, look, McGee, don't start believing everything you read in your mail.
To think of the years I've wasted, the lives I might have saved, the suffering I might have averted. All because I never knew till now that I had it. The common touch.
You know, McGee, I always thought you had studied medicine at one time.
Did you really, Molly? What made you think so? Because of my deep analytical?
No. Because no doctor has ever prescribed for you yet that you didn't give him an argument.
Oh, yeah? Well, that's because they all got what they know out of books. I got it right here, in the heart. If I was to ever...
Oh, hello, Alice, dear.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hello, Mr. McGee.
Good day, child. Please sit down. What's troubling you this morning?
Why, nothing is troubling.
Come, child, relax. This, you can tell me, this nervous tension is something to be avoided.
Well, how can she relax when you keep staring at the child, McGee?
Are you sure you're getting enough rest, my child?
Enough rest? Jeepers, I get 4 or 5 hours sleep every day of the world, my dear. That's enough for anybody.
For a girl her age, McGee, she's... Say, how old are you, Alice?
4 going on 5.
4 going on 5. What's the...
Oh, my birthday is February 29th, leap year day.
Oh,
I have my 5th birthday this year.
Ah, a 5-year-old child. Well, go ahead, doctor. Examine her. Maybe she's teething.
Please, ladies, please. Less levity. We can have any less. Now, child, I want you to stop worrying.
Worrying? Criminy, I'm not worried.
After all, things like this may pass off in no time at all. The main thing is to...
Things like what, Mr. McGee? Jeepers.
Oh, stop scaring the girl, McGee. There's nothing the matter with her.
Of course there isn't. Nothing serious, anyway. Tell me, Alice, do you have a slight feeling of hunger before meals?
Well, yes, I do, but
Do you have a sort of a tired, sleepy feeling just before you go to bed?
Yes, is that very serious?
When you get out of the bright sunshine, when you go out of the bright sunshine into a movie theater, does everything go black for a brief time?
Gee, come to think of it, it does. Mr. McGee, is there something...
Now, Alice, what's the matter? You're getting pale.
I guess I don't feel very good all of a sudden. I think I'll go up and lie down.
It's the best thing you can do, child. I'm afraid you've been burning the candle at both ends against the middle. Here, have this filled.
McGee, what are you doing? You have no business writing prescriptions.
But this is just a blank piece of paper, Mrs. McGee.
Yes, that's to put your gum into. I don't want you swallowing it when you lie down. Now run along, child, and get plenty of rest. Drink a lot of milk, and don't worry.
All right, but jeepers, I feel awful.
Now, McGee. Jerry, what was the idea of all that?
The common touch, my dear, the common touch. Cheer up the sick ones and scare the bajunior out of the healthy ones. It's all a matter of human understanding. The common touch, and I got it.
Yeah, and you can have it.
Billy Mills and the orchestra playing Softly as in a Morning Sunrise.
Yes, the deep understanding of human nature. The humanitarian outlook. Take all the great physicians of the world. We all had it. The common touch. Now you take a great physician like Louis Pasteur.
Say, he discovered radium, didn't he?
Oh, no. You're thinking of the wrong Louis. That was Louis B. Mayer. Pasteur invented hydrophobia.
Oh. Well, it wasn't very smart of him. The world would be better off if hydrophobia had never been invented.
Well, that was his destiny, my child. When we got the common touch, like I got, we can understand that a human being is but a small cog in the vast machinery of the
Saved by the bell.
Yes.
Come in.
Ah, good day, Mrs. Magee. What a sight you are for sore eyes. And Magee, dear fellow, what a sight you are.
Nice of you to drop in, Mr. Wellington.
Hello, Sigmund, my boy. I trust you will forgive me for my rudeness at the Rotary luncheon this noon. I'm afraid I was not very tolerant, but that was before I knew I had the common touch.
What did you do that was so rude, Magee?
Oh, nothing really at all, my dear. It was really nothing. He merely sneered at one of my humorous anecdotes.
Oh.
The one about the little shepherd girl who disappeared, and they found her little sunbonnet weeks later out in the pasture.
Well, tell her the payoff, Sigmund. I consider it very amusing.
Thank you. The denouement of the anecdote, Mrs. Magee, is that the girl was victim of her own ignorance.
Yeah.
Her name was Ivy, and she didn't know that little lambs eat ivy.
Yes?
Oh, that's all.
Oh.
It went big at the luncheon, Molly. You made a fine speech, Wellington. Incidentally, you better watch your diet.
I beg your pardon, old chap.
What about his diet, Magee?
For him, I'd recommend a high-protein diet. No roughage. Lots of whole wheat bread. No pork. Lots of milk products. Get lots of rest and cut down on the smoking, Wellington. Better come back again and see me in about 2 weeks. And don't worry, we'll pull you through this all right.
You'll have to. I won't go through it willingly. Oh, so sorry. I almost forgot what I came over for. Will you excuse me, Mrs. Magee?
Why, certainly, Mr. Wellington.
Thank you. I say, my dear fellows.
Huh? Oh, sure. Glad to, Wellington. And don't apologize. Remember the sportsman's motto. It isn't how you played the game. It's did you win or lose.
What a charming person. Well, I must go home and give my Great Dane his German lesson.
You're teaching your dog German?
Yes, in case we wish to travel in occupied Germany after the war.
Yeah, but how do you expect a dog to speak German?
But he already does.
What?
I started him off with Auf Wiedersehen, and already he can say out. Good day. Thank you, old boy.
Well, what did he want, dearie?
Wanted to borrow $2 till Saturday.
Well, if you didn't have it, at least you're getting it.
What?
The common touch. No, I suppose a touch for $1 would be even more common. What's the matter?
I just wondering if Kramer's drugstore's got a stethoscope I could buy. What's a doctor without a stethoscope?
Oh, now, just a minute, Mickey.
Huh?
Don't go too far with this thing.
What you mean?
Why, the first thing you know, you'll be caught practicing medicine without a license, and I'll be writing tear-stained letters to the parole board.
Oh, come, my dear Molly, come. Medicine is merely a hobby with me. Remember, I have the soul, the heart of a great physician.
Really? Anyone I know?
Hand me the phone, my dear. I shall call the apothecary shop.
The what? You mean the apothecary shop?
Yeah, the drugstore.
Yeah.
Thank you. Hello, operator. Give me Kramer's drugstore. Just below... Oh, is that you, Mert?
Oh, dear.
How's every little thing, Mert? Busy. What say, Mert? Your uncle. Oh, that's tough. Lost a pair of rubbers, eh?
Doesn't he know where he lost them, McGee?
Sure, they went in the army. Mert's uncle runs a Turkish bath.
Oh.
What say, Mert? Okay, thanks. Drugstore doesn't answer. Maybe they ought to...
Hello, kiddies. Remember me, the man who sells the you-know that's so good for your stuff and things?
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hello, boy. Sit down and stop worrying about it.
Worrying about what?
The crease in your pants. It's all very well to be neat and clean, boy. But overemphasis on one's personal appearance indicates that one is socially unsure of oneself.
You feel all right, pal?
He's all right, Mr. Wilcox. The great physician was lost in Magee, and he's trying to find it again.
Health all right again, boy?
What do you mean again?
Well, you did have the flu, you know, Mr. Wilcox, remember?
Yes, and I remember a guy named Von Zell came in here and nearly ruined me. If you've got to analyze a character, pal, work on Von Zell. There is one.
Why, fine lad, Von Zell. Splendid personality.
Hey, by the way, what do you mean I'm worried about the crease in my pants? That never worried me, and you know it.
No, Mr. Wilcox is just naturally well-groomed, dearie. If that's a character deficiency, you could deteriorate a little yourself.
Oh, come. I was merely pointing out that too much neatness and couthness is merely the result of the subconscious mind trying to overcome a natural tendency toward sloppiness. Is that clear?
Well, personally, I think it's a lot of mahula. Ooh. When people are neat and clean, it only means that they like to be neat and clean, that's all.
Ah, but look, boy.
Do you mean to sit there with your head between your ears and tell me that people all over the world use Johnson's wax because they feel socially unsure of themselves? Birdseed. They use Johnson's wax because they know how it'll save housework. It'll preserve and beautify their floors and woodwork and furniture.
But subconsciously, boy.
Subconsciously, they feel they're economizing, too. Because wax-protected things last longer and require less frequent replacements.
Yeah, but the common touch, Mr.
The
Wilcox.
most beautiful common touch in the world is the touch of a Johnson waxed surface. The satisfying, smooth, satiny feel of a surface sealed against dust and dampness. Mm-hmm. And hey, if you want to play doctor, pal, don't try it on me. I wouldn't let you examine the tongue on my coaster wagon. Goodbye now.
And holding out on me, eh?
What do you mean?
He never told me he had a coaster wagon. Well, it's them little weaknesses of people that endears them to me. Hey, I wonder how I'd look if I grew a goatee.
Probably like a small buffalo, Bill. Now, listen, you can just sit here in your mellow little mood and love the human race. I've got to order some groceries.
Okay, Molly, dear. There goes a good kid. For her sake, I'm glad I never did study medicine. I'd have been constantly traveling all over the world, being consulted by famous people, with her sitting here alone, lonesome and neglected, watching out the window for her famous husband. I'm sorry, my dear, but my duty is to the world, I'd say. Did you know there was a petition to bury me in Westminster Abbey? No, not now. I mean after I'm dead. I can hear them bells. The chimes of Westminster... come in.
Hi, mister.
Good day, my child. Come in, little one. Do sit down.
Well,
I says sit down. I'm very happy to see you.
Are you kidding, mister?
No, my child. Why shouldn't I be glad to see you?
Well, gee, you almost hardly never are, I betcha.
But don't let my gruff exterior deceive you about my warm heart and great human understanding, sis.
Well,
Well, generally speaking...
My daddy says so, too.
Says what?
He says you're generally speaking.
Your old man. Yes, your father. Fine man, your father. Interesting example of a dual personality. If I can borrow a couple of pistols. Well, how do you feel today, sis?
Not very good, I guess.
You don't? I says you don't?
Don't what?
You don't feel good.
Gee, how'd you know?
Just a gift for diagnosis. What's the matter?
I got a little splinter in my finger, see?
A what?
A splinter. It's too small for a splinter and too big for a sliver.
Well, that's nothing to worry about. I got one in my own finger. Come, sit on Dr. McGee's lap and I'll remove the sliver.
Oh, you're not a doctor, I bet you.
Now, you mean if I never went through the ridiculous formality of getting a degree? No. But I got all the qualifications, sis. Human understanding, knowledge of people, and the common touch. Now, hold still.
Okay.
There. Now, that didn't hurt a bit, did it?
Gee, not a bit. I never even felt it.
Well, that's because when you're a doctor at heart, you got a sensitive touch, a dexterity in your hands.
There's another reason, too, I bet you.
What's that?
You took the sliver out of your own finger.
Oh, my God. Oh, my finger. Hey, Molly, bring the items. Hold on.
The King's Men sing Johnny One Note.
Oh, Johnny could only sing one note, and the note he sang was this. wild willy-nilly until he was blue in the face. For holding one note was his ace. Couldn't hear the brass, couldn't hear the drum. He was in a class by himself, by gum. Oh, poor Johnny One Note got in Aida, indeed a great chance to be brave. He took his one note, howl like the north wind, brought forth wind that made critics rave. While Verdi turned round in his grave, couldn't hear the flute or the big trombone. Everyone was mute. Johnny stood all alone. Cats and dogs stopped yapping. Lions in the zoo were all jealous of Johnny's big trill. Thunderclaps stopped clapping. Traffic ceased its roar, and they tell us Niagara stood still. He stopped the train. Whistles, oh, whistle, steam, whistle, hops, whistle. All whistles bound to his skill. Sing it, Johnny One Note. Sing it out with gusto. You must well hold the crowd. Louder and louder and longer and stronger and prouder than proud. Oh, sing Johnny One Note out loud. Sing Johnny One Note. Sing Johnny One Note. Sing it and sing it out loud.
What on earth are you doing, Magee?
I'm brushing up on my medical studies. Hey, we got to get a new dictionary, Molly. This thing hasn't even got a simple medical term like pneumonia in it.
Strange that our dictionary shouldn't have pneumonia. We leave it open half the time.
Ooh. Well, it ain't in here. Look, it skips from Newmarket right down to Newsboy.
Well, have you looked at the P's?
What good would that do? Pleurisy and pneumonia are two different kinds of things.
Come in.
Hello, folks. Remember me? I'm Beulah.
Oh, yeah. Toops is cook. Well, how are you, Beulah?
Come right in,
Yeah,
Beulah.
thank you kindly, ma'am. Thank you.
How are you getting along with the Toopses, Beulah? Mr. Toops like your cooking?
Oh, he do indeed, Mr. McGee. He do indeed. Anyway, just at breakfast this morning, he said, Beulah, he was addressing me personally, you know.
Uh-huh, yes.
Yeah, so he said, Beulah, he said, your biscuits are just like a feather. That's what he said.
Like a feather, huh?
Yes, and then he said, now can I have one that's more like a biscuit?
That old Mort, he's a clip. He's got more wheezes than a hawk shop accordion.
Hawk shop accordion, good man. Oh, he's real amusing, ain't he, man?
He's got the common touch, Beulah.
Well, what can we do for you this evening, Beulah?
Oh, nothing at all, Mr. McGee, sir. Nothing at all. I just brought you a half dozen cream puffs I just made fresh.
Oh, thank you very much. Himself here just loves cream puffs, don't you, dearie?
Yeah, I'd like to fall in a well full of them and eat my way out. Are you sure the Toopses can spare these, Beulah? We don't want to short them on ration points.
Oh, no, sir. Mr. Toops, he ain't one for dessert, you know, and I saved some for the kids. Besides, I just want you to know if Beulah's cooking, just in case.
In case of what, Beulah?
Oh, just in case, that's all. You know when a gal bend over a hot stove all day long, she can't get frozen to a job like that. Bye now.
Say, McGee, you think she's hinting for a job with us?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Sure. She's a creature of impulses, as I read her character. Impulsive, warm-hearted, and loyal.
Yes, sir. She's the kind that...
Ah, if I only had my medical degree. At $5 a call, I'd have made $30 so far today.
Come in. Oh, hello, Dr. Gamble.
Hello, Molly. How are you today, my little hypothyroid?
Please, Doctor, there's a lady present. I'd suggest we leave my thighs out of the conversation.
Don't mind me, boys. You know, it's been a long time since I was so delicate that I called a leg of mutton a limb of lamb. You know, you look tired, Doctor.
I am tired, my dear. I've been sick for a week, but my confounded patients won't leave me alone long enough so I can go to bed and rest. I'm so run down, I got tread marks on my shirt.
Trouble with you, Doc, is that you bungle your cases. Huh? You rely too much on materia medica, not enough on human nature. The best way to practice medicine is not with pills. It's from here, from the heart.
I see. And what would you prescribe for influenza, Dr. Gillespie? Long walks in the rain?
Not at all, my dear sir, not at all. But I'd mix a little kindness and warm-hearted understanding in the treatment.
When you say things like that, dearie, you get the moist, happy look of a horse that's just had a nice roll in a dirt road.
Now, look, Magee, when I passed my medical examination...
You did? Oh, that's great, Doc. Hey, Molly, Doc passed his medical examination. I was wrong. He is practicing legally.
Why? Why are you insulting little gutter snipe? Are you trying to insinuate
Now, boys, please. Come, Magee. Don't lose the common touch.
Oh, I'm sorry, Doctor. I forgot myself.
Well, don't remember yourself on my account.
I was merely trying to point out, sir, that in the proper treatment of people, understanding is the prime factor. You got to get behind the illness, know what they're thinking.
I know darn well what they're thinking. They're thinking, A, is this going to hurt? And B, is Doc Gamble going to let me off cheap?
The answer is yes and no. The trouble with you, you lack the important essential for greatness in your profession.
Yes?
Yes, the common touch.
Well, of all the impudent, unmitigated, double-distilled arrogance, how you can have the infernal, shameless, insolent bumptiousness to stand there...
See, no sympathy, no understanding.
Stand there and tell me I don't understand my patients.
Well...
For 3 grains of monoacetic acid ester of salicylic acid, I'd kick your pudgy little carcass from here to Helsinki.
Oh, yeah? Well, let me...
Now, hush, Magee. Look, Doctor, it's all from the letter that he got.
Yeah.
Letter? What letter?
This letter right here, Doc. It informs me in no uncertain terms that I got what you lack. Tolerance, understanding, the common touch.
Where did you ever get a letter like that, off a Ouija board?
No. From a handwriting analyst, Doctor. She says Magee has the finest possible character to make a great physician.
Yeah, they could tell that from my handwriting, Doc.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't it wonderful how accurate they can size a guy up from a mere signature? My gosh,
Wait a minute.
Huh?
When you submitted that handwriting sample, didn't you ask me to mail the postcard for you?
Yes, you did, Magee. I remember distinctly.
Oh, so what? So what, Doc?
This is wonderful.
What is, Doctor?
Huh? Why, his handwriting was so illegible I didn't have the heart to mail it.
Huh?
I filled another one out and signed his name to it myself.
He means they analyzed Dr. Gamble's handwriting and not yours, Magee.
Well, of all the dirty underhand... Tolerance, my boy. Understanding. Don't lose that common touch. Of all the dirty, low-down, deceitful...
For those of you who have floors of asphalt tile, either in your home or place of business, you'll want to know that Johnson's Glow Coat is the preferred polish to use in protecting these floors. You apply Glow Coat to an asphalt tile floor in exactly the same way as to linoleum. There's no rubbing or buffing. You simply apply and let dry. Glow Coat is self-polishing. It brings out the color of the tile, keeps it new-looking. It's a cinch to keep clean. And it leaves a tough film that protects the surface of the tile against wear, makes it last longer. And, of course, for the care of all your linoleum surfaces, Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat is the kind of product prescribed by linoleum manufacturers and good housekeeping authorities and proved in use on millions of floors.
Ladies and gentlemen, we want to thank you for the wonderful way in which you answered our recent appeal to you to buy war bonds. We're sorry we can't give you the final results as all the returns are not in. But we assure you, your response was magnificent.
And today is the final day of the 4th War Loan Drive. So if you haven't bought as many extra bonds as you possibly can, now is the time to show your friends and relatives in uniform that the home front knows what to do in the 0 hour.
Good night.
Good night, all.
The character of Wellington heard on this program was played by Ransom Sherman. This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson Wax Finishes for Home and Industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Look at yourself, sitting there watching other people play games, while your once hard body grows softer, and another weekend goes down the tube. We say, come on, stop spectating and get in the game. We're AMF. We make what it takes to renovate the body and raise the spirit. We make quality products, Voight balls, Ben Hogan golf equipment, Harley-Davidson motorcycles. AMF. We make weekends.
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
The Texaco Star Theater. The more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast welcome you to an hour of mirth and melody. With our star comedian, Fred Allen, Kenny Baker and Portland Hoffa. Our guest, Dr. Elias Bodenweiser, famous horse dentist. Win Murray and Al Goodman's orchestra. It's Texaco time. Ladies and gentlemen, if there is a joke told on this program, you know who tells it. This program, if it is a program, is a one-man show, if it is a show. And here is the one man, if he is a man. Fred Allen, in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Say, Jimmy, did I detect a note of bitterness in your introduction?
Yes,
Was that remark about my telling all of the jokes tinctured, let us say, a mite with the essence of salve?
Yes.
Jimmy Wallington. Sulking. Are you putting on a pout?
Yes,
Well, what's wrong?
What's wrong? It's the same routine every week, fed up.
What?
The diet. What do I ever get to... Yes. I never get a joke to tell. You know, I can get laughs, too.
Well, all right, Jimmy. I didn't know you felt that way about it. You think you can get a laugh. Now, there's a joke here coming up here, the next 2 lines. It's my joke, but you can go right ahead.
Oh, gee, thanks.
Oh, that's all right, Jimmy. Now, read this joke. It's on.
Okay, here goes. Why have all the women out in hot stopping slacks? 20 women out here were drafted by mistake.
Well, all right. Now, you've told your joke. Now, you satisfied?
Well, listen, give me a down. You tell a gag like that. Well, a juicy dog for yourself.
All right, you old budget. Juicy dialogue. I'll give you my personal dialogue. Now, these next lines right here were written especially for me by a man who lives under glass most of the time. Just comes out once a week and writes these 2 lines for me. Now, you go ahead. You can read them, James.
Okay, Fred. Here comes...
Go right ahead.
Papa comes down. That's it, son. Comes the lady week.
Well, there you are, Jimmy.
Now, wait just a minute. That was no joke. That was a fan do.
Oh, now, don't blame the lines. It was your delivery. You can't read them. You don't know how. Well, you're just not a comedian.
I suppose you can get a laugh with those same lines.
Yes, I think I can. Now, listen. I'll read the very same lines. And here it is, the latest news of the week.
Well, I'll be...
You certainly will. And when you convince yourself, it'll be unanimous. And now that you... and now the Texaco... The Texaco... Now, don't laugh. Your mustache hangs down and it looks awful when you laugh. Keep your lip up, if you will. The Texaco News presents its highlight from the world of news. Washington, D.C. Associated Press Index of Industrial Activity shows sharp rise in nation's business gains for fifth consecutive week. Since index only shows increase in big business, Texaco News interviews the little businessman to check on increases, if any, in the retail trade. Now, first, we turn to agriculture and question a man about farm, Fergus Till. How is your farming outlook, Fergus?
If he'd only make up his mind, I'd know where I am.
How do you mean?
Well, up to 2 years ago, my business was hunky-dory. I was going great gun.
I see.
Then he started changing his mind, and I was sunk.
Well, but how...
If he'd only make up his mind, I'd know where I am.
If who would make up whose mind?
I'll explain.
Well, I wish you would.
I will.
Fine.
Quit butting in.
Whoa, excuse me.
Quiet, please.
Well, all right, I'm shut.
It's about time. Now, where was I?
Well, you were talking about your business.
Oh, yes. I grow cranberries.
You grow cranberries?
Got the biggest bog in Jersey.
The biggest bog, huh?
I can grow and pick 2,000 bushels.
Well, good for you.
For 20 years, I had my cranberry crop timed to the day.
Well, how do you mean time?
Well, my crop ripened the last week in November, just in time for Thanksgiving Day. My cranberries was fresh from the bog.
Oh, I see.
If he'd only make up his mind, I'd know where I am.
His mind about what?
Thanksgiving.
Oh, you mean...
Yes, 2 years ago, he moved Thanksgiving up a week.
Yes?
My cranberries was timed.
They ripened a week late?
2,000 bushels. I'm left holding the bog.
Well, what about this year?
Well, this year I timed my cranberries so they'd ripen a week sooner. So what does he do?
What?
Last week he moves Thanksgiving back again.
Yes?
This year I'm going to have 2,000 bushels of cranberries ripe a week too soon.
Your business is all mixed up.
If he'd only make up his mind, I'd know where I am.
Well, tell me, Fergus, when you're stuck with 2,000 bushels of cranberries on Thanksgiving like that, now what do you do?
Wait till Christmas.
Yeah?
Shrink the cranberries.
Uh-huh.
Sell them for holly.
It's still the berries, and thank you, Fergus Till. Now, a man with plenty of troubles, Mr. Sigmund Toffee. What business are you in, Sigmund?
I run a pet shop.
A pet shop. And how do you find the pettery business?
Oh, it's brutal, brother.
But conditions are improving. Why should you have a slump?
Well, I tell you, I got 2 big bloodhounds in this shop. They got appetites like horses. When I was doing good, they ate up all the profits.
They ate the profits, really?
Yeah, sometimes I'd have a big week. Maybe I'd sell a snake or a honey bear.
Yeah?
Out the money would go for dog meat.
And now?
Business is tough. I got to cut down on the bloodhounds.
What do you feed them now?
Well, during the day, I don't feed them nothing.
Oh, you wait until night?
Yeah, when it gets dark, I take the 2 bloodhounds up to the zoo.
And?
I throw them over the fence. Then I wait till they're finished eating.
Oh. On the city, huh? But how does this affect your business?
Well, all week long, I keep the bloodhounds going at the zoo.
Yeah?
Saturday night, I lock up the pet shop.
Uh-huh.
During Sunday, the bloodhounds get hungry.
And?
I open up Monday morning.
Uh-huh.
No matter how many animals I left in the shop Saturday night, Monday morning, I got 2 bloodhounds.
You mean they keep eating your stock?
Every week I'm getting mice, rabbits, canaries, and mongooses on credit.
I see.
All week long I don't sell nothing. Saturday night I lock up my mongooses, canaries, and rabbits.
And?
Monday morning I got 2 bloodhounds.
Well, how long has this been going on?
6 months.
And despite the fact that business is booming all over...
With me, everything's going to the dogs.
The bloodhounds. It shouldn't happen to a man, and thank you, thank you, Sigmund Toffee. A businesswoman from downtown is Mrs. Dolores Bucksbaum. Now, what business are you in, Mrs. Bucksbaum?
Formerly, I'm running a delicatessen. The Salami Saloon.
You mean Salami Salon, don't you?
Salon Saloon, I'm closing it down.
Well, why?
The delicatessen is old-timey. Corny could be the word for it.
The delicatessen is through.
Far as the
positively. The old dirty liverwurst hanging on the door. The pickle barrel with flies making convoys for the pickles. All of this is passé, taboo. Also, it is unsanitary.
Oh, I see.
Today, diners is wanting southern cuisine. This, Dolores Bugsbaum is serving.
So instead of the salami salon, today your restaurant is called...
Mammy Bugsbaum's you all southern chicken fry you all.
And what food do you serve?
Southern dishes only. Corn prawn.
Corn prawn.
Candied yammers.
Candied yammers.
Chicken barbecue.
Chicken barbecue. Delicious. And how is business?
Always by Mammy Bugsbaum at his pick.
Well, would you say the general conditions have improved your business?
This together with advertising.
Ah, advertising. What sort...
While leaving the subway at Canal Street, a sign is reading...
What?
You are liking southern cooking, go straight ahead and keep on looking.
Then you have another sign straight ahead?
This is saying, for home-cooked food with nothing fancy, time right here, go off the Lancy.
And your next sign reads...
It's coming closer to good corn pone. Across the street, it's next to Cone.
And the next sign?
You are there.
And how does your last sign read?
This is it. We wouldn't lie. Mammy Bugsbaum's chicken fry, y'all.
Well, thank you very much, Mammy Bugsbaum. You all. Thank you. And from these little businessmen, we turn to a young man whose business is vending focal wares, Kenny Baker. Kenny's first sample tonight is Walking by the River.
There's dew upon the ground, and not a soul in sight. I'm walking by the river, 'cause I'm meeting someone there tonight. I hear a distant sound. I see a far-off light. I'm walking by the river, 'cause I'm meeting someone there tonight. The murmuring waters say there's no time to delay, so hurry on your way, my friend. If you don't get there soon, there may not be a moon to guide you to that happy end. My heart is riding high. My blues have taken flight. I'm walking by the river, 'cause I'm meeting someone there tonight. There's dew upon the ground, and not a soul in sight. I'm walking by the river, 'cause I'm meeting someone there tonight. I hear a distant sound. I see a far-off light. I'm walking by the river, 'cause I'm meeting someone there tonight. The murmuring waters say there's no time to delay, so hurry on your way, my friend. If get there soon. There may not be a moon to guide you to that happy end. My heart is riding high. My blues have taken flight. I'm walking by the river, 'cause I'm meeting someone there
Thank you, Kenny. And now a word from Larry Elliott. Proceed, Lawrence.
Go easy on that Lawrence stuff, Fred, or I'll haul off and call you John F. Sullivan.
John F. Sullivan?
I was talking to H. Allen Smith, the author of Low Man on a Totem Pole.
Yeah?
And he told me that...
Harry, people never invited me out. They were afraid I'd start a fight all the time.
Well, it just goes to show how much there is in the name, Fred. Sullivan's a fighting name.
Yeah.
It makes you think of boxing. And in the same way, Texaco Sky Chief is a flying name. It makes you think of soaring power, of smooth, almost effortless motion.
Yes, I guess it does.
And so, ladies and gentlemen, with this pleasant idea of Sky Chief in mind, try a tank full and enjoy the on travel. With this different premium gasoline, you'll sense in your car a new eagerness to take off, a soaring ease on the level road. You'll feel its quick upsurge to the challenge of a hill, its flexibility when you throttle down to a slow glide in traffic. Let the name Sky Chief tell you, you'll enjoy more than just driving. You'll fly the highway with this Texaco for those who want the best.
Mr. Goodman and his rumba rabble have just played Adios. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the door. It's always something. Come in.
What time is it? What time is it?
It's 9:20.
Thank you.
Just a minute. Who are you?
I'm Bolivar.
Bolivar yet. Anything to give me a headache. Oh, come in.
You have a headache?
Yes.
Here's a seltzer. Oh, shucks, I thought I had a seltzer, but I haven't.
But just a second. Who are you?
I'm Alka.
Well, that's radio. Bolivar doesn't know what time it is, and Alka hasn't got a seltzer. Oh, hello, Portland.
Hello.
Well, I wish you wouldn't bother me now. I've got other worries.
Oh, all right. I'll go over in the corner and do my knitting.
Oh, you're knitting? What are you knitting?
Well, I don't know yet.
You don't? Well, if you're knitting, you certainly ought to know what you're making.
Well, I started to knit a sock. I opened it.
Oh, but did it happen?
It can't slip.
It came out. Well, what do you...
I kept knitting, and it's like a leg.
After the sleep came out. Well, how long have you been working on this masterpiece?
I've been knitting 4 months.
4 straight months, huh? And what does it look like now?
Do you think Don Wilson could use a sleeping bag?
Yes, sir, You figured that up good, didn't you? We could have put a commercial in between those 2 words there. Sleeping. Yes, sir, if you ever fall on the point of one of those dull jokes of yours, what was the idea? What was the short pause for station identification? You want to read it over again and try it over, because then you'll have it right for midnight. You'll know. What does it look like now?
Do you think Don Wilson could use a sleeping bag?
No, I think he took the first one you offered him. That's a fine thing. There's one thing about nobody'll know who's the straight man tonight, anyway. But you'd better quit knitting, Portland. You'll end up like the cross-eyed woman who knitted a sweater for her husband, and he had to have his arms broken before he could put it on. The waist was a sweater, and the arms were 2 casts. He looked very well in it. Now, what about... but enough hilarity. Now, what about our guest?
He is America's foremost horse dentist. Mr. Allen, meet Dr. Elias Bodenweiser.
Well, good evening, Dr. Bodenweiser. Portland tells me Dr. Bodenweiser was off in yonder there in the stable. Well, Portland tells me, Dr. Bodenweiser, that you are, by profession, a practicing horse dentist.
That's correct.
And how long have you been engaged in this unique calling?
Practically all of my life.
And approximately how long has that been, Doctor?
Well, I'm 75 years old.
You are 75 years old? You certainly don't look it. Why, Doctor, you look 10 years younger than Jack Benny right here and now. Why, you've got more hair and one eyebrow than Benny has on that whole honeydew head of his. But tell me, Dr. Bodenweiser, how does one go about becoming a stallion bicuspid authority?
I started out as a veterinarian and finally decided to specialize in dentistry.
Well, did they have veterinary schools way back when you launched your career?
Oh, yes. I graduated from the Dr. Leotard Veterinary School.
It was sort of a horse Harvard, eh? Well, did they have degrees at that school, you know, B.S., Bachelor of Spavin? Or did they have fraternities like Phi Beta Coulter?
No, we all got diplomas the same as any other college.
I see. And now that you are saving the great American steed from pink toothbrush and receding gums, where do you practice?
Mostly at racetracks and in larger private stables.
Well, it must be rather difficult practicing horse dentistry.
How do you mean, Fred?
Well, when a horse has a toothache, he can't put his hoof in his mouth and show you which tooth hurts, can he?
It's easy, Fred. I can generally look in the horse's mouth and tell what the trouble is right away.
Well, tell me, does the mouth-happy horse go to see his dentist twice a year?
No, in my profession, it's the dentist goes to see the horse, the patient.
But it must be... You have a choice there with the dollar tip. Say, it must be a gala day in the stables, Doctor, when you come charging in, your forceps akimbo, your dental floss streaming in the breeze, your drill stripped for action.
I don't use a drill, Fred. Horses don't have cavities.
Why, with all that sugar they eat and not massaging their gums, why, I should think a horse's mouth would be a tusk shambles.
No, the average horse has a healthy mouth.
What dental attention does a horse require, Doctor?
Once a year, the teeth need filing.
Why?
The enamel grows into sharp points, and if not filed down, the points cut the cheek and the tongue.
Well, what about extractions? Now, do horses ever lose a fang?
Yes, I'm pulling them all the time.
You're pulling teeth all the time, really? Well, what do you do with your old horse teeth, Doctor?
I just throw them away.
You just throw them away, huh? Why, you ought to keep them. You can sell horse teeth to nearsighted elks for their vest.
I never thought of that, Fred.
Oh, yes. A lot of nearsighted elks go all through life always brushing off their vests. They keep mistaking those little elk teeth for tapioca. They're always brushing. But tell me, Doctor, isn't it rather risky making an extraction?
Not at all.
Have you ever started to extract a horse's tooth and have the horse then start to extract one of your fingers?
No, I'm very careful, and my forceps are 22 inches long.
Forceps are 22 inches long. Well, do you use the old dentist bromides when you're extracting? You know, like the dentist says, open a little wider, please. This isn't going to hurt a bit.
No, I just keep the horse's mouth open and my mouth shut.
You... That's a wise procedure, Doctor. I wish I had a horse so I could practice it. But tell me, Dr. Bodenweiser, what other dental work do you do besides filing and extractions?
I treat abscesses, broken jaw bones, and sometimes put caps on broken teeth.
I guess you must feel pretty good down at the track when one of your patients runs by in a race, sees you, and flashes his new inlay or bridge at you.
Horses don't get inlays in bridge work.
Well, right? I wouldn't know, Doctor. I've never even looked a gift horse in the mouth. But working around at the tracks, I imagine you've attended some of the famous race horses.
Yes, I've worked on War Admiral, Man of War, and many others. But half the time I don't know what horse I'm working on.
Why is that?
When I'm working over a stable of horses, they all look alike to me.
Well, naturally, you've got your head down in their mouths all the time. Now, you ought to take your head out and look around once in a while. There is a great difference between some horses, Doctor.
What's the difference, Fred?
That's what I say, Doctor. What's the difference? Why bother it? Well, now, do you ever find it necessary to give your patients Novocaine?
Not in dentistry, Fred.
Well, some people must give their horses anesthetics. If those... the doctor told me to give up tea, and I'm leaving it out of all the work. All he lets me have is a little bag for the knees of my pants, and outside of that... Well, what's the difference? Do you ever find it necessary? Anesthetics. I'll find the place. I'm coming. Track is muddy here. I'm coming along slowly. If those plugs of Crosby's aren't Novocaine from the hips down, Doctor, I'm crazy. Well, it's certainly been nice of you to stop by and horse around tonight, Doctor.
It's been a pleasure, Fred.
Say confidentially, Doctor, what looks good in the third at Belmont tomorrow?
I wouldn't know, Fred.
What? Why, you, a horse dentist, should certainly be able to give me a winner.
Why?
You're the one man at the track who can get his information straight from the horse's mouth. I thought
That's very good, Fred.
I thought you'd enjoy it. Thank you and good night, Doctor.
Good night.
Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Miss Wynn Murray. Wynn is starting her second week at the Radio City Music Hall tomorrow. Loyally, she fits us into her big scheme of things, here to sing Play, Play, Tina.
Play your happy song about a boy and girl whose love was oh so strong. Play it sweet, play it low. Let the whole world know how he wooed the gypsy stunner, how he wooed her till he won her, and they wed. Play, play, Tina, let your ocarina tell how he and she then raised a family. Oh, would for you and me instead of they. Oh, play, Tina, play, Tina, play. How he wooed her till he won her, and they wed. Play, play, Tina, let your ocarina tell how he and she then raised a family. Oh, would for you and me instead of they. Oh, play, Tina, play, Tina, play. Play.
Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, with your kind permission, I would like to read a message directed to our more than 45,000 Texaco dealers. Quote, the Texas Company has just donated this hour of radio time from July 1st to October 1st to the government. It is to be used by the United States Treasury Department to promote the sale of defense savings bonds and stamps. You Texaco dealers can further add to this investment in America. You are in business in cities, towns, and hamlets in every section of our country. You come in contact with millions of fellow Americans, those who travel along your way, and those who live in your communities. You, the more than 45,000 Texaco dealers, and those employed in turn by you, comprise a great civilian defense army on every highway and byway. So let this hour of your network time, donated to the government, be a symbol of the individual time and personal investment you will each put behind America's defense program. As a great group in constant touch with the public, Texaco dealers can do much to further the sale of defense bonds and stamps. So, Texaco dealers, let's go to work for Uncle Sam.
Texaco Star Theater continues immediately after a short pause for your station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WABC, New York, 880 on your dial.
That was just a little bit south. That was just a little bit south of North Carolina, played by more musicians than Maestro Goodman can shake a stick at. Maestro, you ought to get a bigger stick or a smaller band. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Mr. Allen.
Oh, yes, Kenny. Say, what is the matter with you? Where did you get that suit?
It's pretty sloppy, huh?
Sloppy? Why, Kenny, you are a herringbone nightmare.
It's my father's suit.
Well, are you sure he isn't still in it? I just saw something moving around in the back there. That suit looks like a shroud with sleeves.
I'm a mess, ain't I?
Yeah. You are a super mess, I must say.
Nice, thanks. Now look at my face. You notice anything peculiar?
Why, it's all blotchy.
Hideous, huh?
Gas plate, really? How did you ever get the front of your face that red? Have you been smelling an electric fan?
No, I've been using sandpaper for Kleenex.
Well, it's no skin off my nose, as the man said.
You know what I wish, F.A.?
What?
I wish I was as repulsive as you are.
Oh, well, Rome wasn't built in a day, you know, Kenny. It's taken me a good many years to get to look like this.
Gosh, if I could only get the skin under my eyes to hang down like yours.
Yes? Yes, I have the only eyes in radio with knapsacks.
Oh, Penny!
Yes, Porty?
The man is here with the dandruff. It's collect.
Oh, thanks, Porty. I'll be right back, F.A.
Well, who is this man with the collect dandruff?
Kenny ordered some dandruff for his coat collar.
What's going on here? First, a baggy suit he has on, his face is all blotchy, and now dandruff?
Oh, Kenny's also trying to get dishpan hands and haystack hair.
Dishpan hand? You mean he's deliberately attempting to render himself revolting?
Yes, he's trying to make a bad impression on Myrna Hornbustle.
Who is Myrna Hornbustle?
She wants to marry Kenny.
What?
It's Mr. Anelick's idea.
Anelick. So Anelick, the confidence man in whom nobody has any confidence, has got his talons in Kenny again, huh?
They started another business together.
Oh, not again.
Yes, they're running a matrimonial agency for June brides.
But where does Myrna Hornbustle come in?
She's their first customer, and Mr. Anelick guaranteed to get her a husband.
Oh, I get it now. She is probably buzzard bait. Anelick can't find her a husband, so he is trying to make Kenny take the rap.
That's why Kenny is messing himself up.
Well, darn that Anelick leading Kenny astray, making a racket out of marriage.
Marriage. Goodman is laughing, but not loud.
You know something about marriage, Maestro?
In my own house, I, Goodman, am wearing the pants.
Well, good for you.
I could go wherever I please if only...
If only what?
If only Mrs. Goodman, while I'm wearing the pants, would give me back the suspenders.
You're lucky she doesn't give you a belt, Maestro. Now, go away.
Say, F.A.
What is it, Kenny?
How do I look with this dandruff on?
You look terrible. Kenny, stop this sartorial hugger-mugger just because you want to fend off this Myrna Hornbustle.
But I'm in a spot, F.A.
Well, can't you get somebody else interested in Miss Hornbustle, Kenny?
I'm trying, Porty. I'm mailing out her pictures to bachelors.
Her pictures? What do the pictures look like?
I've got one right here. See? This is Myrna Hornbustle.
Gosh, she's beautiful.
Oh, wait a minute, Kenny. This here is a picture of Hedy Lamarr.
Put a beard on Hedy Lamarr and you got Myrna Hornbustle.
Miss Hornbustle has a beard?
Van Dyke.
A Van Dyke?
A duplex Van Dyke. It has 2 points.
But a bride with a beard, you'll never get a husband for her.
Why don't you send out a picture of Miss Hornbustle in a pretty dress, Kenny?
You can't see her dress, Porty. It's a pretty long beard.
Why don't you call in the Schick Injector Razor Company?
I sent the Schick Company Myrna's picture, and they wrote back, try the International Harvester Company.
Well, if they give up, you certainly ought to.
Oh, I've got to keep trying, F.A. I'm not trapped yet.
What are you going to do, Kenny?
I've got to find somebody else to propose to Miss Hornbustle. There must be somebody.
Well, don't look at me. I've got enough troubles without ogling a bearded lady.
Then, can I use the microphone for a minute, F.A.?
For what?
Well, Mr. Anlick wrote a commercial for Miss Hornbustle.
Well, if it's your only hope, go ahead, Kenny. Read your commercial.
Okay. Men, if you want to get married this June, don't shop around. Meet Miss Myrna Hornbustle. Myrna comes complete with hope chest, wedding ring, 4 pounds of rice.
And duplex Van Dyke.
Your druggist knows Myrna Hornbustle as Myrn, spelled M-Y-R-N. Remember, men, Myrna Hornbustle contains sulfur. She'll make the perfect match.
heard some insane things on the radio, but you and Annalik have sounded a new psychopathic low.
Gosh, maybe that's a client already. Hello? Oh, hello, Mr. Annalik. Myrna wants her deposit back? Well, I just broadcast it. Tell her she'll start getting a fan proposal tomorrow. Oh, she wants a proposal tonight. Okay.
What's wrong, Kenny?
Somebody's got to take Myrna out tonight and propose.
Looks as though you're hooked, Kenny.
Well, isn't anybody going to help me? How about you, Mr. Goodman? Will you take Miss Hornbustle out for me?
First, you will have to introduce Miss Hornbustle to Mrs. Goodman.
And then?
And then...
Wait a minute. It's not that good. We both have to read it. I mean, one of us can handle it, I'm afraid. And then after Miss Hornbustle has been introduced to Mrs. Goodman, and then?
And then, like little Caporis in the 4th race at Belmont yesterday...
Yes?
Miss Hornbustle is getting scratched.
Maestro, you are the only man I know who speaks a perfect broken English.
Gee, if that's Miss Hornbustle, Kenny, I'll talk to her woman to woman.
If I was one of the Smith brothers, I could talk to her beard to beard.
Hello? Oh, hello, Mr. Annalik. What? Miss Hornbustle's uncle died? She's inherited $3 million?
$3 million?
Oh, well, look, I think I can take Miss Hornbustle out tonight.
Kenny?
Just a minute. Yes, Mr. Goodman?
It is just coming to me. Mrs. Goodman is broad-minded. I could take the Slearney Hornbustle out tonight.
Oh, no, it's all right, Mr. Goodman.
I insist.
Oh, no, Mr. Goodman.
Yes,
Kenny. Now, wait a minute, boys. Don't argue, fellas. I've just been thinking I can take Miss Hornbustle off both your hands. I will take her out tonight.
I'll tell you what. We'll all take her out.
Good.
Hello, Mr. Annalik. Tell Miss Hornbustle... What?
What's wrong, Kenny?
Mr. Annalik says Miss Hornbustle isn't Miss Hornbustle anymore.
Well, who is she?
She's Mrs. Annalik.
I should have known. Sing, Kenny.
The pale moon was rising above the green mountain. The sun was declining beneath the blue sea. When I strayed with my love to the pure crystal fountain that stands in the beautiful vale of Tralee. She was lovely and fair as the rose of the summer, yet 'twas not her beauty alone that won me. Oh no, 'twas the truth in her eye ever dawning that made me love Mary, the rose of Tralee. The cool shades of evening their mantle were spreading, and Mary, all smiling, was listening to me. The moon through the valley her pale rays was shedding, when I won the heart of the rose of Tralee. Though lovely and fair as the rose of the summer, yet 'twas not her beauty alone that won me. Oh no, 'twas the truth in her eye ever dawning that made me love Mary, the rose of
That was very nice, Kenny. You know, Jimmy, I've been thinking over what Dr. Bodenweiser, the horse dentist, told us a little while ago. You know, I think the doctor's got something there. Did you hear what he said about horse sense?
Why, yes.
Now, there's one advantage the lowly horse has over the automobile, Jimmy. A car will never have horse sense. A car can't rise up on its hind wheels and neigh when a bridge is washed out in the dark at night. A car can't warn you when there's trouble ahead.
Oh, you're wrong, Fred.
Yeah?
An automobile does have a way of warning you when trouble lies ahead. A way of making it known when excessive engine wear may have taken place. And that warning is smoke. Smoke pouring from the exhaust pipe. Smoke may mean trouble that might call for a big engine overhaul job to fix. And remember, the danger of needless engine wear, due to the sustained heat of longer and hotter trips from now on, should be considered. So before your car becomes a smoker, see your Texaco dealer. He'll give your car a complete, safe lubrication with insulated Haviland. This Texaco premium oil is insulated to stand up under today's high engine temperatures that can break down ordinary oil and leave costly engine parts unprotected. Haviland is distilled, too, free from carbon-forming impurities that also hasten wear. So protect your engine now. Heed the smoke warning and change to insulated Haviland at your nearest Texaco dealer.
And now the Texaco Workshop Players. Tonight they present a Hollywood faux pas entitled The Great Studio Economy Wave, or Everyone Got a Salary Cut and the Boss Was the Knife of the Party. Music, maestro. Hollywood, land of bedlam, bingo, and B pictures. Hollywood, hive of fanfare and frustration. Of all the bewildered studios that dot this sun-kissed center, the most inefficient and broken-down outfit is Clambake Productions Incorporated. Under the guidance of President F.A. Allen and 17 nephews, Clambake has hatched the most fragrant eggs in the history of the silver screen. Speaking of Clambake Productions, Jimmy Kidler, radio film critic, says...
Clambake Pictures is making a big mistake. Instead of releasing their pictures, they should release President Allen.
Hedy LaFink, glamour girl on Clambake Lot, says...
I've been in so many turkeys, I'm beginning to look like a giblet. If my water wings didn't leak, I'd go back hostessing in swimming pools tomorrow.
Mr. Thurber Prawn, prominent banker who invested heavily in Clambake Productions, says...
It was a silly speculation, and I'm sorry. Still, I can safely say that after all of these...
Just a minute, Mr. Prawn. What is that peculiar noise?
I say I invested my savings in Clambake Pictures, sir.
Yes?
Today, I'm whistling for my money.
You didn't quite make it at the end, but
yes,
thank
sir.
you regardless. With disaster at his heels and creditors in a large bald spot in his hair, President F.A. Allen has resolved to economize to salvage his creaky organization. As we pick up President Allen, he is hurtling over the roof outside his door and zooming into his office. Good morning, Miss Q.
Morning, F.A.
Yeah, things here at Clambake are tottering. The handwriting is on the wall.
Yeah? What does it say?
It says I've got to start a fresh economy wave.
You ain't cutting salaries again.
Everything that has been cut has got to be cut again. Take a memo.
Yes, sir.
As of now, no full-blooded Indians are to be hired for Western pictures. We're cutting down to half-breeds. That's a 50% slash right there.
Yes, sir.
Now take another memo.
Yes, sir.
Have all leading men turn in their old toupees at the front office. We can use those toupees to stuff office furniture.
Them pompadour toupees is going to be ticklish to sit on.
No levity, Miss Q.
Yes, sir.
We've got to cut down. From now on, I'm making nothing but sequel pictures. We can use the same costumes, same sets, and same publicity we used for the first time.
Which pictures are you making?
Well, I'm doing a sequel to Adam Had 4 Sons. It's called So Did Crosby.
Are you doing a sequel put the blood and sand?
Blood and sand, yes. I'm calling it anemia and gravel. The biggest clam bake production of all, however, will be my sequel to The Man Who Came to Dinner.
What are you going to call that?
He also stayed for supper.
I thought you was going to spend a fortune on that.
I intended to, but I brought that famous French chef on from New York. What's his name again?
Marcel of McGinnis's.
Oh, yes. Marcel of McGinnis's. I caught him working in the window there and signed him my last trip to New York. Buzz for Marcel.
Yes, sir.
Marcel is supposed to cook the food for the big banquet scene in the picture. He has got to cut down on that banquet.
This must be Marcel now.
Come in.
Bonjour, Effet, bonjour. Vous êtes sending for Marcel of McGinnis?
Oui. I want to parler avec vous about le banquet scene in the cinema. He also stayed for supper.
Ah, oui. Marcel is preparing the meal terrific.
That's why I sent for you, Marcel. We have got to cut down on the food.
But Marcel has the menu prepared. Crablé canapé, soup du jour, turkey stuffed with goose, goose stuffed with turkey, chicken stuffed with turkey and goose, if it will go in.
No, we have got to cut down, Marcel. Economize. We have got to make it cheaper.
But you are bring Marcel of McGinnis to Hollywood to prepare the big banquet.
I know. But you will have to cook a smaller meal.
Mais Marcel, the reputation.
Look, Marcel. Make up a smaller menu. We'll shoot the food in a close-up. The meal will look bigger.
Bon, Marcel will prepare the bargain menu. I will start with consommé.
Consommé is fine. Get busy, Marcel, and show some enthusiasm.
Oui, enthusiasm. I am nuts about the good old consommé.
Good. Well, now we're getting someplace. Did you order those studio lunchroom cuts for the actors, Miss Q?
Yes, sir. We're photographing meat on bread.
Photographing the meat onto the bread and saving the meat, I see. Have there been any complaints?
Only Bolivar.
Bolivar? My star parrot?
Yeah, he's kicking about eating yellow buckshot for birdseed.
Dad, I've got to keep Bolivar happy. He's the only talking parrot in Hollywood. Bolivar's new picture, the sea hyena, will clean up. Come in.
F.A.,
Napra, my ace director.
I'm through, F.A. This is the last straw.
Why aren't you directing the sea hyena, Napra?
Your star walked off the set.
Bolivar?
Yeah.
But why?
Well, you cut down on the parrot's food. He refuses to act.
Bolivar refuses?
He's gone on strike.
My economy drive is not going to be stopped by that poultry bottleneck. Where is Bolivar?
He's outside picketing your office.
He's picketing? One side, Napra. I'll open that door.
Alan is unfair.
Now, just a minute, Bolivar.
Arbitrate. Where's John L. Lewis?
Now, listen. Listen, Bolivar. Everybody in the studio here is taking a cut.
F.A. is right, Bolivar.
I'm a Polly, and you're a crumb by golly.
Now, listen,
I
Bolivar.
don't have to take this. I got offers from Disney.
Why, you Technicolor buzzard. Now, here, stop honing your beak on my desk.
Okay, I'll use this chair. Oh. Sorry, sister, I gotta get glasses.
Now, this is mutiny, Bolivar. Bolivar, you get back to work.
I'll tell you arbitrate, Alan.
All right, now what is it you want?
I want enough to eat.
All right.
I want my cage cleaned twice a day.
I'll get in there personally.
I want top billing in this picture.
It's yours. Now go to work.
Okay, if I think of anything else, I'll be back.
Never mind that. Get back out on the set.
Okay. Here I go. Starting back to work again, and here I go. Acting like a jerk again.
What a business. What a business, an executive capitulating to a parrot.
You're overdoing this economy, F.A.
Nonsense. I'll save money if I'll take that. Hello.
This is Salvin reporting from the cutting room, sir.
Yes, Salvin.
We're just cutting the road to Flatbush.
Ah, yes. The road to Flatbush. I eliminated negative expense. This picture was photographed on old celluloid color.
That's why I'm calling.
How did the celluloid color scenes work out?
Okay, but the word arrow keeps flashing across the screen.
Arrow?
Yeah, and every 2 feet, Bob Hope's head turns into a buttonhole.
Well, never mind. I'll get Orson Welles to put his name on it. People will think it's artistic.
Okay.
Gad, one crisis after another.
Voilà, Marcel of McGinnis is prepared for ship on menu.
Good. Now, what are you serving?
Caviar, frog's legs, boiled beef, salad.
No. This dinner is still too expensive. It has got to be something cheaper.
Only one thing Marcel is cooking cheap, the cold buffet, the sandwich.
A buffet, great. I'll change the picture's title. The Man Who Came to Buffet. Get back to work, Marcel.
Oui, I'm nuts about the good old cold buffet.
Now we're getting someplace. Now, let me see. What else can I cut?
F.A. Oh, F.A., this is terrible.
What's wrong, Napper?
The parrot.
Bolivar?
He's disappeared.
Bolivar gone? What happened?
I took him back to the set.
Yes?
I put Bolivar in his cage to run over his dialogue.
Yes?
I turned around to pinch the script girl.
Yes?
I did. She screamed. I turned back. Bolivar was gone.
Dad, without that parrot, we can't finish the Sea Hyena. Clambake Productions will be ruined.
Well, he was mad about your cutting down. Bolivar has probably gone to Disney.
We've got to head him off. Get him back. I'll call the police.
Voilà, Marcel of McGinnis is returned. The buffet is prepared.
Not now, Marcel of McGinnis. I have got to call the police.
Marcel is bringing the sample sandwich for you to okay.
All right, let me have a sandwich there. I'll take a bite.
Ici, monsieur. He is good, no?
Yes, what is it?
It is the chicken.
It's pretty gamey for chicken.
Ah, but it is cheap Marcel is making for nothing.
For nothing?
Oui, I am finding the green rooster running loose. Presto, Marcel is cooking, making the sandwich.
A green rooster, Gad. I've just eaten Bolivar.
Why, it's impossible. How could you eat a parrot?
But I did, I tell you.
This is terrible. Are you sure, F.A.?
I'm positive, Gad. I feel indigestion coming on. I
want to see John L. Lewis.
Larry, will you read a letter for me?
Well, I'll be glad to, Fred. What's it about?
Well, this is National Fire Defense Week, Larry, and Mayor LaGuardia promised to come over tonight and say a few words to the Fire Chiefs of America.
Yes?
But the mayor is busy these days as director of the Office of Civil Defense, and this afternoon found that the pressure of business would keep him from joining us. So instead, he sent this letter, if you'll be kind enough to read it.
Surely, Fred. I quote, "My dear Fred, I am sorry I can't be with you on the celebration of the 75th anniversary of the National Board of Fire Underwriters in this country. I had hoped to join, but it so happens that I've been assigned to duties which will take me away from New York on Wednesday night. Please give my greetings and extend my best wishes to the fire chiefs who, in addition to their normal duties, now have a real big job on their hands. Every fire chief should prepare and train an auxiliary force from double to 6 times his present force, according to the particular strategic location of his city or territory. I expect to give specific recommendations to them real soon. As ever, I know our fire departments will be ready to respond. It may be a 1-alarm fire, it may be a 5th alarm, or it may be a 10th. Let the whole world know we are ready. Hoping to see you soon, I am sincerely yours, signed F. LaGuardia, Mayor." End of quotation.
I would like to thank Mayor LaGuardia for his kindness and to congratulate the Fire Chiefs of America on the excellent work they are doing to safeguard the lives and property of the citizens in their communities. And thank you for joining us tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget, next Wednesday night, we'll have Leo DeRocha, manager of the Brooklyn Dodgers. This is Fred Allen saying good night for the more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast and inviting you to drive in anytime. Remember, you're welcome.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hello, I'm Jim Simpson. You've seen messages and stories about the United Way during National Football League games for 5 years now. But maybe no story tells how United Way could help any one of us better than the one that happened right here at the Orange Bowl 3 years ago, to a day when the Steelers and Cowboys were also playing for the championship. It was a day Charlie Waters will never forget.
This was Super Bowl 10 in Miami. My team didn't win that day, but I almost lost something much more important. My dad sat there among 80,000 fans and suffered a heart attack. Split-second timing and a new radio telemetry ambulance that relayed his vital signs to awaiting doctors saved his life. It was a United Way grant that developed this system. It really does work for all of us, the United Way. Right, Dad?
It worked for me.
Well, Charlie's dad is alive today. His story, like so many others, shows that thanks to you, it works for all of us. The United Way.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
P.M. We got in right on time, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, the railroad's getting better every month, Chester. Looks like they're going to civilize this prairie yet.
Well, I'm glad to hear it.
All right, let's go.
Well, Abilene sure don't change much. Looks about like it did the last time I was here.
Yeah, we're getting most of the cattle at Dodge now. Boom's leveled off here. Still a rough town, though, I suppose.
You think he'll put up a fight?
I don't know, Chester. He's pretty mean from all reports. He may. We'll try to avoid it, though.
Of course, we're only guessing anyway. He might not even be here.
No, he always heads for Abilene when he gets in trouble. It's his hometown. He'll be here.
Mm.
And one good thing, it's Bill Hickok's town, too. At least we'll have the local sheriff on our side for once.
Yeah. I suppose that's some help.
Some help? I'd rather have Wild Bill along than anybody I know.
I suppose.
Chester, what's the matter with you? You're acting like a man at his own funeral.
Mr. Dillon, I've had an uneasy feeling ever since we left Dodge. Kind of a hunch, you might say.
Ah, it's nonsense. They're going to pick up a killer and take him back for trial. That's all.
Maybe. And maybe not.
Look, Chester, any man who lives by a gun knows down inside that he's going to die by one someday. But if he's got any sense, he keeps from thinking about it. Of course, he can't help getting a hunch now and then. I had plenty of them myself. Mostly wrong. Come on, Chester, let's walk down to the Last Chance and I'll buy you a drink. As a matter of fact, I'll buy us both a drink.
What'll you have, boys?
Rye for me.
Yes, sir.
You make mine the same.
A bottle of rye and a couple of glasses.
Quite a crowd in here for this time of day.
Yeah. I've been looking around for Wild Bill, but I don't see him.
Suppose the Daggett kid might be in here, Mr. Dillon?
Well, he spent most of his time hanging around the saloons while he was in Dodge.
Here you are, boys. Drink up.
Thank you. Oh, by the way, bartender, do you happen to know a kid around town by the name of...
Who, mister?
What? Oh, never mind. Well, he's here, Chester. Down there at the end of the bar.
Yeah, that's him, all right. Well, Sir Mr. Dillon?
He's what we're here for.
We gonna wait for Mr. Hickok?
No. Come up on his left side, Chester, and watch his gun hand.
Yes, Sir Mr. Dillon.
It was the funniest sight you ever seen. The bullet knocked that scrawny hound dog end over end. First shot fired. Caught him right in the back of the...
That's like the law. You're Jack Daggett, aren't you?
That's right, mister. What about it?
My name's Dillon, U.S. Marshal from Dodge. You're under arrest.
You're kind of out of your territory, aren't you?
Marshal's territory's anywhere. I'll take that gun of yours now.
You will, huh? All right.
Drop it. Drop the gun.
Let go of my wrist.
Drop the gun.
Drop nothing.
You heard the marshal. That was easy, Mr. Dillon. A lot easier than what I thought it'd be.
All right, Chester, put the cuffs on it.
Yes.
Seems to me your partner acted a little high-handed there, Marshal.
It does, huh?
Now, he had no call to slug that boy in the head that way.
Would you rather I'd have put a bullet in his belly? Chester saved his life, that's all. He was drawing on me.
Well, now, if you'd come around and seen me before you started anything, you wouldn't have had this trouble. My name is Rourke. I'm the town constable here.
I see.
Young Jack here told me all about that shooting out in Dodge. Said they ganged up on him in a poker game, tried to cheat him. Forced him to shoot his way out.
That's a good story. It's too bad it didn't happen that way. All right, Chester, let's get him on his feet and go find the sheriff.
I reckon you won't be finding him, Marshal.
Why not?
Hickok's up at Topeka. Won't be back for a week or 10 days. Meantime, I'm the law in Abilene.
And I got a favor to ask from you. I'd like to use one of your jail cells until 9 o'clock. That's when the next train leaves for Dodge.
I'm sorry, Marshal. I got no authority to do anything like that.
What difference does that make? If Wild Bill were here, he'd let me do it.
But Wild Bill ain't here.
I see.
A lot of us folks here like to run our own town. We don't like outsiders coming in and taking over. 4 hours till that train leaves, Marshal. I think you're going to find 4 hours is a long time.
Meaning?
This young fella you arrested has got a couple of older brothers. The Daggett boys. You probably never heard of them, but you're going to. They're not going to like this.
I don't care much what they like.
Maybe they'll teach you to care when they hear about this. And they'll hear. Like I said, 4 hours is a long time.
Look, I want you to get this straight. I came here to arrest the killer and take him back to Dodge to stand trial. I got him under arrest now, and I'm going to take him back.
Maybe.
All right, Chester, let's get him out of here. Get hold of his other arm there. Lift him up.
Yes, sir. Take him out if you want.
Mr. Dillon?
What is it, Chester?
Maybe it was too easy.
Yes, gentlemen. What can I do for you?
We'd like to get a room, please.
Well, I have a very nice one right at the head of the stairs. If you'd care to look at it.
That won't be necessary. We'll only need it for about 4 hours until the train leaves for Dodge.
Mm-hmm. Well, if you'll just sign the register here.
Thank you.
My, your friend seems to have suffered quite an injury.
Yes, sir. He bumped his head.
Oh, really? Well, it's certainly a bad cut just to have had... Boy, that's one of the Daggett boys. Young Jack Daggett.
Yeah, that's right. I got him under arrest for murder. Now, where's the room?
You arrested Jack Daggett? Right here in Abilene?
Yeah. You said the room was up...
And you're planning to keep him here at my hotel for the next 4 hours?
Well, I can't stand out there on the street with him.
Marshal, do you know what's going to happen when the Daggett boys hear about this?
No, but I understand they may not like it very much.
May not like it. I'm sorry, sir, but you cannot stay here. I will not let my hotel be made the scene of a bloody massacre.
Now, just a minute, mister. You've rented me a room. I've signed the register, and I've got the key. I'm going to use that room until 9 o'clock, whether you like it or not.
It's the second door at the top of the stairs.
Thank you. Come on, Daggett. Move.
You heard him, son. Come on.
Keep your hands off.
There's just one thing, sir.
Yeah.
It's not a question of your honesty, you understand, but in view of the circumstances, I wonder if you'd mind paying in advance.
What time is it, Chester?
It's 6:23, Mr. Dillon.
I thought it was later than that.
Yes, sir, I know. It goes pretty slow when you're waiting for something like this. I swear I wished it was 9 o'clock. I wished we were leaving on that train right now.
You're not leaving on no train. Not alive.
You got a one-track mind, Daggett.
So have my brothers, Dillon. What they think about all the time is hands off the Daggets. That goes for you or anybody else.
Reckon we ought to stuff a pillow in his mouth, Mr. Dillon?
Might not be a bad idea.
You won't think it's funny when they come around.
But maybe they won't come around. Maybe they decided... Cover the door from the other side, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, who is it?
It's me, sir. The clerk.
What do you want?
It's the Daggett boys. They're across the street at the last chance right now.
And you're hoping I'll go over there instead of waiting for them to come here, huh?
Well,
All right. I'd rather jump them than have it the other way around. Chester, I guess we'll go over and have a talk with him.
What about him?
No, he's cuffed hand and foot to a pretty solid iron bed. I don't think he's going anywhere.
I'm going to bet on it.
You ready, Chester?
I'm ready whenever you are, Mr. Dillon.
All right, let's go.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, this Monday night at most of these same stations, be sure to be with us when Lux Radio Theater raises the curtain on its full-hour adaptation of the exciting screenplay Phone Call from a Stranger. Shelley Winters and Gary Merrill recreate their original screen roles in this dramatic thriller about the experiences of a lone survivor of an airplane crash and bringing the tragic news to families of the victims. Remember, it's on Lux Radio Theater this Monday night on CBS Radio. Now for the second act of Gunsmoke.
That must be them, Mr. Dillon. Across the room there.
Yeah, I guess so. They look a lot like Jack. And they look mad. There's quite a crowd around them. Well, Chester, the only way to get it over is to get it started.
Yes, sir. How will we do it, Mr. Dillon?
I haven't got a plan, Chester. Just face them down, that's all.
Yes, sir.
time.
Don't mean nothing.
Go ahead, it's your deal.
You the Daggett brothers?
What if we are?
This is him, Jim. This is a fellow I was...
Shut up, Rourke. You've been glad enough to stay out of this so far. Stay out of it now. My name's Dillon, United States Marshal from Dodge City. I got your brother Jack under arrest for murder. You probably heard about it.
Yeah, rumors got around.
I'm taking him out of here on the 9 o'clock train. He's going back to Dodge to stand trial. My guess is he's going to hang. Now, the point is, what are you going to do about it?
Why didn't you wait? We'd have looked you up.
You didn't answer my question.
Still 2 hours and a half till 9 o'clock. I reckon we got plenty of time yet. We'll wait.
Why wait? What's the matter with now?
Would rather wait.
Maybe you're trying to pick up some helpers among this bunch of hangers-on, huh? Well, look at them. Each one trying to sneak behind the man next to him. If you're counting on any help there, you better forget it.
You're pushing your luck, Dillon.
I don't think so. You boys are full of talk, and that's all. You never even intended to start anything.
You're a dirty liar. We're going to do plenty...
Now, don't you move, either one of you. You covering my back, Chester?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'll take that gun. Thank you. Yours, too.
Sure. Sure play, Dillon. Where it stands now.
Thank you. Here, Chester. Kick those back under the tables.
Yes, sir. All right, folks, just leave them lay, please. Don't nobody touch them.
Here, Chester. Now hold on to my gun.
All right, Mr. Dillon.
Now just keep them off my back.
Yes, sir.
You. Come here.
Sure.
You called me a liar, didn't you?
Yeah.
Boy, you cheat, chin horn. You are
I thought you Daggets were tough.
Hey, watch this.
All right, you. You're next.
I'll wait, Marshal. I'll get to you later.
You're a no-good coward, Daggett. All right, Chester, I'll take my gun back now.
Here you are, sir.
Thank you. All right, boys, the show's over. Unless, of course, one of you'd like to take up where the Daggets left off. Any one of you still figuring on helping them try to take my prisoner away from me? No? Well, I didn't think so. You're all fine, upright citizens now, huh? A pride and joy to Constable Rourke here.
That's enough, Dillon.
I thought I told you boys the show was over. All right, get out. Go on, get out, all of you. Move!
All right, let's get out of here.
Marshal, I'd say you overreached yourself there. Stepped past the limits of your authority.
How I enforce the law is my own business. I do things my own way.
The way it'll get you killed someday.
Maybe.
I have to live in this town, Dillon. You don't know these Daggett brothers. If you cross them, you're through. I've seen it happen.
Come on, Chester, let's go.
All right, Mr. Dillon.
What time is it, Chester?
It's 7:45, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, the time's dragging.
Yes, sir. It's still an hour and 15 minutes till that train leaves.
What difference does it make? You're not going to be on it. Neither one of you are.
The way I'm figuring, Jack, we'll all three be on it.
You wait and see. You'll never get to that train. My brothers will take care of you.
They don't seem to be in any hurry about it.
You wait.
I sure do wish I hadn't had such an uneasy hunch about this trip.
Forget it, Chester.
They'll stop you. You just wait.
It's only 8:15. Mr. Dillon seems to be going slower all the time.
Adds up, though. Won't be much longer now.
45 minutes, if the train's on time. And if we're lucky enough to get on it.
Chester, you're wearing yourself out. Why don't you sit down and relax, huh?
I just can't seem to set my mind to it, Mr. Dillon.
No Daggett will ever leave this town wearing handcuffs as long as the other two are alive.
Well, I'd think that's up to them, Jack.
Sure. And they'll take care of it, too.
I swear and declare, Mr. Dillon, I almost wish they would try something and get it over with.
The waiting's always the worst part, Chester.
You find out what the worst part is.
I could slug him, Mr. Dillon.
No, let him talk. Let him talk, Chester. He's only got a few more weeks to do it in.
They'll never hang me. I'll never even stand trial. You wait and see.
Chester?
It's 8:30 exactly, Mr. Dillon.
All right. Let's get started.
A little early, isn't it? Won't take that long to walk from here to the station.
It might if we have trouble.
Yes, sir, I guess it might.
You'll have trouble. Don't you worry about that.
Jack, why don't you get on a new subject?
How are we going to take him, Mr. Dillon? Just drag him?
If he wants it that way. Otherwise, he'll walk handcuffed to my left wrist. Keep him covered, Chester. I'll unlock these cuffs and get him loose from the bed.
Yes, sir.
Dillon, if you're smart, you leave me here and run while you still got the chance.
Well, I've never been smart enough to run yet. Stick out your right wrist. All right. On your feet. Come on. You can put your gun away. I told you boys the show was over. All right, get out. Go on, get out, all of you. Sure. Move! All right, let's get the train to catch.
Thank heaven, gentlemen, you're leaving.
Yeah, we're leaving. And I want to thank you for your wonderful hospitality. I'll be glad to recommend your hotel to anybody who plans to stop over in Abilene.
Oh, I hardly know what to say, Marshal. You simply don't understand. You don't know these Daggett brothers. No offense personally, Jack. I have to live in this town, and I...
Come on, Jack. Now, you boys must run quite a bluff. You got everybody in town jumping sideways.
You'd be smart if you did, Dillon.
Good luck, gentlemen. Best of luck to all of you.
All of us. Well, that's hedging his bet.
Look there, Mr. Dillon. Not a soul on the street. Quiet as a graveyard.
Yeah. And they're going to make a play, Chester, somewhere between here and the depot. We can count on that.
Yes, sir, I kind of figured they would. Especially after getting beat up over there at the saloon.
Well, they would have anyway. And jumping them like that did one good thing. It scared the pack off. At least we only have to worry about the Daggets, not a mob.
You'll think it's a mob by the time...
Now, from here on, you keep your mouth shut. If you don't, so help me, I'll slug you and drag you to the depot. All right, now let's go.
Now, sir, not a soul. I never thought I'd see the main street of Abilene deserted at this time of night.
Not deserted, Chester. They're inside, behind the shutters. But at least they're staying out of it.
I wonder if coyotes are as lonesome as they sound, Mr. Dillon.
They couldn't be, Chester. Watch that left side up ahead of us, sir. It's pretty dark along there.
Yes, sir. They might jump us from behind.
I don't think so. Too many people watching. They gotta keep up their reputation.
I hope you're right.
Chester, there at the corner of the bank. Somebody's moved.
Across the street, too. In the shadow.
Take the one in the shadow, Chester.
Yes, sir.
There's one down, Chester. The other one's still there in the shadows. Get him if you can. Jack here's ruining my aim.
I'll ruin more. Good for you, Mr. Dillon. You ought to have slugged him sooner.
I didn't slug him, Chester. He caught a bullet that was meant for me.
Shot by one of his own brothers. Here, let me unlock those handcuffs, Mr. Dillon.
No time. Here, I'll get him up on my shoulder. All right, let's move in and keep firing.
Yes.
Hold it, Chester. Well, I guess we got the other one. Here, let me get him off my shoulder. Get these handcuffs off. Well, there's our prisoner, Jack Daggett. Wanted for murder, killed by his own brother. Let's take a look at the others. Three men dead.
Look down the street there, Mr. Dillon. They're all starting to crawl out of their holes.
Sure. They're all on our side now. Oh, come on, Chester. The train's coming. I gotta get on it and get out of here.
Yes, sir.
Let Rourke clean up this mess. He ought to be good for something. That sounds more lonesome than the coyotes. Gives a man the creeps.
Yes, sir, it sure does.
Well, you were wrong about that hunch of yours, Chester. It wasn't us. Not this time.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Sam Edwards and Barney Phillips, with John Daner, Tom Tully, Larry Dobkin, and Jim Nusser. Parley Bear is Chester. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Tomorrow night, Lionel Barrymore and your Hallmark Playhouse invite you to enjoy another Hollywood cast bringing you another drama in the tradition of this fine program. Every week, your Hallmark Playhouse features Lionel Barrymore as host. Frequently, Mr. Barrymore stars as well. Historic dramas, stories about the human side of patriots, presidents, pioneers, and adaptations from literature. Enjoy them on Hallmark Playhouse over most of these same stations, presented by CBS Radio. This is Roy Rowan speaking. And remember, for thrilling dramas of escape, listen Sunday nights to the CBS Radio Network.
Preceding announcement furnished as a public service by the National Football League. An exciting first half has come to an end at the Super Bowl in Miami as the Steelers lead the Dallas Cowboys 21-14. We have a super special outing for you next Sunday as well, named Bob Hope, and you know you're in for a beautiful night of entertainment. And Bob Hope's guests will be Pat and Debbie Boone, Sammy Davis Jr., and a cast of hundreds, including Debbie Reynolds. And here's a preview of the show next Sunday on NBC.
I don't need that. I'm Superior Man.
You're Superior Man?
Don't you see my big S?
Happy together, unhappy together.
Well, if you think that's funny, I crossed a black widow spider with a horse.
Yeah, what'd you get?
I don't know, but if it ever bites you, you can always ride it to the doctor.
Sunny, yesterday my life was filled with rain.
He's so light on his feet to be so heavy in his seat.
Our next guest will give you the laughs. Just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Down in the Alley and Over the Fence. Have you ever noticed how a fine chef will dress up his dishes with a little fancy touch here and there? Well, that isn't wasted effort by a long shot, for a delicious-tasting dish should look delicious, too, in order to whet your appetite. And believe me, that's where Jell-O really rates. For Jell-O looks so tempting, it makes you hungry just to see it. All 6 glowing colors lend a striking note of charm to any meal. There's rose-pink raspberry and deep crimson strawberry, bright red cherry and vivid orange, clear golden lemon and sea green lime. All 6 shimmering with tempting beauty, and all 6 crammed with extra rich flavor. A flavor as refreshing as the juicy, ripe fruit itself. A flavor that always says more. And so as soon as you can, let's say tomorrow, ask your grocer for Jell-O, America's favorite gelatin dessert. Look for those big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O, and Jell-O spells a treat. That was Down in the Alley and Over the Fence, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you a man who officially opened the Christmas season last week by leading the Santa Claus Lane Parade down Hollywood Boulevard, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking, and Don, I'm glad you brought that up. That procession was really a spectacle. Wallace Beery was in it, Buck Jones, Tom Mix, Gene Autry, Jack Benny. I never saw so many bow legs in one parade. It was really thrilling, wasn't it, Don?
So I understand, Jack. I didn't see the parade. I just read about it in the paper.
Oh, you didn't get to see it?
No.
Oh. Well, Don, you should have been there. Now, I don't want to compare myself with Tom Mix or Gene Autry, but they tell me I look simply marvelous on that big white stallion. One of the finest horses I've ever ridden.
Well, Jack, weren't you nervous riding a strange horse for the first time?
Oh, no, Don. You see, when I handle a new mount, you say you didn't see the parade, Don?
No.
Oh. Well, perhaps I shouldn't say this, but when I got in that saddle, there wasn't a doubt as to who was the master. I tell you, Don, I gave the crowd a real thrill.
Well, Jack, from my experience with horses, I've found that crowds generally excite them, particularly when they're high-strung. Was yours a spirited animal?
Spirited? Don, if you had witnessed the parade, which you didn't, did you?
No.
Oh. Well, if you had seen the parade, you would have been proud of me. Yes, sir.
I'm sure I would have, Jack. I didn't know you were such a skillful horseman. Do you play polo, too?
Polo? Oh, I play at it, Don. I wouldn't exactly class myself among the first 10, but I swing that old mallet for many a goal.
Is that so?
Yes, sir. Now, you take that game last week at the Uplifters Field. Boy, you didn't see that game, did you, Don?
Yes, I was there, Jack.
Oh, well. Well, it was a great game. I saw it, too. But speaking of horses, Don, even when I was a kid, Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Are you on the same old subject, Jack?
I was just telling Don about the Christmas parade I led the other night. Did you see it?
I sure did.
Oh. Well, Don, I hope everybody gets here early tonight. We've got an important play to do, and
Did you see it, Don?
Mary, let's not bore Don with any more talk about the parade. I told him all about it.
Did you tell him you were riding a stuffed horse?
Now, Mary.
A stuffed horse? Now, wait a minute, Jack. You mean to say that horse you rode in the parade wasn't a real one?
Oh, Don, don't pay any attention to Mary. That horse wasn't any more stuffed than I am.
Then why was he on a wooden platform with wheels on it?
Well...
And why did the other horses ignore him?
Look, Mary.
And why didn't his head move up and down during the whole parade?
Because we made a deal. I was to take the bow. You want to know something, Mary? That horse won a gold cup for jumping.
Well, he can't even twitch now.
No use arguing with you. Ask Andy Devine about that horse, Don. He was in the parade.
Oh, Don, I almost forgot to tell you. The funniest thing happened.
What was it, Mary?
Oh, never mind.
Right in the middle of the parade, the tail fell off the horse.
Oh.
Jack thought it was his toupee and nearly fainted.
Mary, stop dreaming it up. We got enough other things to do tonight besides rehashing a parade. Now, let's forget it. Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. What's cooking?
What's what?
What's cooking? What's swinging on the gate, Bub?
What's swinging on the gate?
Yeah, what's with the gab? What's buzzing?
Don't go away, folks. I'll get to the bottom of this right now. Phil, do you mean what were we talking about when you came in?
That's it. What's the chatter adding up to?
Well, look, Phil, I don't like to hold you down or anything, but we have a pretty intelligent listening audience. I wish you wouldn't throw them off the beam. Can't you come in sometime and simply say, hello, Jack, what's going on?
Sure I could, but it ain't me. It don't fit my character.
You and your character. With your character, Phil, you should be wearing button shoes. With cloth tops. And a straw hat with a string on it.
And a jazz bow tie. I got the whole outfit.
Don't ever wear that jazz bow tie around here or I'll take your chicken inspector badge away from you. Jazz bow tie.
Say, Phil, did you see Jack in the parade the other night?
What parade?
Now, look, Mary.
Come on, what about the parade? What happened?
Well, according to Mary, Jack was riding a stuffed horse.
Don, who are you going to listen to, your boss or Miss Livingston? And for last time, Mary, that horse was not stuffed.
Then why did his stomach light up and say, go to Jean's for chili and beans?
All right, Mary, all right. Let me ask you something. If that wasn't a real horse, why did I fall off?
Your safety belt broke.
I wasn't wearing a belt.
That's rich. Buck Benny falls off a stuffed horse.
You should talk, Harris. I wish I had $1 for every time you fell off the bandstand at the Wilshire Bowl. Would I be in the dough?
Can I help it if I faint?
Phil, when people faint, you throw water on them. That would kill you. You know, I'd like to start a conversation just once where I didn't get the words.
But, Jack, you bring it all on yourself. Why do you exaggerate so much? Why, you even told me you played polo.
I did not. I said I played at polo. I'm out there all the time. Of course, I'm not as good as Spencer Tracy.
That goes for stage, screen, polo, ping pong, and I haven't even turned the page yet.
Well, that's the trouble with Hollywood. A guy wins the Academy Award a couple of times, right away he's better than I am. But that's life, I guess.
Oh, Jack, here comes Denis, and his mother's with him.
Oh, yeah, she must be feeling better. Hello, Denis.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Who's cooking?
Who's cooking?
Yeah, what gives out what the gives in?
Oh, fine. Mrs. Day, are you going to stand there and let your child talk like Phil Harris?
Why not? The kid's jiving.
Well, it's all right with you. There's nothing I can do about it. Oh, Mrs. Day, Dennis told me last week that my Thanksgiving dinner upset you a little.
Yes, but I'm feeling much better now.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, but it really couldn't have been the food. You see, nobody else got sick.
Nobody else got a Mickey.
I didn't give her a Mickey. I merely discussed it. That's all.
A Mickey? What's that?
A Mickey, Mrs. Day, is an internal hot foot. You know, a sort of a liquid blackjack. Now, Denis.
Yes, please?
Have you got a song all ready for us?
I sure have, Mr. Benny.
Well, go ahead. Let's hear it. Hold it a minute. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I thought that horse you rode in the parade the other night was a beautiful animal.
You did?
Yes, especially south of the border, which was me. Goodbye.
Oh, he's everywhere. Sing, Denis.
My prayer is to linger with you at the end of a day in a dream that's divine. My prayer is a rapture in blue with a world far away and your lips close to mine. Tonight, while our hearts are aglow, oh, tell me the words that I'm longing to know. And the answer you give, may they still be the same, for as long as we live, that you'll always be there at the end of my prayer. When the twilight is gone and no songbird is singing, when the twilight is gone, you come into my heart, and here in my heart you will stay while I pray. Tonight, while our hearts are aglow, oh, tell me the words that I'm longing to know. My prayer and the answer you give, may they still be the same, for as long as we live, that you'll always be there at the end of
That was My Prayer, sung by Denis Day. And very good, Denis. That was one of your best songs. You did it beautifully.
Gee, thanks.
It was a grand job. In fact, you sang much better than you did last week.
What was the matter with last week?
Nothing was the matter with last week. I simply said he sang better today.
Oh, then you mean Denis is not consistent?
I mean nothing of the kind. All I mean is that everybody can improve. Even Bing Crosby is better now than he used to be.
Well, if you like Crosby so much, why don't you get him?
Mrs. Day, don't be fooled by the way Crosby dresses. He doesn't work for peanuts. Those patches on his pants are baby bonds. Boy, what a woman.
It's your own fault, Jack. Why do you always stick your neck out?
I didn't stick my neck out. I'm the master of ceremony, so when Denis finished the song, I said it was very good. Then Mrs. Day started an argument, and I answered it.
Well, Jack, there's an old Chinese proverb that says, when man argue with woman, man have 2 strikes before he open mouth.
Oh.
When open mouth, strike 3.
That was very clever, Ming Toy. But not quite true.
I think Miss Livingston is absolutely right.
Oh, you do? Well, there's another Chinese proverb, Mrs. Day, that goes something like this. When Mama walk around with Chip on shoulder, goodbye, Mr. Chip and Mama. That's just a little hinty. And now, ladies and
Say,
gentlemen...
Jack, speaking of Chinese proverbs, I just thought up of a good one myself.
You did, Don? Said he with a sly look in his almond eyes? What is it?
When honorable customer asks esteemed groceryman for tempting and economical dessert, him sure get Jell-O, but flavor up to honorable customer.
Oh, well, tell us what the flavors are, Sing Fat. If humble servant, not too bold.
Yes, most gracious one. Jell-O comes 6 delicious flavors. Fungao, Fungao, Chow-Yao, Yung-Gao, Lum Toy, and Lime.
Well.
So look for the big red letters on the Yung-Gao Fu Chow Hung Li Ching.
My goodness, the word for box is a longie, isn't it? And now, ladies and gentlemen, going from Confucius to the ridiculous, tonight for our feature attraction, the Benny We Can Stand It If You Can players will present their annual football classic. A mystery melodrama entitled Murder on the Gridiron, or He Had 10 Yards to Go When He Went. Now, once again, I will play the part of Flash Benny, the famous coach for dear old Flatfoot. Now, Phil, you're going to be the...
Why can't I be the coach? I know more about football than you do.
What are you talking about? When I was a kid, I was the star quarterback for Waukegan High. Boy, was I fast. I used to kick the ball, carry the ball, and throw the ball.
Throw the what?
Throw the ball. You heard it. It was hot stuff in those days. I remember once I ran 95 yards for a touchdown.
Your legs didn't buckle then.
Yeah, don't buckle now. Anyway, getting back to our football play, Phil, you're going to be right end. Denis, you're going to be left end. And Don.
Yes, Jack.
You're going to be right guard, left guard, center, and a fraternity house. So much for the line. Now in the...
Am I going to be on the team again this year, Jack?
Yes, Mary. We're short of men. You'll have to be one of the players. Now, here's your equipment. Put it on.
Okay. Oh, Jack, do men wear these?
Put them on. Those are shoulder pads. Now, let's see. We're still short of men here. We need one more in the backfield.
I'll be glad to help you out, Mr. Benny.
Thank you, Mrs. Day. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to make our play as legitimate as possible, I have gone to a great deal of trouble and expense to hire a real football player. That former star fullback of the Hermosa Beach Grunions, none other than Mr. Dynamite Dugan. And here he is, folks, in person. Well, did you hear that, Dynamite? That applause was for you.
Thanks, everybody. I appreciate that spontaneous ovation.
Yes, sir. Now tell me, Mr. Dugan, how long is it since you played in a game?
Well, the last time I participated in a football contest was when we encountered Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute during the Philadelphia Sesquicentennial.
Oh.
However, in the intervening space of time, I ain't done nothing.
I see.
Hey, Jackson, this guy knows a lot of big words. I'd like to meet him.
It wouldn't hurt you any. Dynamite, this is Phil Harris, our orchestra leader.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Harris. Permit me to felicitate you on your Philharmonic aggregation.
Well, thanks, Bub. It's sure gratifying to meet a man of your intellect and mental fortitude.
Why, Phil.
That's topping him, eh, Jackson?
It certainly is.
I know more words than Noah and Webster put together.
That's one man, Noah Webster. He wrote the dictionary.
No kidding. I was under the impersonation it was two different guys.
Under the impersonation. Oh, brother. One thing about you, Phil, when you go haywire, you go all the way through. Impersonation comes from the word impersonator, and an impersonator is a mimic.
And a mimic is a man with no blood.
Mary, stop with those old jokes. What is this, a medicine show?
All we need is some snake oil.
Need? There are 8 bottles in the orchestra. And now, Phil, we're ready for a number.
Hey, what happened to me?
Pardon me, Dynamite, we digress momentarily. Now, our play tonight, Mr. Dugan, besides being a football drama, is also a murder mystery. And you're the guy that's going to get bumped off.
You mean I'm the corpus delicti?
Exactly.
Say, Jack, who's going to be the murderer?
That, Don, I cannot divulge. It may be one of us. It may be somebody sitting in our audience. And then again, it may be... This will go on immediately after the next number. Play, Phil. Isn't it thrilling, folks? That was In My Merry Oldsmobile, played by the orchestra, an old number which finally reached Harris. Phil's got a harp in his orchestra tonight. Now I've seen everything. I can quit radio. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our football mystery, Murder on the Gridiron, or That Ain't Ketchup on the Grass. Now, the locale of our play is Flatfoot College, located in the thriving little town of East Bunyan, Indiana. As the scene opens, the first half has just ended in the annual game with Meatball Tech. And Coach Flash Benny is giving his team a pep talk in the locker room. Curtain music. Now, listen, men. You're playing like a bunch of nitwits. What's the matter with you guys, anyway? Now, in this next half, I want you to go out and fight. Flatfoot can win. I know we're going to win.
Then why did you bet on Meatball?
Them odds were terrific. Now, look, fellas, this isn't a picnic, it's a football game. Why, I'm ashamed of the way you've been playing.
What are you talking about, Coach? We scored 97 points in the first half.
Sure, but Meatball scored 103. The way they've been crossing our goal line, you think we were giving away a Plymouth. My goodness.
What are we giving away?
Quiet. And you, Harris, why don't you snap in it? You've been playing like a sissy all afternoon.
Sissy, I got my arm broke, didn't I?
That was last night when you fell off the bandstand. Call yourself a football player. And you, Butch.
What is it, Coach?
Every time you get the ball, you just stand there. Why don't you run with it?
Oh, who would chase me?
Well, run and find out. Now, listen, fellas. We can win this game if you guys will only just put a little pep into it. A little fight. A little spirit.
Hey, Roach.
That's Coach. What do you want?
If that wasn't a stuffed horse, why did he have glass eyes?
Forget about that horse. Now, listen, fellas, we got to stop this fooling around. I'm going in myself this half and play quarterback in place of who was playing quarterback?
We didn't have any.
No quarterback? Then how'd you give signals?
We built fires like Indians.
Oh, then I owe you all an apology. I thought you were holding a weenie bake out there. Now, Dynamite, I want you to carry the ball in every play. It's our only chance to win.
But, gee, Coach, I'm afraid. You saw that letter that said I was going to be bumped off.
Oh, stop worrying. It didn't say positively. Now, come on, fellas. Let's go out there and fight. Fight! Fight! What's that?
Look, Coach, somebody threw a brick through the window.
And there's a note on it addressed to Dynamite Dugan.
Give me that. It says, my dear Dynamite, if you play in the last half of this game, you will be bumped off. Signed positively. I guess they mean business.
That sounds bad, Coach. I'm scared.
Well, it's too late to do anything now, Dynamite. You just got to go out there and take a chance.
Yeah, maybe he'll win the Plymouth.
Oh, forget that. Now, come on, men. We're going out in that field. And remember, we're going to win this game for dear old Flatfoot, or I'll know the reason why.
I'll tell you now, we're lousy.
All right, snap into it, men. Come on, let's go.
Well, here we are, folks. The second half is about to begin. Meatball is already on the field, and here comes the Flatfoot team, led by their coach, Flash Benny. Listen to those cheers, folks. 80,000 people are gathered here today to witness this thrilling football game and the murder of Dynamite Dugan.
How do you know?
I'm getting out of here.
Take it easy, Dynamite. Take it easy. There's nothing to be scared of. You see, they missed you. Now follow me, Dynamite, but not too close. Come on, line up, men. I'll kick the ball.
There's the whistle, folks. The teams are lining up, and Flatfoot is about to kick off the meatball. Flash Benny is running towards the ball, and there's the kick.
Wow, I can still boot him, eh, Livy? Look at that pigskin sail.
Where?
Way up there.
That's the Goodyear blimp.
Well, I'll be darned.
Flash Benny missed the ball, folks. The old boy's eyes are bad.
They are not. I haven't got my glasses.
You got 'em on, but you can't see 'em.
Oh, yes.
They're lining up again, folks. Benny is trying once more. And there's the kick. It's a beauty, folks. Meatball receives the ball on the 10-yard line. Uh-oh, it's a fumble, and Flatfoot recovers. There's another fumble, and Meatball recovers. There's another fumble, and Flatfoot recovers. Meatball, Flatfoot, Meatball, Flatfoot. The ball's loose again. I told them they should have killed that pig.
Oh, quiet. Now, listen, men. This is the break we've been waiting for. We got the ball on their 1-yard line. And besides, the wind is with us. 1 yard to go, I'll carry the ball.
Pretty long trip for you, ain't it, Bub?
Don't get smart. I'll make it. Signal. 1, 3, 7, 9. I'll take that ball and crash their line.
There's the play. Benny has the ball, and what's this? They're pushing him back. Back 5 yards, 10 yards, 20 yards, 30, 40, 50.
Hey, wait a minute. I get off at 47th Street. Gee. Hey, what's the matter with you guys anyway? Don't I get any interference? I only had 1 yard to make, and now look where I am.
Well, don't blame us, Flash. We opened a big hole for you. Why didn't you go through?
The wind changed. I'm only human. All right, Dynamite, it's up to you. In this next play, I'll throw you a forward pass, and you run for a touchdown.
But, gee, Flash, suppose I get killed.
Then drop the ball. You can't take it with you.
Sure, don't worry. All right, men. Signals. 9, 7, 4, 6. If a man answers, hang up quick.
The ball is snapped to Benny. He throws a forward pass to Dynamite Dugan. Dynamite is running down the field. He's headed for a touchdown. Services at noon Wednesday.
Run, Dynamite, run! You only got 30 yards to go. Don't let that scare you, Dynamite. Keep going. You can make it, Dynamite. Run, run! Dynamite! Dynamite, speak to me. Who shot you? Who did it? Tell me, Dynamite, who did it?
My assassination was conceived and executed by...
Use shorter words, you'll never make it.
I was shot by...
Good heavens, he's dead.
This will be continued next Sunday night. Who killed Dynamite Dugan? Was it an inside job? Will the murderer be discovered? Will Jack give me a Christmas present?
Tune in next Sunday night and find out.
The favorite dessert of our forefathers was hasty pudding, so called because of the ease and speed with which it could be made. But today it's been replaced in busy kitchens by an even hastier pudding. Yes, I mean the new Jell-O puddings. These rich, tempting desserts may look fancy, but they really take just a few brief minutes to make. They're easy and simple to prepare, and they taste so swell that all over the country, folks are changing to Jell-O puddings and reveling in their smooth, creamy goodness. Because each of these grand desserts is a real triumph of taste. For example, try Jell-O chocolate pudding, a swell old-timer that tastes even better made this modern way. Or Jell-O butterscotch with its mellow golden flavor. Or Jell-O vanilla pudding, always delicate and delicious, and doubly so with fruits, nuts, dates, or marshmallows folded in. All three can be made quick as a wink, and you'll never find any pudding the family likes better. So why not do as many folks are doing today? Serve Jell-O puddings real often. And when you make out your grocery list for tomorrow, be sure to write down Jell-O chocolate, vanilla, and butterscotch pudding.
We're a little late, so good night, folks.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
That's my husband, Sam.
My wife, Penny.
And this is Turnabout.
A little magic made Penny and Sam switch bodies.
I am in your body and you're in mine.
And sometimes things get too hot to handle. Watch Turnabout, Fridays on the new NBC.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater, up next.
The Lux Radio Theater brings you Charles Boyer, Paulette Goddard, and Susan Hayward in Hold Back the Dawn. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. There's glamour in the air tonight. Our stage is ablaze with it. And out beyond our footlights, as far as radio can reach, a hushed audience waits to hear Charles Boyer, Paulette Goddard, and Susan Hayward in the Lux Radio Theater. Somehow all this seems to be a symbol of a way of life that has turned the eyes of the world to this promised land. Only a few hours from here, along the common boundary of this country and its sister republic, Mexico, is a colony of people without a country. Men and women from the four corners of the earth, waiting their turns to cross the border into the United States. There you can find more stories of success and failure, of tragedy and comedy, of love and hate, than fiction can tell in a lifetime. And there Paramount found the subject for the current screen success, Hold Back the Dawn. You'll hear it tonight with two of its original stars, Charles Boyer and Paulette Goddard, and with them, the gifted and charming Susan Hayward. In the theater, it's an old custom for the producer to peek out front and count the house. Well, I couldn't do that in the Lux Radio Theater, even if my eyes were as sharp as my granddaughter's. But I have an idea that tonight's plays and stars have drawn a full house all the way from Hollywood to Broadway. And as one showman to another, I'll congratulate Lux Toilet Soap for making an evening like this possible. And just for the record, if you haven't tried our product yet, that's something you owe to yourself, not to us. Lux Toilet Soap is its own best salesman. And after it's sold itself to you on its own merits, then just think of the Lux Radio Theater as an extra dividend that you get every Monday night. And now it's dividend time. So we'll raise the curtain on the first act of Hold Back the Dawn, starring Charles Boyer as George, Paulette Goddard as Anita, and Susan Hayward as Emmy. Perhaps the best way to begin our story is to tell you how it came to be made as a motion picture. One day about a year ago, a visitor walked into the Paramount studio here in Hollywood. He had no visitor's pass, but he managed to attach himself to a group of sightseers who were touring the lot. The man wanted very badly to speak to a certain director, who, for the purposes of our story, we'll say was myself. I was shooting that day on stage 4, and sometime during the morning, I became conscious of this man standing quietly at my side. He was still there when we broke for lunch. All right, cut. Print the last two. Break for lunch. Back in 1 hour.
1 hour, everybody. 1 hour.
Dorothy, leave my script. I want to look it over.
It's right here.
I beg your pardon. May I speak to you?
What's that?
If I can have just a minute. I'm very pressed for time.
Well, what is it?
We met in Nice, remember? At the Perroquet?
Oh, yes. Oh, hello.
Well, I hate to presume on that chance meeting, but I need $500.
You need what?
$500. I must have it. This is not charity. For that money, I have something to sell.
Well, what is it?
A story.
Oh, I see. Well, in the front office, we've got a story department, and we've also got a lot of stories.
Oh, no, you haven't got this one. Listen, please. I'm not a writer. I assure you I would not tell you this story if I didn't need the money.
All right. But some other time.
No,
huh?
It must be now. Before the federal police take me.
Federal police? What do they want you for?
Well, that's part of the story. Please, I have so little time.
Well, all right, let's hear it. Sit down.
Oh, thank you. Of course, I cannot use the real name of the others. You will understand that. My own name is George Iscovescu. I was born in Romania, but I have spent most of my life in Paris, on the Riviera, in St. Moritz. My papers give my occupation as dancer, which is correct in a general way. Oh, it was an easy life if you had a deep voice and knew how to look at a woman. But the war came. People who had money made for America. But you need a visa to go to America, unfortunately. And for certain reasons, it was wiser for me to try to get in more discreetly. So I went to Mexico, to a little town that straddles the border to California. There is a wire fence there, or you can see right through it into the United States. Yes, the wire fence. Don't let them tell you it's only 12 feet high. It's 1,000 miles high. Some people try to climb it. It's no use. They catch you when you get on the other side. The main street is called the Calle Ruiz. There was an American consulate, of course, where you could apply for a visa. It was the first place I went.
Sit down, Mr. Vasco. I see from your questionnaire that you wish to enter the United States permanently.
Yes, sir?
That will require a quota number. Do you know what a quota is?
No.
Every year, the United States permits the entrance of about 150,000 immigrants. That number is proportioned among the various European countries. You were born in Bucharest, so you come under the Romanian quota.
Yes, sir?
The Romanian quota is very small and very crowded.
Oh, that means I'll have to wait? How long?
From 5 to 8 years.
5 to 8 years? 5 to 8 years. Like a prison sentence. The local hotel was called the Esperanza. The rate was $1 a day, but you'd better take your room by the year, if you could get one. They were all taken, crammed with people, waiting. And so, I began my sentence. I was still there 5 months later, on the 4th of July. There were a great many American cars on the Calle Ruiz that day, all celebrating with firecrackers. I noticed a car by the curb filled with young boys. It had a sign painted on it. School bus, Azusa, California. When I reached the car, one of them leaned out and threw a firecracker at my feet.
Did you see what Tony... Who did that? I said, who did that? It was me, Miss Brown.
You mean it was I. I'm not very proud of you, Tony. Apologize to the gentleman.
Oh, thank you very much, madam, but it is not necessary.
No, please don't go. The boy must apologize. It's a matter of discipline.
You see, your form of humor I don't appreciate.
Well, you know what American boys are like. All year long, they stir up mischief for the 4th of July.
I see. Well, I think it would be preferable if they let off their high spirits in America, under the feet of Americans.
Now, don't let's get into international complications.
See, there is a fence back there. You Americans make a very definite point of it.
I gather you don't like us very much.
Very little.
Oh, I see.
Shall I apologize now, Miss Brown?
Don't you dare to. Come on, children.
Yeah, come on.
So I turned from the street and went into the Café Climax, a filthy little bar where I spent my days and nights. It was there that I met Anita. Oh, I hadn't seen her for years. She came up behind me as I sat there and spoke over my shoulder.
And now we present the dance sensation of the Riviera, George and Anita.
Anita?
Stop staring, George. It's me, all right.
Yes, it must be.
I saw the back of your head. It's different than the back of any other head.
What do you mean? Need a haircut?
Idiot that I am. The sight of you is still like touching a high-tension wire. After all these years.
After that last goodbye of ours.
Yes, casino at Cannes. An abrupt goodbye, if I remember.
Very, you slapped my face twice. I can still feel it.
You behaved like a fool, Anita. We had a good run of luck. You had that rich baron, the one with a glass eye. I had Mrs. Sweeney.
Canned soup, Sweeney.
Well, there were platinum cigarette cases in that soup. You had to step in and spoil everything.
I simply said, listen, Mrs. Rich Soup, just because you've got money and... Well, maybe it wasn't the right way to talk to a customer.
Good to see you, just the same. What are you doing here, Anita?
Down for the day from Los Angeles with some people. Those drunks at that table. It's not the same Anita, George.
It's not the same George.
You do look a little frayed. You're living here?
Yeah, waiting to get across.
Hotel Esperanza. I served a little time there.
Oh, that's right. You're Australian.
Well, vaguely.
How long for your quota?
Whatever it was, I didn't wait that long.
How did you get in?
Meet Mrs. Shaughnessy, George. I married an American.
And what?
And simple. If you're married to an American, you get preference. Your papers go to Washington, and in 4 weeks, everything is settled.
You mean you become an American citizen in 4 weeks?
No, but they let you into the country. 3 years before you become a citizen.
Anita. Where are you, Anita?
Who's that? Your husband?
No. Shaughnessy was a jockey from Caliente. 5'3". Once over the border, I went to a judge. I said a woman wants a man, not a radiator cap. Divorce granted. $50.
Very smart, Anita.
I haven't been very smart since, George. I'm on the bargain counter now.
Anita, where are you?
You better go.
Let him wait. George, all these years with all the others, I've shut my eyes and thought of you. I want to keep them open once again.
You better go.
Hey, what goes on? Who is this guy?
It's all right, my great big bull. Come along.
Yeah, that guy's bothering you.
Come on, my torero. Come on.
I sat there, thinking over what Anita had said. You just marry an American. As easy as that. Get hold of a wedding ring, and you could swing right over the fence. Just get a shave, get into a good suit of clothes. Why not? My intentions were entirely honorable. Object, matrimony. I met many women that day, American women, but all they wanted was a few hours of fun. When you go serious, they fluttered away. So I was depressed that evening. But on my way back to the hotel, I saw the school bus. You know, the one from Azusa, California. It was stuck in the middle of the road.
Now, children, please go and sit down over there. You, mechanic, can't you give me any idea how long it will take to fix my car?
I still must have dry el generador soon.
Soon. You said it would be done by 3 o'clock.
The motor was flooded. We have to dry.
All right, but please hurry.
Good evening.
Oh, good evening.
Still with us?
Yes. I know you don't like us, but I promise we'll get back over that border as soon as we can.
Oh, no, please. I feel very badly for you.
How do you think I feel? Sitting all day here in front of this awful filling station. Children are as cross as 2 sticks.
Are any of them your children?
No. I'm a school teacher, and I'm responsible for them. Oh, they'll be in a perfect tizzy about us back home.
Well, of course. Their parents and maybe your husband?
I haven't any husband.
Oh.
But if we're not back by 9 o'clock, Mr. McAdams, the principal, will think we're dead in a ditch.
Well, while you're waiting for the car, why not telephone and tell him you're all right?
They said there was no telephone.
Oh, yes, there is one at the hotel.
Oh, yes?
Across the street. May I show you?
Will you? Oh, thank you, Mr.
Georgie Scovescu.
My name is Miss Brown.
This way, Miss Brown. So we went across to my hotel, Miss Brown and I. But before I left the car, I managed to get rid of one of the parts the mechanic had laid out on the street. I pushed it into a drain. So, when we came into the lobby, I was afraid for a moment that the clerk behind the desk would ask me about my bill.
Senor Escovescu, the manager tell me to ask you about
No, just now, Flores. We want to telephone. What is the number, Miss Brown?
Azusa, California, 30991.
That's not cheap. Long distance.
Flores, please. Go in the booth and ask for the number.
See. 30991. Azusa.
That firecracker this morning. Maybe I should be grateful to your pupil now.
Why?
Perhaps I would never have seen you.
Oh.
Cigarette?
No, thank you. The school board doesn't approve, and, well, to tell you the truth, I don't like them much.
Miss Brown, may I ask you something?
What?
Would you take off your hat, please?
My hat?
Yes, your hat. I want to see you without it.
That's an odd request.
Doesn't the school board approve?
I don't think there are any regulations about it. There. Well?
That's amazing. Your name is not Margot?
No, it's Emmy.
She had the same hair. Only it was always mussed by the wind that winter in Samarit.
Who are you talking about?
You thought I was bitter, Miss Brown, when you first spoke to me on the street. It was because I saw another woman in your face, Margot. No, of course, those are not her eyes. Hers were bad. Eyes that seemed to be saying beautiful things, and every word they spoke, a lie. I knew it and I loved her. I had to come here, to the end of the earth, to know that I really hated her, that I had always hated her.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, just look at me, Miss Brown. Keep looking at me. Oh, it's like a sudden breeze on a stifling day.
Azusa 30991 is on the telephone.
Oh, thank you. Hello? Who is it? Oh, yes, Mr. McAdams. Yes. I called to say we had an accident. Don't get excited. It wasn't really an accident. Yes, we'll be back as soon as we can, Mr. McAdams. Yes, Mr. McAdams. Yes, I'll look out for drunken drivers, Mr. McAdams. Goodbye.
Is everything settled?
Yes. I do appreciate you taking so much trouble. Thank you very much.
Not at all.
The car must be ready by now.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I want to pay for that call.
No, please, Miss Brown. I am in your debt. But there is no way I can pay you for the loveliness of these few minutes. I thank you, Miss Brown. May I kiss your hand?
Oh, you're the strangest man.
Oh, perhaps the loneliest man.
Go back!
Let go!
I show you.
Miss Brown!
You little flea!
Miss Brown!
Tony, what's the meaning of this?
He kicked me in the leg.
Tony, why did you do such a thing?
Because he twisted my arm.
Why did you twist his arm?
Because he stole the gadget.
I did not. I didn't touch it.
What is this about a gadget?
The gadget, el generador.
On our car?
It was there. I drive.
Is it important?
She won't run without it.
Oh, children, this is serious. Did any of you take it?
No.
Can it be replaced?
See, tomorrow morning.
But that's impossible.
But of course it's impossible. Perhaps we could find another car.
Thank you, but I couldn't leave the bus behind. It's school property.
All right, Miss Brown. Flores,
See?
we're
What?
having guests tonight.
Who's having
Oh,
guests?
no. I mean, we can't stay all
Of
night
course you
here.
can.
Oh, that one needs a room next to yours?
Yes?
It's gone. I rented it this afternoon.
All right, we'll find something else.
I will not let the children out of my sight. Not for a single second.
Of course you won't. You and the children can all sleep here in the lobby. There are enough couches and armchairs. Flores, get blankets and pillows, will
But
you?
who is going to pay for all
Flores,
these?
Flores, please.
See.
Come in, George.
Anita, what are you doing in my room?
The door was unlocked. I just dropped in to borrow a cup of sugar.
I thought you were with some people.
Oh, I walked out on him.
Was that very wise?
Who cares? I've taken the room next door.
What do you want, Anita?
I've been thinking about you all day. The way you always held me away from you when we danced. Those eyes of yours, you cold, selfish, you... Didn't you ever love anybody in your life?
I want you to go, darling.
George, please.
This is the wrong time, Anita.
George, if we were in the States together, we're a team. There's still good seasons in New York and Florida. Oh, I'll get you across the border somehow. I know a lawyer. Maybe he can fix it.
I don't need a lawyer now.
Well, I'll scrape together some money, George. I'll give you anything you want.
Anything, Anita?
Anything, George.
Well, I'll take this.
What?
This ring on your finger.
What do you want that for?
Well, I can use a wedding ring. Thank you, Anita. Miss Brown had a hard time going to sleep that night. Her heart was beating fast, and her neat, tidy senses were all thrown out of gear. She found a kind of half-sleep at last. Then, about 5 o'clock in the morning, she stirred. Oh, I know because I was sitting beside her when she opened her eyes.
Oh,
You'll wake the children.
what are you doing here? You had no right to be here.
Of course, I have no right. No right to sit watching your face, learning it like a poem. No right to tell you that I love you very much.
You must go away right now. Please.
Oh, you needn't be afraid, Miss Brown. You see, we're like two trains, halted for a moment at the same station, but we are going in different directions. We can't change our course any more than we can hold back the dawn. See, it's going light already. Soon the children there will be waking up. The shops will open, and you will be gone forever.
It is getting light, isn't it? You'd better go.
Oh, you needn't be afraid, Miss Brown. Not of a dead man. I am dead, you see. I've asked myself thousands of times why they shouldn't bury me. Perhaps I know now. Perhaps it was to see the sun rise once more, to hear enchantment in a woman's voice, to feel her nearness, the warmth of her lips.
No, no.
Of course, no. You needn't be afraid. It's like a classroom here, isn't it? The pupils and their teacher. Rules of deportment, schedules and discipline. You are very conscientious, Miss Brown. No infringement of the regulations for you. No rebellions, no violent desires. Oh, if you found one in your sober little mind, you would tell it to go stand in the corner, wouldn't you, Miss Brown?
I don't know.
Not for you, the sudden flash that lights up your whole life. One split second to snatch at happiness before it's dark again.
Please, let me go.
Oh, it's not this kiss I want. It is all your kisses. It's all your life. Look at your hand, Miss Brown. Your left hand.
Why,
Yes. It's a wedding ring, Miss Brown. I put it on your hand as you slept. It was my mother's. You see how wild a dream can be. But you are wise and sane and cool.
No, please.
Oh, you needn't be afraid. Goodbye, Miss Brown.
No, wait. Listen.
Yes?
I want to tell you.
Tell me what?
About your being lonesome. Other people are lonesome. So lonesome they almost give up waiting. Mr. McAdams always said I was crazy, but I knew all the time, deep down in my heart, that someday, somebody, somewhere, even though Azusa was at the end of the world, I knew you'd come. I knew you'd come. I knew.
And so the trap was set. We were married that morning. She never had a chance, little Miss Brown.
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille and our stars, Charles Boyer, Paulette Goddard, and Susan Hayward, will bring us Act Two of Hold Back the Dawn. And now, while we're waiting, let's do a little imaginary wiretapping. Mrs. Martin is telephoning her grocer.
And a dozen oranges, 2 bunches of carrots, and then I want some soap. Yes, of course, Lux soap. 3 cakes. Will you send my order over right away, please? I'm going out and
Well, it sounds as if Mrs. Martin is a busy young housewife, and you'll notice that she's pretty clever, too. She's just as particular about the soap that touches her precious complexion as she is about ordering the right kind of food for her family. She's one of the many young women who have taken Hollywood's tip on beauty care. Literally millions have found that 9 out of 10 screen stars are right when they say that Lux toilet soap is a wonderful aid in keeping skin smooth, lovely to look at, soft to touch. That's why these women give their complexions screen star care with daily active lather facials. It's such an easy, simple care. Here's all you do.
You just pat Lux Soap's rich, active lather lightly into your skin. This lather is so creamy, it feels as if you were actually smoothing beauty in. Next, you rinse with warm water, then a dash of cool. With a towel, pat your face dry. This beauty facial has removed stale cosmetics, every trace of dust and dirt thoroughly, and it leaves your skin looking flower fresh, feeling wonderfully soft and smooth. Believe me, these daily active lather facials really work.
You want the charm of a lovely complexion, the kind of skin that wins romance and holds it. Why don't you take Hollywood's tip? Try active lather facials regularly for 30 days. This beauty care of the stars can help you to new, appealing loveliness. Remember, tomorrow, Lux toilet soap. And here's a thrift tip. Buy Lux toilet soap the economical 3 cakes at a time way. Mr. DeMille continues with Act Two of Hold Back the Dawn, starring Charles Boyer as George, Paulette Goddard as Anita, and Susan Hayward as Emmy, with Edgar Barrier as Hammock. There was something compelling about that man's story. Something that drew me far away from the deserted soundstage and carried me to his world below the Mexican border. I listened to him and I watched his eyes. They were desperate, entreating, and at times full of contempt for himself.
We had to get the Mexican judge out of bed to marry us. The license was $6, but it seemed a sound investment. The ceremony was brief, the office drab and sordid, but to Amy Brown, being there was like standing at an altar in a cathedral. The town was just waking when we walked back to the hotel. She clung to my arm like a child, her eyes shining with happiness.
And I always expected to be married in the Margaret Martin Memorial Church in Azusa.
Oh, you did?
I never dreamed of anything so beautiful and exciting as this. Oh, my, they'll be surprised back home. Mrs. George Iscovescu. Or is it Visco?
Iscovescu.
I don't even know what you are. Rich man, poor man, beggar man. Oh.
Why do you laugh?
At the thought of the family when we arrive in the school bus.
Oh.
You and the children and I.
Unfortunately, I won't be able to go with you right away, my dear.
You...
No.
You won't?
No, not for another 4 weeks or so.
Why not, George?
Well, you see, I'm a foreigner. I have to wait for my visit.
4 weeks? You mean you'll stay here and I...
Can't you come down?
How can I? We're all tied up with summer classes.
Oh.
I'm terribly busy.
Well, it's only 4 weeks.
Well, maybe it's better. I'll have a chance to break it to them gently. George, I'll write to you every day.
I'll be waiting for your letters every day.
And you won't be so lonesome now. Promise?
Oh, I promise.
I won't either. I'll have this, your wedding ring. George, take it a minute.
The ring? But...
Please. Now will you put it on my finger and say the words?
The words?
For richer, for poorer, for better, for worse. With this ring I thee wed.
For richer, for poorer, for better, for worse, with this ring I thee wed.
Till death do us part.
Till death do us part.
George, I'll never take it off. Never.
Department of Immigration.
Oh, George, this is priceless.
What are you laughing at?
Oh, these letters she writes to you. She really must be something.
Did she send her birth certificate?
Yes, right here. And here's the blank paper she signed for the petition.
Well, I'd better get that written.
And don't forget to send her birth certificate. Emily Agnes Cecilia Brown. And so young. Well, her letter certainly show it. How did you like the paragraph about her eyes?
What eyes?
Oh, listen. There's one thing I didn't tell you, beloved. You said you liked my eyes. Well, you might as well know, George, that when I read a long time or collect papers, I have to wear my glasses.
Shut up.
Listen to this part. Mother is fixing up the spare room for us. The scrap of chintz in this letter is what she's going to have for curtains, if you like it. Well, how would you like this stuff for curtains, George? So Rosebud, dear dog.
My wife goes dear to me every day. She leaves me alone, doesn't she? I write her a few letters, throw in a telephone call, and once across the border...
We'll be on our way to New York.
Uh-huh. With a short stop in Azusa. Half an hour. Long enough to tell her of a love that was too great to last. A mistake that was too lovely not to have been made.
That she was too good and you too low.
Half an hour, Anita. She'll brush up like a drop of rain.
You swine.
Anita had a superstition. She said a letter to Washington needed a drop of champagne for good luck. Or maybe she just liked champagne. We went to the cafe downstairs and ordered a cheap drink.
Champagne, and it'll be champagne all the way.
Well, I hope it will be a better vintage.
It will be. Only the very rich will get a crack at George and Anita. Will be very expensive, I'm afraid.
Oh, they can write us off on their income tax.
You'll make a wonderful deduction.
And you.
Hello, Mrs. Shaughnessy.
Oh, hello.
You remember me, Mrs. Shaughnessy?
Of course. George, this is Mr. Hammett, Mr. Iscovescu.
How are you?
How'd you do?
Mr. Hammock is from Washington, from the Immigration Department.
Oh, yes?
Kind of a surprise to see you down this side of the fence, Mrs. Shaughnessy. A gal that could hardly wait to hug every stripe and kiss every star, all 48 of them.
How long are you staying this time, Mr. Hammett?
Oh, 2 or 3 days, just making sure the old gate is still here. How's your husband, Mrs. Shaughnessy?
I don't know, Mr. Hammock. We're divorced since a year.
No, not really. You mean it's gone, that beautiful love match?
Oh, I really loved him then.
Oh, sure. Only once he got you across the border, you found you didn't like the shape of his nose.
If you're suggesting...
Oh, I'm not saying anything, Mrs. Shaughnessy. You made the grade. In is in. Only there's been an awful epidemic of marrying up and down the border. The department has a new theme song. Is it love or is it immigration?
Funny, isn't it, George?
Well, I don't quite know what's being talked about.
Well, we won't bother you with it.
Did you see the bullfights, Mr. Hammock? That's why I came down.
The two of you?
No, I live here.
We were old friends in Europe.
Oh. Hungarian?
Romanian.
Senor Escovescu,
Yes, Flores?
I have a message for you.
Oh, will you excuse me, Mr. Hammock?
Oh, sure. Well, Mrs. Shaughnessy, it certainly is a surprise.
Yes, Flores, what is it?
Your wife, she's in a room at the hotel. She said for...
What? Yes. Ask her to wait there for me. Tell her not to leave. I'll be there as soon as I can.
George!
Well, I wasn't expecting you.
I know. And look, George, our wedding cake. I brought it all the way from Azusa. Isn't it wonderful?
Yes, you should have told me you were coming.
I wanted to surprise you. Oh, Mr. McAdams was so nice. He's gotten a substitute teacher from Riverside. He gave me a week off and said I could use the car. Isn't that lovely? A honeymoon for a wedding present. Oh, and this is from my mother to you. My father's watch. The dent is where I cut my teeth on it. Here's yours. It's yours.
Oh, that's very kind.
And this is for you, too. I mean, for us to start out with.
What is it?
$500.
What?
I saved it up for a postgraduate course at Teachers College for high school work. I won't have time to take a course now.
Oh, no, I don't want any money from
It's
you.
ours, George. Please. Community property.
But-
It's the law in California. Please take it.
Very well.
Thank you, George. Oh, it was just like a madhouse at home. Nobody could believe it, and the questions they asked. And you ought to hear how they pronounce our name. Whiskey, and Itsky, Bitsky. Did you see what the kids put on the back of the school bus?
No, what?
Come here to the window. See? A sign. Good luck, Mr. and Mrs. Iscovescu. Everybody laughed at me all the way down here.
You shouldn't have parked in front of the hotel.
What?
Well, it's against police regulations. You better give me the keys. I'll move it into the alley.
All right, George. They're right here.
Thank you. I won't be long. Anita, here.
George, I almost died when I saw that sign. I was just coming out of the cafe with Hammock.
Hammock's here.
No, I got rid of him. What you doing down here?
Staying for a week.
Nice week to pick with Hammock around. We'll have to send her back before he starts asking questions.
I can answer any question.
Oh, you can. For instance, why you didn't mention you were married and to an American. And all of that happened a little fast, didn't it? And isn't it a little unusual for a bridegroom to sit in a bar with Mrs. Shaughnessy? Mrs. Shaughnessy, who also happened to have married an American, to ease herself over the border?
Oh, shut up. Where can I take her?
Oh, any place, but get her away from here. Take her south. Keep her there until her week's up.
All right. Yeah, here's the letter for Washington. Mail it for me. And here's some money.
Well, how come?
Never mind. Take it. I owe Flores $180. Pay him. Get the things out of pawn and anything you need.
Well, it's like old times. Good luck, George.
So, I got Amy away from the hotel that afternoon. I thought I would take her to Ensenada, a matter of 50 miles. But in the night and the storm, I must have taken a wrong turn. A turn away from the road I had been following all my life. We drove all night. And when the sun came up, we seemed to be approaching a little village. There was a crowd of people, all walking or riding in one direction. An ox cart was blocking the road in front of us.
What's the matter, George?
Had a good sleep?
Yes. Where are we?
In back of an ox cart. Oiga, a un lado. Poco tanto tráfico.
Hay una fiesta en honor del santo del pueblo.
This isn't Sunday. Where are they going?
It's their patron saint's day. They're having some kind of a celebration.
Todos los novios y los recién casados vienen al pueblo a recibir la bendición.
What saint is it, George?
Well, whoever is the saint of brides and bridegrooms.
Brides and bridegrooms?
Uh-huh. They're being blessed in the village.
George, that's the dearest thing I ever heard.
Yes?
All this time not telling me where we were going. You're wonderful, George.
Oh. That afternoon, we had our marriage blessed in the little church in the village. Amy kneeling by my side, her eyes glowing with delight. After the ceremony, we went outside in the garden. There was a foolish legend about an olive tree there. If the married couple shook it, however many olives fell, they would have that many children. There were 3 that fell as we stood there.
This one is Joshua, after my father. And this one is Helen, because that's what I wish I was named. I hate Emmy. And this one? What was your father's name, George?
Gregor.
Gregor Iscovescu, then. Mother's so foolish. She thought we should change our name to Ingersoll, or at least Ives. I said, nonsense. This is America. It's for the Rockefellers and the Joneses, for the McGonagalls and the Frankfurters and the Jeffersons and the Slavinskys. You see, George, it's like a lake, clear and fresh. It'll never get stagnant while new streams are flowing in.
Well, your people are building pretty high dams to stop those streams.
Just to keep out the scum, don't you see, George? In Azusa, when they learned I'd married a foreigner, there was exactly one person who said something nasty about you. Mrs. Beglow. She said, I suppose he's just one of those foreigners coming with empty hands to grab as much from America as he can. Well, Mr. McAdams put her in her place. He said, I suppose your great-great-grandmother was Pocahontas, Mrs. Beglow. Funny?
Very funny.
She's really just jealous. You see, her husband ran away after she'd been married only a week. Oh, you'll like Azusa, George.
Yes?
There are wonderful opportunities. It's an up-and-coming little place. The fastest-growing town between Los Angeles and San Badu. People going and coming, building and making and selling. Why do you think we call it Azusa? Everything from A to Z in the USA.
Well, I suppose I could sell quantities of brushes with this accent of mine.
Oh, I don't worry about you. Except for one thing.
Yes?
You smoke too much.
Oh, well, I will stop.
Thank you, George.
She leaned toward me then and kissed me. In that hot July afternoon, it was like kissing fresh snow. I could feel her hand tremble on my shoulder. Of course, there was no hotel in the village, but we had the car, and we had planned to sleep in the back. It was a clear night, starred with great stars. She was humming an American tune, perhaps so I wouldn't hear her heart beat. Mine was beating too. I thought of the day I was to tell her it was all over. The day I was to cast her overboard because she couldn't fit in with my plans. Wasn't that enough? I had no right to involve her. I wanted her to be still Miss Brown when I left her. That's why I did the trick about my shoulder. See, I was out of the car, putting the suitcases in the back. Ouch!
George, what is it? Are you hurt?
I'm afraid of...
Oh, George, you're hurt.
No, that's just my shoulder. I've thrown it out. Oh, it's happened before.
Let's get your coat off.
No. Don't touch it, please. No, it's just a nerve that twisted over.
We'll put a compress on it.
Oh, no. I can't move it to take off my coat. Now, let me sit here with my arm up like this.
George, if we drove someplace and found a doctor,
No. Not over these roads. No, it'll straighten itself out. Just go to sleep, will you, Emmy?
If it hurts too much, wake me up. Promise.
All right, I promise. Now go to sleep.
Yes, dear. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, George.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille and our stars Charles Boyer, Paulette Goddard, and Susan Hayward will bring us Act 3 of Hold Back the Dawn. We want to take these few moments to show you that romance always tags a girl with a lovely complexion. Here are 3 examples.
I am a fellow in high school, and I have a girl, and she is the one girl for me. Her skin is so smooth that it dazzles your eyes. Honest, she's gorgeous to see.
I'm a young man with romance in my heart, and I don't insist on perfection. But the girl must have one thing, not money, not brains, a lovely, alluring complexion.
I've been married 10 years, but it seems like a day. I have such a beautiful wife. She's got a complexion like peaches and cream. In short, she's the pride of my life.
See? Oh, loveliness has a wonderful effect. Why, everyone... Well, what I really want to say is, everyone falls for a beautiful complexion. Isn't it so? And here in Hollywood, the owners of some of the world's most famous complexions tell you of an easy care that can help to keep your skin at its very best. Soft and lovely. It's just this. Use Lux toilet soap. Every night, pat the creamy, active lather into your skin. You'll love the gentle, caressing feel of it. Rinse with warm water, then a dash of cool, and pat dry with a soft towel. This mild, pure soap, you'll find, leaves skin feeling smooth and flower fresh. It's Hollywood's favorite beauty care, and yet it's actually thrifty to use. Its tremendous popularity means a low price for each fragrant white cake. Try it, and the first time you do, you'll see why Lux Toilet Soap is the soap 9 out of 10 screen stars like to use for their lovely, smooth complexion. From that time on, Lux Toilet Soap will be the beauty soap for you. The curtain rises as Mr. DeMille continues with Hold Back the Dawn. It was a strange story, the man told me. And I noticed that every once in a while he would stop and glance quickly over his shoulder, as if afraid of being interrupted. Then, reassured, he would begin again.
We traveled around for almost a week, Emmy and I. Emmy kept talking about the United States, about Boulder Dam, and how her brother had gone to school with a very famous man by the name of Jody Magee, and what the word swell means. That is exactly what she was, swell. At last, we returned to the border, to the Hotel Esperanza.
Oh, that was the shortest 100 miles. We couldn't drive around the block, could we? Just once?
You couldn't make a mistake and think it is tomorrow that you're due back in Azusa?
No. Tonight, July 13th, parent-teachers meeting, auditorium, 8 o'clock.
Oh, it sounds very dull. Don't go.
I have to, George. Mr. McAdams would be savage.
Well, we'd better leave your suitcase in the car, then. Get the rest. Come on.
George, you don't suppose that if I went to the American authorities and talked to them, they'd let you come with me?
3 more weeks, Emmy. Regulations.
I could ask them how they'd like to be without their wives for 3 weeks.
I've seen their wives. They'd like it very much.
Good morning, senor.
Oh, good morning, Flores. Let Mrs. Escovescu in the room, will you? Run upstairs, Emmy. While you pack, I'll have them fill up the car.
All right, I'll only be a little while.
This way, senora.
George. Oh, I thought you'd never come. I've been dying here day after day, looking down the street, watching for that car of yours. Look at these telegrams.
Bad news, Inca?
Oh, no, good news. 2 offers. The Casanova in New York or the Savoy in Chicago. Of course, we're taking New York. They're both for the 1st of October.
Well, not the 1st of October.
Oh, we can make it easily. Out of here in 3 weeks, there's plenty of time in New York to brush up on the old tango.
Yes, but I'm not going right on to New York.
Oh, of course, a stopover in Azusa. Well, that'll be half an hour, you said.
Well, it will be however long it takes.
But we had it all so simple. She was too good, you were too low.
I'll do it my own way. Do you mind?
How, the slow way? Why do you have to take all it... You like the girl?
Yes. I like her enough not to give her a sudden kick. Not to slap her face in front of her whole little town. Well, I like her enough to do it all with a little style. All right. I like her enough not to behave like a swine for once in my life.
Well, hallelujah.
That will do. You've got enough money to get you back to New York. I'll find you there when I'm ready.
Thanks. And you just stand right in the middle of Times Square and whistle. Who is it? Mrs. Escovescu?
Yes.
Do you mind if I come in?
Why, no.
I'm Anita. I don't think George has told me about you, or did he?
No, he didn't.
I see you're packing.
Yes, I have to get back this evening.
Good. Only before you go, there's something of mine I want you to give me back.
Of yours?
Yes, my wedding ring.
Why, what would I be doing with your wedding ring?
You're wearing it. You see, I loaned it to George.
This? It belonged to his mother.
Isn't he wonderful? The way he knows how to pluck at a heartstring. You see, I gave him the whole idea.
What idea?
About the marriage. And let's give him credit. His execution was brilliant. He sees you, cuts off your retreat.
What?
You remember the 4th of July.
Why did you stay overnight? My car broke down. A part was lost.
He kicked it down a drain to keep you here. All he needed was a few hours.
He married me.
He married you to pass that gate. For the same reason that I married my little American, and with the same ring. Well, don't stare at me. Take a look at the engraving inside. It's just the key. Just slip it off.
No.
Maybe you should know a little more about the history of Georges Covescu.
Get out, please. Please.
The first time I heard about Georges was in Ostend. Lady Whitwood and her daughter had both tried to turn on the gas because of him, and there were others.
Did you hear me? Get out.
Oh, I know what you're thinking. This woman's a tramp, and she's in love with him. Well, I am a tramp, and I am in love with him. For 10 years, I've loved him. Just as you love him. Only there's this difference. I'm his sort. We belong together. And you, well, you think you're a teacher. You're a schoolgirl that's learned life out of a school book. Now get away. Get in that car and don't turn back. And if you know it... Yes?
You're wanted in the lobby.
Who is?
Mrs. Escobesco to answer. Mr. Hammock, too.
Listen, he's from the immigration department. He's going to ask you a lot of questions. Don't go. Don't see him.
I'll be right down, Flores. Take my bag, please.
You can't give him away. What for? It won't do you any good.
I learned life from a school book. Remember? Get out of my way.
No, listen. Don't go down there. Don't.
I had you all figured out, Mr. Escobesco, the first day I saw you.
But if you have any questions, I will be glad to answer them.
It's your wife I want to hear from. You just keep quiet, understand?
Are you Mr. Hammett?
That's right.
Amy.
I'll handle this. Right over here, Mrs. Escobesco. Take a chair, will you?
What is it, please?
Now, I want it understood I have no right to bother you with any questions. It's just if we think an American might be getting a dirty deal, we try
I'll
to...
answer any question.
Good, good. Now, how long had you known Mr. Escobesco when you married him?
A few hours.
Had you any idea he was waiting to get into the country?
Yes.
And that he might have married you to turn the trick?
He might.
Okay. Now, if you'll take the trouble and start scraping the varnish off Mr. Escobesco, an awful lot of interesting things come to light. For instance,
the way that he made his living, that he was involved with a lot of women.
And one particular lady right here in this hotel.
I know that, too.
Listen, Mrs. Escobesco, anybody can see the setup with half an eye. He asked you to marry him for the express purpose...
You're making one mistake. I asked him to marry me.
All right, he got you to ask him. Now, look here. With this evidence, you can get an annulment. It's a cinch. That'll slam the door right in his face.
Get a what?
An annulment, I said.
An annulment?
Mm-hmm.
How do you like that, George? No, thank you, Mr. Hammock. It's very sweet of you, but you see, there's nothing wrong. He told me everything. You people always see plots and traps. It's a fine marriage, and we love each other very much.
Well, I'll be the doggone... Maybe I'm just dumb. Sorry, lady.
Amy, did Anita tell you?
Yes, she told me.
Well, I've always been full of words, you know. Big ones, smooth ones, fancy ones. Just one more word. Thanks.
No. You see, I come from a small town. We don't have fine hotels. We eat in the drugstore, but we leave a tip just the same. I don't feel I was too generous for these 7 days. Only perhaps when I met you, I shouldn't have been so vain. I should have worn my glasses. Perhaps I would have seen you then. The way I see you now. Goodbye.
She left me then, and I stood looking after her as she got into the car. That night, I walked the streets, seeing her face in front of me, and the hurt in her eyes that I had put there. And then, suddenly, do you believe in premonition? When a black wave breaks over you, and you know something terrible is going to happen? Well, I had a premonition then. In my ears was the screeching of brakes, of tires taking a wild curve. Before my eyes was her foot on the gas pedal, pressing it down. I saw her. I saw him in that car. Faster, faster, faster.
Hello? Hello? I can't hear you. See? See? I will tell Senor Escobesco as soon as he... See?
Laura's, is it bad?
See, on a straight empty road, no one knows how. She rolled over 3 times. She's in the hospital in Los Angeles.
Be careful, he's here. George.
What's happened? Something has happened.
George.
I know it. I feel it. There was an accident, wasn't there?
Si, senor.
Bad?
Si.
Where is she?
They took her to General Hospital in Los Angeles.
I'll take your car, Flores.
No, they won't let you across the border. You have no papers.
Give me the keys, Flores.
Here, senor.
What do you want to do? Crash that border? They'll catch you and they'll never let you in again. Never.
Get out of my way.
Don't, George. I won't let you. All you wanted was a chance to get to the States legally. Well, you've got it. Listen to me, you idiot. They'll catch you. You haven't got a chance. George, please.
So I drove across the border. That was last night. Through the gate, without stopping. Oh, I knew they would come after me, but I didn't care. It was 5 o'clock this morning that I got to the hospital. And it wasn't until I climbed those steps that I was really afraid. Yes, afraid it was too late and nothing left that I could do.
Are you Mr. Escovesco?
Yes.
I'm John McAdams.
Oh, how is she?
Unconscious. We're very much afraid. The steering wheel was crushed against her. There's no fight left in her.
Can I go in?
Yes, of course. The doctor's there.
Amy.
She doesn't hear you.
Amy. It is George. I've come. I'm here. Amy.
Wait. Go on talking to her. Keep talking.
She doesn't know me.
She must know you. Her pulse quickened just then. It's stronger. Talk to her, please.
Amy, breathe. Try. Please. Try hard.
That's right. Again. Again. It's all right, Amy. Amy.
Breathe.
Please.
George.
I don't know how long I sat there, but I must have said it 1,000,000 times. Breathe. And then this afternoon, she seemed to grow stronger. The doctor sent me out of the room. Mr. McAdams was with me.
The doctor said she's going to get well.
Yes. I thought she'd smiled once.
Did she? Mr. Escovescu, I don't know if she ever told you, but for a while I had some hopes about Emmy. She couldn't quite make up her mind between me and Teachers College. She was saving up for a postgraduate course.
Oh, yes, I know.
Then you came along, and we were both out. Teachers College and I.
Yes, that's right. She had saved $500.
What are you looking at?
Huh? Oh, at your city down there.
Oh? That's Hollywood out that way.
Hollywood?
Where they make pictures.
Yes. Oh, yes, of course. Hollywood. Well, that was this afternoon. When Mr. McAdams said Hollywood, I remembered you, a director in moving pictures. And that's why I came to you. You see, there were $500 missing to square the account. And I had some vague hope that, well, you know, perhaps if you liked my story, you would give it to me.
I think that can be arranged. But what are you going to do now? You can't stay here. What about Hammock?
Yes, what about it? Come on, Mr. Rye. You've given us quite a chase through every operating room in Hollywood. Come on.
No, please, wait. The story I've told you, if they can use it, of course the money goes to her. Here is a real name and address on this paper. I trust your discretion.
I understand.
Let's go.
Where are you taking him? To jail?
And have him eat off the government for a couple of months? Oh, no. I'm dumping him right back where he came from, across the border. On our way, Mr. Rye.
Well, that's the story, as George Scovescu told it to me almost a year ago. But the real ending happened a few weeks after that. Down there in that border town where George Scovescu sat one afternoon in a little park, writing letter after letter.
Hi, Mr. I.
Oh, hello, Mr. Hammock.
Writing to somebody?
Well, I come here every day and write letters to Azusa, to the consul, to Washington, to you. But you see, I never mail them. They go by airmail, on the wind, like this one, see?
Good way to save postage. Who was that one for, the one you just threw away?
Oh, that's not a letter. It's an advertisement. Slightly reformed character, eager for some decent work. Any place on the globe where they will have him.
Ah. In reply to your ad, we herewith inform you that we have made an opening for you right in that border.
What?
A certain immigration inspector neglected to report a certain incident. And there's no use shooting off your mouth about it once you're in there.
In where?
In the United States. There's somebody at the gate with all your papers.
I don't understand.
Aren't you the husband of an American wife? Go on. Don't keep her waiting.
George, here I am.
Amy.
Oh, darling, everything's all right. They're going to let you in.
Oh, let me see you, Amy. Let me look at you.
Here are your papers, George. But you'll have to stay put for a little while. In Azusa. Do you mind, George?
Azusa? It is in the United States, isn't it? Oh, it sounds very wonderful, Amy. And you will be there, won't you?
Your applause gives proper salute to three fine performances. And now Charles Boyer, Paulette Goddard, and Susan Hayward return to the footlights.
Thank you very much, C.B. I think you should join us in this curtain call. That performance as the famous director Cecil B. DeMille was very convincing.
I told Mitchell Lyson, who directed the picture, that I hoped I'd play his part as well as he did.
I just wish that I'd been your director for 5 minutes.
You sound very bitter, Paulette.
Well, you're in Reap the Wild Wind, too, Susan, and you'll remember that scene where I get spanked by Ray Milland.
Well, you have to expect plenty of, shall I say, action in DeMille pictures.
Yes, but he didn't have to keep shouting, "Make it more realistic, Ray."
Why, everyone else on the set thought it was a wonderful scene, Paulette.
Nobody ever loves the director. Don't ever become one, Charles.
Well, never having been spanked at your command, C.B., I don't bear to grudge that Paulette does.
Well, if I can't direct Mr. DeMille, perhaps I can give the women in our audience a little direction, or rather a suggestion. It's on the subject of complexion care, and 2 words will cover it. Lux soap.
There can't be any argument there, Paulette. I've used Lux soap for a long time, and I know that anyone who tries it will be just as enthusiastic as we are.
And anyone who looks at either of you will run, not walk, to the nearest Lux soap counter.
What is the play next week, C.B.?
Well, Charles, I imagine everyone remembers the famous play and picture, Merton of the Movies. That's our play for next week, but the big news is the stars we've cast. Next Monday night, our own special Merton of the Movies will be Mickey Rooney. And starring with him, Judy Garland. So I hope you can all join us to hear Mickey and Judy in this entertaining story of the young man who wanted to be a motion picture star.
Mickey Rooney and Judy Garland in a story about Hollywood? Well, here is something I want to hear, C.B. Good night.
Good night, everybody.
Thank you.
Good night. Good night. I think the whole company deserves a medal tonight. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Mickey Rooney and Judy Garland in Merton of the Movies. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Today, America's oldest fighting force celebrates its 166th birthday. The United States Marine Corps was founded on November 10th, 1775. And so we extend our congratulations now. As always, the Marines have landed and the situation is well in hand. Charles Boyer will soon be seen in the Universal picture Appointment for Love. Paulette Goddard and Susan Hayward were heard through the courtesy of Paramount. Miss Goddard appears in Nothing But the Truth, and Miss Hayward will soon be seen in Cecil B. DeMille's Technicolor production, Reap the Wild Wind. The picture, Hold Back the Dawn, was produced by Arthur Hornblow and based on a story by Kitty Frings. Heard in tonight's play were Edgar Barrier as Hammock, Tony Martelli as Flores, and Fred Mackay as McAdams. Tune in next Monday to hear Mickey Rooney and Judy Garland in Merton of the Movies. Our music has been directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
When you look in your best, all the world is a fun place. How to keep a look in your best, find what you need all in one place.
The place I go is Thrift Drug for great products like Brute Aftershave. Brute's Cream Aftershave is great when the weather dries my skin. And now's the time during Thrift Drug's Great Tape Race. Save your register tapes for big discounts at Thrift. They are experts.
The Warrior of the Woodlands, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland. Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, showing rare courage in the face of disaster. In the air, on horseback, or in a screaming squad car. Ranger Bill, his mind alert, a ready smile, unswerving, loyal to his mission. And all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done.
Teletype. Go like everything for a half an hour. Hey, there's special bulletin.
Yeah, I'll say it's been going. Must be something big going on. I'll see what it's about.
What's up, pal?
Here, read it for yourself and find out.
Oh.
Wow.
Let's see. Hey, it's from Washington, huh?
Colonel Anders.
Yeah, right. Must be important.
Well, knock me over with a feather and call me Grandpa.
I see. Something like Henry Powwow.
Wow is right. Henry?
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge receipt of this message and then copy this on a mimeograph. At least 50 copies.
Yes, sir. On the double.
I'm not through yet.
Oh, sorry.
Grey Wolf, Stumpy, you fellas prepare envelopes to every ranger in this district and also a numbered register. I want every ranger to sign the register as he receives this message in a sealed envelope. When the envelopes are stuffed and ready to go, you fellas divide up the district 3 ways and make like Paul Revere.
Hey, Zeke!
Henry, what are you doing way up here?
I'm playing Paul Revere. Come here, sign this register for this envelope.
Oh. Hey, what's it all about?
You'll find out when you read it. Come on, sign it. I've got ground to cover.
Sure. Boy, this must be really hot to have to sign for it. There you are, Henry.
Thanks. Okay, come on, Bess, let's go. Oh, Frank!
Henry! How nice to see you.
Hi, Peg. Where's Frank?
Why, he's out on the trail working. Why? Say, you've been riding pretty hard, and what's all that official-looking papers about?
Well, I can't explain now. Here, sign here, please, and be sure Frank gets this the moment he returns.
Sure. Where do I sign?
Right here, this line. Yeah. Now remember, Peg, this is top official and extremely important. I'll see you later. Let's go, Bess.
radio.
Okay.
Boy, I'm glad this ain't a high tower. I'd clear go to China at the speed I was going. What's up and what's so important?
Can't say. It's all inside this here official envelope. A sign here on the dotted line.
Say, is this why you made me come all the way down here? Just to sign for this envelope? You got a nerve calling me down here for this. Why couldn't you stick it in the mailbox?
Stop the palavering and put your John Hancock down. I gotta get moving.
Okay. What's inside anyway? Sale bulletin from a mail order house?
Call it what you like. You'll change your mind after you read it. Come on, horse, let's pick 'em up and lay 'em down on the double.
Hey, Stumpy, I'm glad you made it. I've been getting ulcers waiting for you.
So the boys sent word ahead, Heavy?
Yeah, they sure did. You know our backcountry telephone circuit. Where do I sign?
Where does it look like, since you're the last guy on the list?
Boy, it sure must be hot stuff inside this envelope.
Yep. Say, ain't you getting heavier all the time?
Yep, I guess so.
Last time I seen your missus in town, she said you was on a diet.
Oh, I am.
Huh?
Yep, sure. I'm eating nothing but food.
Yoo-hoo, Hannah! Peggy, how nice of you to make a visit. I hope you don't mind my dropping by without warning. Of course not. Let's go in the house. Oh, before I forget, I'd like to have the recipe that you made for us the other night. You know that sort of pie-like thing?
Oh, yes. Say, I have it in my apron pocket here.
Good. Frank really loved it, so I'd better not go home without it.
I know Heavy likes it, too.
It's such a lovely day, and Frank is at home, so I asked him if he'd mind babysitting while I came over.
You make the 2-mile hike over here sound like we were next-door neighbors.
Oh, now listen, Hannah, don't fix coffee. I come to visit you not to make you more work than you've already got.
Aw, Shaw, Peg. It's no bother at all. Besides, I'm so tickled that you did come over.
I wish we were next-door neighbors. Then we could visit more often. Isn't the news thrilling for our men?
Yes, indeed. You know, Heavy's as excited as a little boy about this.
Oh, so is Frank. What a wonderful thing to happen to them.
There. Now I'll sit down while the coffee perks. Say, I have some fresh apple strudel to go with the coffee.
How nice. Oh, you've got the letter in your hand.
Yes, you know me. Everything's filed away in my apron pocket.
Read it to me, as if I didn't know what it says. But it sounds so extra important, like such a high honor.
Yes, it does. From Chief Ranger of Knotty Pine District to all the rangers in this command. Subject, special teletype message just received this AM. Quote.
Oh, Hannah.
Chief Ranger Bill Jefferson, 1 month from today you are to present to a special representative of the President of the United States a hand-picked group of your men to accompany the President's representative and a distinguished group of gentlemen from the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. This hand-picked honor guard will conduct the VIPs through your entire district in a very detailed and close inspection trip. I suggest your hand-picked honor guard consist of 25 men in addition to yourself and your staff. Signed, Colonel Joshua Albert Anders, by the direction of the Secretary of the Interior.
Imagine all those important people coming way out here. Now we have something to really look forward to, and after it's over, to talk about it with pride. I wonder who the men are that will be picked for the honor guard.
I guess only Bill knows that. But Heavy says no matter who will be chosen for the honor guard, Bill will do it in a way that, well, it's fair and just to all the men.
Oh, sure, Hannah. We know Bill will pick the right men and those that deserve it, and he'll probably be absolutely fair about it.
Just the same, I wouldn't want to be in his shoes right now.
Why not, Peggy?
Don't you think somebody will get hurt feelings because he wasn't selected, and perhaps there'll be some jealousy?
Why, Peggy, I never thought of it that way. I suppose you're right, but then there's another way to look at it.
What's that?
The men who are picked, well, are in for some real tough training and work according to what Heavy says. Why, he says that this will be the dress parade from the word go. The men who are picked will have to be sharp as tacks and polished like new diamonds.
Company! Halt! Mr. Jefferson, all men are present or accounted for.
Very well. Now, men, I know you may be somewhat surprised at the sudden formality of our general meetings, since we've always been very informal. As we used to say in the service, this has got to be a spit and polish operation from now on, until this whole affair is wound up. I know without a doubt that there isn't a man in my command who won't measure up to the great honor bestowed upon us. You're a hand-picked group from the first day you came into this district. And as far as I'm concerned, even though we're all on the well-known spot, we'll come through with flying colors. Mr. Kendall.
Mr. Jefferson.
Open the ranks for inspection.
Yes, sir. On command, first rank. 2 steps forward. Halt! Second rank. 1 step forward. Halt! 4th rank. 1 step backward. Halt! Mr. Jefferson, company is ready for inspection.
Very well, Mr. Kendall. Join the inspection party.
Yes, sir.
Grey Wolf, just make general notes as we go along.
Yes, sir.
General appearance of dress uniforms is not good. The rule on haircuts must be strictly enforced. Frank, looks like your chest has fallen down to your abdominal area.
Bill, Mr. Jefferson.
Never mind, I'll discuss it with you later. Heavy, what in the name of common sense are you doing, trying to eat yourself to death?
Well, no, sir, but I do get hungry.
That's self-evident. I'll talk to you later on, too. Now, there are just 2 things I want to say after finishing the inspection. Number 1, the 25 men picked for the honor guard will be chosen according to seniority, and then according to fitness and appearance. Number 2, having you stand at attention and in ranks has made a startling revelation. A lot of you are getting fat. Some of you are fat and several are fatter. Beginning with your next meal, every man who is overweight will put himself on a diet of 1,500 calories and do calisthenics to trim himself up. This is an order. Mr. Kendall, dismiss the company.
Yes, sir. Company dismissed.
Fellas, I must be slipping in my old age.
What do you mean, Bill?
He's referring to the stout ladies, Grey Wolf.
Oh, maybe you plenty rough on them. Maybe too rough.
It's liable to get a lot rougher. Let's call this Operation Calorie.
Heavy, what's the matter? Why such a wry face?
Is this excuse for a meal my supper?
Yes, dear. This is your portion of the 1,500 calories for the day.
Oh, I'll starve to death.
You will not. The first 2 weeks are the hardest, until your stomach gets used to less being shoveled into it.
I got news for you.
What news, Heavy?
My stomach will never get used to these bird-sized meals.
Frank, why don't you stretch out on the easy chair like you usually do?
I haven't got the strength to go from the table to my easy chair.
You silly. You just finished your supper.
My what?
Your supper.
Oh, is that what you call that pigeon fare you served me?
Yes, that is what I call the food you ate, and you needn't try sneaking food on the side because there isn't any prepared.
No pie?
No pie.
No cake?
No cake.
No homemade bread or rolls?
No homemade bread or rolls.
No food?
No.
I think I'll just go and bury myself now while I've still got the strength to walk to my grave.
Heavy, wake up. There's someone prowling around in the house. That man sleeps like a rock. Heavy, will you... He's not here. So, now I know who the prowler is, and I'll fix him good. Where's a rifle he keeps on the wall? Aha, here it is. Freeze, mister! I've got a rifle and I can use it.
Hannah, for the love of Mike, it's me, Heavy. Don't shoot, it's me.
Aha, caught red-handed, you food robber.
Oh, please, Hannah. Please, I've got to have some food. My stomach's complaining something fierce. It's calling me a cheapskate, a tightwad, a penny pincher.
Here, you puny little thing. Unload this rifle before it goes off and hurts someone. I'll fix something for your aching stomach.
Oh, thank you, kind lady. Sure couldn't shoot much with an empty rifle, Hannah.
What? Oh, yes, now I remember. Never leave a loaded gun around. Always keep it empty, just like I keep the refrigerator.
Yeah, so I noticed. What are you going to fix for my aching stomach?
A nice bowl full of lettuce.
Lettuce? Lettuce?
Now, what's wrong with lettuce?
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all, if you're a rabbit.
Heavy, stop looking at your horse like you're measuring him for the stew pot.
You guys think it's funny, but you ain't starving to death.
Heavy, I know you're suffering, but you've won half the battle, the roughest part, the first 2 weeks.
What a comfort that is.
Well, Hannah cooked balanced diet, doesn't she?
I'll say it's balanced. I could balance a whole meal on the tip of my tongue and not even feel it.
You'll be all right. Remember now, it's between you and Frank. You two men have a tie for seniority for 25th man on the honor guard.
Say, Bill, do you think this saddle would taste all right if I cooked it long enough?
Didn't you hear what I just said about you and Frank?
All I can hear is my stomach crying out, feed me, feed me.
I'll check back the end of the 2-week period and find out how you're doing.
If you don't find me, start looking for a poor, emaciated creature, a fella so wasted from starvation he's got to stand up twice to see his own shadow.
Oh, come on. You're doing all right, Eddie. Come on,
Come on,
King.
Come on.
Let's go, Storm.
Hey, who's that crawling on his hands and knees to Frank's cabin door?
Why, it's Frank.
Come on. Looks like he's hurt.
Come on, King.
Let's go, Storm.
Come on.
Oh, boy, easy now. Frank, what's wrong?
Did you tangle with a bear?
You hurt bad.
Food. Please give me some food.
Why, you faker.
Giving us the business, huh?
Well, you can't blame a fella for trying. I hope I made my point.
Hello, Peg.
Hello, Bill. Fellas.
Pig, I didn't know you were home.
I know you didn't know, you big faker. I saw and heard the whole thing. You watched the fellas come up the trail with your glasses and then pulled off this...
Shameful act!
That's right, this shameful act. Thank you.
Pleasure, ma'am.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get everyone riled up, but, man...
But what?
But I'm so hungry, that's what.
I know it's pretty rough for Frank and Heavy, but after a while they'll be glad I was rough on them.
Bill, Peg and I are afraid our husbands are just about at the end of their willpower ropes.
You really think so, Hannah? Or are they just trying to arouse your sympathies so you let them cheat a little bit?
No, Bill, they're really getting desperate now. I'm afraid that even being in the honor guard doesn't mean much anymore.
Oh? I'm sure sorry to hear that.
So are we, because we all know that losing weight is much healthier for them, and they will live longer. And Frank looks so fine now that he's trimmed down. His uniforms fit him so well without that belt line bulge.
Land's sakes. Heavy's becoming his old, handsome self again, and I want him to get back to the healthy weight he should be in and stay there. I'd like us to grow old together.
Oh, sure you would. It's really my fault, too. I should have cracked down on all my rangers who were overweight a long time ago. Let me see if I can give them more incentive.
Oh, Bill, it would be so wonderful if you could.
We'd be very grateful if you could help them to finish the good job they've started.
Tell them I'd like to see them together here at my office in the morning. We'll see if we can't make this Operation Calorie a permanent thing.
Bill, we know why you called us in, but before you speak your mind, we want to say something.
Okay, go right ahead, shoot.
Well, we're sick and tired of this dieting and exercising. We don't give a hoot about your honor guard.
Right. We're leaving here and going into town and having us a real man-sized meal. And every meal from now on is going to be man-sized.
You said it, Frank. Oh. Well, say something, will you, Bill?
Caesar's ghost. Don't just sit there and look at us like that. Ball us out. Throw us out of the service. Anything but say something.
We know we're not fit to be rangers anymore. We're resigned to that. We know we're slaves to overeating, and we haven't any willpower. But, Bill, we've had this bad habit so long, we can't give it up.
Men, in this envelope delivered to me this morning by a special courier are all the details of the VIP inspection. What I didn't know before is that the VIPs are bringing their wives with them.
So they're bringing their wives. What's that got to do with us?
The VIPs' wives will have to be entertained, and I'm going to ask the Rangers' wives to do the entertaining. Now, what kind of an impression will be made when your wives introduce their large-sized husbands to the VIPs and their wives at the special dinner?
Special dinner?
Dinner?
Yes, special dinner. And as a reward to you and your wives, I was going to ask Peg and Hannah to be co-hostesses of the special dinner, which I think would mean an awful lot to them, especially since you men are stationed at the perimeter outposts of this command. Your courageous and fine wives don't see much of civilization in a year's time. This would give them something important to look forward to and back at for years to come. Now, you two gentlemen have just blown my plans to bits. I'm sorry for your wives' sakes and for your sakes.
Boy, Peg would really go for that, all right. She could get herself a new dress and everything.
Yeah, it'd mean the world to him, all right.
Well, I'm sorry, fellas, that this didn't work out. You may return to your posts.
Bill, only one of us can be the 25th man on the honor guard, can't he?
The suggested number is 25, yes.
Thanks. Hey, come on, Frank.
Yes.
Oh, just one more thing.
Yes, sir?
Full dress rehearsal will be held 2 weeks from today with marching band and the works. Good day, gentlemen. One, two, one, halt.
Oh, Bill, how can you do it? You've been up here a week dieting with us and exercising. I feel good now after working out. Man, it's in when we don't get any food. That's when the big letdown comes. Oh.
Yeah, me too, likewise. Well, after working out, I guess it's a famished I could scream.
Well, fellas, when that occurs, try these. There's a can of them for each of you.
Thanks. Hey, this sounds pretty good. High protein and energy tablets.
Yeah. Why didn't you give us them before?
Because they're not a substitute for willpower. These tablets are used by athletes for rebuilding spent energy safely and sanely. Now, do you think you can make the grade by yourselves?
Yeah, sure. But there's still the old question of which one of us will be chosen.
Right. The one who isn't has gone through all this for nothing.
You just look at yourself in the mirror and see if it's been for nothing. And let me worry about the 25th man. Proceed with the dress rehearsal, Mr. Kendall.
Yes, sir. Band, sound off.
Go ahead, ladies. If you haven't a handkerchief, I'll lend you mine.
Oh, Bill, doesn't Frank look wonderful? So straight, slim, and athletic.
Sure does.
Those are our men, Peg. The ranger's wife should weep with pride and joy. Look at those handsome men, so trim and well, so manly.
Bill, you still haven't picked the 25th man.
I will, in just a few minutes. Gentlemen, that was very fine. Very fine indeed. You won nothing but praise from your wives. Their critical and loving eyes have given full approval. And now for the important announcements you've been waiting for. First, this dress parade is not exercise, but for the simple fact that every man in my command will appear in this company formation before the VIPs. No one will be left out. Now for the 25th man. As you all very well know, there's been some tremendous effort made by two men to gain the honor of being chosen the 25th man of the Honor Guard. These two men have earned the respect and appreciation of everyone here today. It would hardly be fair to choose one and not the other. Therefore, the Honor Guard will have two 25th men.
Hey, here comes Heavy and Frank.
Hey, I see Frank, but who's that skinny fella with him?
Henry, I hope you can always call me Skinny. Say, Bill, thanks a million. It was worth it.
I'll say it was. By the way, where are you going to be while all the rangers and their wives take part in showing off our district?
Yeah, aren't you supposed to be right out there in front? You gotta be, Bill. After all, you're a top man. We want him to see the best bossed ranger in the country.
Thanks, fellas, but don't you worry about me. I'll be there somewhere, just being proud as a peacock. Especially of my 25th man. Both of them. That's our story for today, boys and girls. See you next week for more adventure with Ranger
Ranger Bill came to you transcribed from the Moody Bible Institute of Chicago.
This has been a presentation from our Moody Broadcasting Network archives. Please join us again for another classic right here. Right here. Right here. Right here. Right here. Right here. Right here.
Hang gliding in the Alps is a lot different than it is back in Ellenville, New York. These mountains are a lot harder and trickier because the air currents are constantly changing, and there's not much margin for error. After a hard flight like this, I bet these guys would really enjoy the beer we drink back home. Genesee.
Genesee. Now you can also enjoy new Genesee light beer.
Two of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got company.
Well, it's morning in the Burns home, and George has just put away a very substantial breakfast.
My goodness, George, what made you eat so much?
Oh, just doing what Uncle Sam wants me to do, sweetheart.
Uncle Sam?
Yeah? The government is asking all workers to eat bigger and better breakfasts so they'll have more energy and do a better job. Plenty of good food is essential for a worker.
I see. But what made you eat so much?
Well, all work isn't physical, Gracie. Brain work takes energy, too. Big thinkers usually are big eaters.
Why, of course. I remember now. Mother said that about you.
Really?
Yes, the day I married you. She said, Gracie, I'm warning you. That big thinker will eat you out of house and home.
Well, I'm glad your mother lisps. But anyway, the government is serious about wanting all workers to eat more nourishing breakfasts and lunches. They want to knock out a thing called hidden hunger. Do you know what hidden hunger is?
Oh, sure. I've watched the soldiers at the Hollywood canteen. When they have their choice of eating a sandwich or dancing with Betty Grable, they always hide their hunger.
No, that's different. You see, hidden hunger comes from not getting the right kinds of foods. You don't feel hungry, but you get tired very fast, and then you slow down war production. You see, Gracie, our bodies are like stoves. They burn food just like a stove burns coal. What's funny?
Paul Whiteman carries around a furnace.
I see what you were laughing at.
I'll go, dear. You stay here and shovel some coal in your stove.
Good morning, Mrs. Burns.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Postman. How are you this morning?
Glorious, Mrs. Burns. The corpuscles are just leaping and bounding through my veins.
Oh, my. You certainly are virile.
Oh, yes. I gave a pint of my blood to the Red Cross, and it was so strong the cork kept popping out of the bottle.
Well, that sounds almost too strong. Maybe they should dilute it with some of my husband's blood.
Yes, that would tone it down.
Oh, you always feel so wonderful, Mr. Postman. Would you tell me the secret of your health?
Nuts, Mrs. Burns.
Well, really, Mr. Postman.
Oh, I mean I eat nuts.
Oh, you eat them. Oh.
Yes. I find that eating nuts gives me many qualities that animals have. Like the squirrel, I'm gay and carefree. Like the beaver, I am industrious. Like the skunk, I have bright eyes.
Oh, my, what a wonderful discovery.
Yes, indeed. Well, here's your mail, Mrs. Burns. A letter for your husband.
Thank you. And goodbye, Mr. Postman.
Goodbye, Mrs. Burns. And remember, keep smiling.
that, dear?
Just the postman.
Any mail for us?
Yep. Another request for you to make an appearance. You're so popular, dear.
Yeah, I know.
These same people have been after you for months. I wrote them to get some other entertainer.
Well, where do they want me to appear?
In traffic court.
In traffic court?
Yes.
Gracie, let me see that letter. Oh, my gosh. This says I'm in contempt of court, and if I don't appear this time, they'll throw me in jail.
Oh, let them try it. We'll have the law on them.
Gracie, they don't want me to entertain. Someone driving my car got a traffic ticket and ignored it.
Really?
Yeah. Now only 2 of us drive that car. You and me. And I didn't get the ticket.
Well, let's see now. Who's that leave?
Gracie, it says here the ticket was issued for parking next to a hydrant in front of Pierre's beauty shop. And I don't go to beauty shops.
Judge, that's very obvious.
But you do.
Oh, thank you, Judge. You think I'm pretty.
Gracie, you were parked next to that hydrant.
Oh, now you sound just like that policeman.
Oh, so there was a policeman.
Yeah, and he accused me of being next to the hydrant, too.
And you weren't?
No, I was in the beauty shop. Only... the car was next to the hydrant.
Oh, so that's why the ticket was made out to me. The cop got my name off the steering wheel.
Yeah, and I tried to help you, George. I thought if I flirted with him just a little, he might take the ticket back. So I winked at him.
What happened?
He winked back at me, so I slapped his sassy face.
Oh, no.
Hi, citizens.
Hello, Bill.
Hello.
Well, what's the matter, George?
Oh, Gracie got a parking ticket with my name on it and never told me about it. So I didn't appear in court.
Yeah, and now the court thinks he's contemptible.
Oh, no, Gracie. You mean that the court... Say, it's possible at that.
It's very funny. You make jokes and I'm going to court. What am I going to do?
George, I'll tell you. There's only one thing to do. You walk into that court with a bar of swan.
The bar of swan?
Sure. Come clean.
Oh, no. Come clean, huh?
Yes, with the new white floating soap. Remember, you're under oath, so tell them that Swan is a great wartime buy, because it's actually 4 soaps in one. The soap for your hands and face, the soap for bathing the baby, for the dishes, and for your light laundry. 4 swell soaps in one.
Bill, at a time like this, you might really try to help me. Can't you pull some strings down at the courthouse?
Well, I might at that, George. The traffic judge and I are fraternity brothers.
Really, Bill? What fraternity?
Only the greatest in the world. Take a cake of Swan.
Oh, take a cake of Swan.
Yeah. Thousands of men belong. You see, you're automatically initiated when your wife says, darling, take a cake of Swan and wash the dishes. She knows that you can't beat Swan for washing dishes and for laundering fine things, too. Because Swan not only gives you suds with a capital S, but it's so mild it helps keep your hands soft and lovely.
Well, you people are a great help. Do you realize what can happen to me? I can go to jail for life.
Oh, my goodness, that's awful. Oh, I hope you don't go, George. But if you do, I hope at least they send you to Alcatraz.
Well, that's very nice talk. Alcatraz, huh?
Well, yes. You see, my mother lives in San Francisco. You know that. And it'll be nice knowing she's right across the bay from you.
Well, that'll be a nice comfort.
Oh, I meant it would be nice for me. If you're going to be away in Alcatraz, I want to know what you're doing with your nights.
Let's pause for a moment. We'll return to the Burns and Allen Show right after these messages.
To find out more about old-time radio, old-time video, and the pleasures of listening to audiobooks, visit the Audiobook Club website, www.audiobookclub.com, where you can get 4 audiobooks for just 1 penny.
MediaDay.com. And now, let's return to George and Gracie, starring in The Burns and Allen Show.
Did you keep the traffic ticket, Gracie? I'll need it in court.
Oh, yes, I filed it right here in my desk. You see, I keep everything in alphabetical order. Want me to file the ticket for you?
Oh, never mind. I'll get it. I suppose you filed it under T for ticket.
I guess so. However, I may have filed it under T for traffic.
Well, that's the chance I'll have to take, I guess. Say, here's a recipe for rhubarb shortcake. What's it doing under T?
Oh, well, I tried it out and I didn't like it at all. T for terrible.
Well, it's nice filing. If you ever want a terrible recipe, you just know where to look.
Sure.
Well, there's no traffic ticket under T. Any other suggestions?
Well, it might be under P.
P?
Uh-huh, for purse. I brought it home in my purse.
You're a murder kid. All right, I'll look under P.
No, come to think of it, it wouldn't be under P.
Why not?
I wasn't carrying my purse that day. I was carrying my pocketbook.
Well, that would still put it under P.
No, it's an alligator pocketbook.
Oh, under A, huh?
No, I'm wrong. It would still be under P.
Why?
Pot cowhide.
Oh, pot cowhide. That's a great filing system. Well, there's no ticket here. Are you sure you kept it?
Oh, I'm positive. Try looking under B.
Why B?
The policeman who gave it to me had blue eyes.
Oh, B for blue.
Yes.
Yes, okay. How about this? There's another copy of that same recipe for rhubarb shortcake.
Oh, yes. Well, I tried it again, and the second time it tasted much better.
B for better.
Yes.
Well, I'll be done. What's our marriage license doing in here?
Well, I filed it under B for bargain.
B for bargain?
Yeah, well, you've been a wonderful husband. I've never gotten more value out of anything I paid $2 for.
Well, thanks, kid. No fooling. Did you file that ticket?
Well, of course I did. Oh, I remember now. Here it is, George, under W. He gave me the ticket on Tuesday.
Well, I don't get it.
Well, I didn't file it until Wednesday.
Well, let me see the ticket. Oh, my gosh, this is almost 3 months old. The judge will throw the book at me.
What book?
It's just an expression.
I don't think I've read that one.
Gracie, try to understand. I'm really in serious trouble. I might be put in jail, and it's all your fault.
Oh, really? Oh, I'm sorry, dear. I didn't realize how serious it is.
Well, sure.
Hello, baby. I'm sorry, Herman, but Mama doesn't feel like playing with you today. Well, Mama's very sad because something terrible has happened. Well, you see, dear, your daddy might go to jail. Daddy George might go to jail.
Stop it. Stop it before I beat the stuffing into you.
Herman, shame on you. Why don't you do something to cheer up your daddy? Herman, stop at this instant. Now apologize to your daddy. Herman Burns, apologize.
Yeah, apologize. Someday I'm going to walk that kid over to a pillow factory. I've had enough of this. I'm going down to the courthouse and try to straighten this mess out.
Oh, Herman, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Your daddy's in real trouble, and it's all my fault. Yes, really. And I'm going right out and get him the best lawyer in town. Believe me, Herman, your daddy George won't go to jail. Pardon me, are you Frederick H. Beck, the attorney?
Yes?
I'm Mrs. George Burns, and I may want to hire you.
Well, sit right down, Mrs. Burns. I'll be with you as soon as I finish these briefs.
Oh, do you make your own shorts?
No, I was using the term in its legal sense.
Oh, I see. Well, Mr. Beck, are you a good lawyer?
Well, most people think I'm an excellent lawyer.
Well, I'm not interested in what most people think. If I were, I probably wouldn't be married today.
Well, nevertheless, Mrs. Burns, I flatter myself that I am highly competent.
Well, I'll just have to make sure. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions?
Oh, not at all.
Good. Now, what sort of law work do you specialize in? I mean, are you a criminal lawyer, a corporation lawyer, or a plain shyster?
Shyster?
Well, that answers that question. Now, are you a high school graduate, Mr. Beck?
Oh, my dear madam, I am a graduate of Yale, Princeton, and Harvard.
Oh, 3 high schools.
Mrs. Burns.
Well, I guess your education's all right. Now, do you know how to draw up a writ of rigor mortis?
Rigor mortis?
Well, yes, it's one of those Latin phrases that lawyers are always using, you know, like la cucaracha.
La cucaracha, my dear Mrs. Burns, happens to be Spanish.
Well, the Spanish, my dear Mr. Beck, happens to be Latin.
Mrs. Burns, my time is valuable. Do you wish to engage me as a counsel?
Well, I do need a lawyer awfully badly. You see, my husband is in trouble.
Oh?
Well, yes. Now, if it was me, I'd just cross my legs in the witness chair and get acquitted. But, if my husband does that, they might give him life.
Well, what did your husband do?
Well, it really wasn't his fault. You see, he's shielding a woman. A very beautiful woman.
Oh? Now, what did this woman do? Commit a murder?
No.
Blackmail?
No.
Well, what did this woman do?
You mean the beautiful woman?
Yes.
I parked next to a hydrant.
Mrs. Burns, I can't waste my time on such an unimportant matter. Good day.
Well, very well, Mr. Beck. But you haven't heard the last of this. I'll go to the California Medical Association about it.
The Medical Association? I'm a lawyer.
That's right. And I'll see that not another ambulance ever goes down this street. Goodbye.
Well, Gracie has interviewed several lawyers, but with no success. And now, as she emerges from the last office, she runs across an old friend. None other than that great Shakespearean actor and pool-room bum, Nigel Bolingbroke.
Why, Mr. Bolingbroke.
Oh, my dear Mrs. Burns, this is charming.
Oh, isn't it?
Well, I see you've been consulting a solicitor, my dear. Divorcing your husband?
Oh, no, nothing as trivial as that. My husband is in terrible trouble. He may go to jail.
No. Oh, dear, the sight of your woebegone face robs me of all the pleasure I would otherwise derive from such news.
Oh, it's awful, and I've been looking all over town for a lawyer.
That reminds me of what was perhaps the greatest role of my brilliant histrionic career. I portrayed a silver-tongued barrister in that stirring courtroom drama, The Trial of Myron Fudnick.
I'll bet you were great.
Well, let's not say great. Let's just say I was magnificent. Why, the audience rose in their seats to cheer me during all 3 nights that the play ran.
Oh, it must have been thrilling.
Oh, I'll never forget that courtroom scene. The man on trial for his crime, his daughter, brave, tragic figure, pleading for him.
Oh, how pitiful.
And then suddenly, my voice rang out in that hushed courtroom. I am the voice of justice! To err is human, but to forgive is divine. This man made a mistake, yes. He did steal a few $100,000 from a bank. But only because his family needed bread. But in the sacred name of humanity, should he be sent to prison for that?
Oh, no, not guilty, not guilty.
Exactly what the jury said. The prisoner was freed, and I took 30 vows.
Oh, how wonderful. If you were defending my husband, I wouldn't. Say, why couldn't we do that scene for the judge? I'll be the daughter, and you be the voice of justice.
Splendid. I can teach you the daughter's lines on the way to the courtroom.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, not at all, Mrs. Burns. Why, I'd be glad to do it even if you weren't going to pay me.
Oh, am I going to pay you?
Well, the Actors Guild insists on a small fee. Not too small, of course.
Well, shall we say $5?
$5? For your husband's freedom. My dear Mrs. Burns, think what it means to hold him in your arms.
All right, $5.50. Come on, let's go to court.
Gee, Bill, it was nice of you to come down to the court with me.
Oh, I'm glad to do it, George. If there's any chance of them putting you in jail, I want to help.
How did you mean that?
Well, I mean I'll be your character witness. Just wait till that judge hears what I have to say.
Now, Bill, don't start telling the judge about Swan soap.
George, I give you my word. I won't mention Swan soap unless the judge himself brings it up.
Well, Mr. Burns, His Honor will see you in his private chambers.
Oh, thanks. Come on, Bill. Oh, good afternoon, Your Honor. I'm George Burns.
Oh, yes. You're the man who ignored my summons.
Your Honor, this man is innocent.
Who are you, an attorney?
Well, sort of, yes.
Sort of. Young man, have you passed the bar?
Well, gee, no, I haven't, but I'll pass it right now. Here, Judge, have a bar of Swan.
Oh, Bill!
George, he asked for it. He probably knows that Swan, the new white floating soap, is 4 swell soaps in one. It's a soap for dishes, for light laundry, a baby soap, and a toilet soap. I tell you what, Judge, rustle up a pan of water, and I'll show you some real suds, mild suds.
Young man, I could give you 30 days for that.
Oh, I wouldn't need 30 days. I could show you in 1 minute. What a soap. Why, Swan is purer than finest Castiles. Great for suds, too. And Swan's extra mildness is just what the doctor ordered for baby's bath. And because it is so mild, Swan's not only a great baby soap, it's great for anybody's complexion. And remember, you can break Swan in two.
Bailiff, remove this man.
But, Judge, Your Honor, Mr. Goodwin Mr. Goodwin is here as my character witness, and I'd like you to hear what he has to say.
Well, all right, Mr. Goodwin. Let's hear what you have to say. But make it quick.
Yes, sir. I'd like to say that Swan breaks in two with an easy twist of the wrist so you can use one half for dishes and light laundry and the other half for your tub or shower for bathing the baby. And that's the soap, the whole soap, and nothing but the soap. So help me.
Well, now that the bubbling barrister is gone, perhaps we can straighten this out. Now, just why did you ignore that traffic ticket and my summons?
Well, Judge, I'll explain it to you. Are you married?
Yes, but we're discussing your trouble, not mine.
Oh. Well, you see, my wife's got a filing system, and she filed this traffic ticket under W because she got it on Tuesday from a policeman with blue eyes, and... Oh, send me to jail.
Hey! Oh, come, Mr. Burns. There's no question of going to jail.
There isn't?
Oh, of course not. You're not a criminal. You're just a bit of an imbecile.
Gee, thanks, Your Honor.
I place your fine at $20.
Well, it's a pleasure. I'll make out the check right away.
Stop the trial! Stop the trial!
Yes, halt the proceedings.
Gracie, what's this?
I'll save your father.
Father?
Mr. Burns, who are these peculiar people?
I'm his daughter, Your Honor.
And I am the voice of justice.
Gracie, what's going on?
I'll save your father.
Father?
Your Honor, don't think of my father as he is today, a miserable, broken-down wreck.
Huh?
Think of him as he was 30 years ago, a well-preserved man of middle age.
Oh.
Listen to the voice of justice.
I am the voice of justice.
Your Honor, be fair. Prove that beneath that long black robe you are not indecent.
But Gracie!
I'll save your father.
Father?
Your Honor, don't send him to the jute mill. Don't make him spend his last feeble years making little jutes out of big jutes. Listen to the voice of justice.
I am the voice of justice.
Your Honor, my father wasn't always a criminal. When I was a little tot, he was gentle, kind. Then he carelessly committed a murder.
A murder?
Oh, I'll save your father.
Father, what?
Listen to the voice of justice.
Stop this.
But, George, that's only the first act of the play. We have 3 more acts before you.
I thought so. Your Honor, this isn't my daughter. It's my wife. Now, could you just take this check for $20 and let me get out of here?
Wait a minute. You say that woman is your wife?
Yes.
Keep the 20. You've got enough trouble.
Come on.
Folks, have you ever stopped to think how much money you spend for soap? I'll bet much more than you have to, because there's no need to buy easily wasted package soaps for your dishes, strong bar soaps for your light laundry, expensive toilet soaps for yourself, or even high-priced Castile soaps for your baby. No, sir. One soap, Swan, will do all those jobs, because Swan is 4 soaps in one. And what a soap, a Suds and Whiz that's purer than finest Castiles. So buy Swan, a great buy anytime, a greater buy than ever in wartime. The makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, join George and Gracie in inviting you to tune in next week, same time. Good night.
Sir, how come you drive a Volkswagen Rabbit?
Well, I drove Volkswagens for years, and frankly, I wasn't too sure about the Rabbit.
Really?
Really. So I checked it out real good.
And now?
They've done it again. Best Volkswagen I've ever owned.
Would you buy another Rabbit?
Why should I? I owned my last Volkswagen for 7 years.
Volkswagen does it again.
Hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful Filipino valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Hot Money and Death. The Green Hornet strikes again. It was early morning in an outlying district of the city. Two men in overalls lounged on the corner of First Street and River Road and talked in guarded tones.
Hey, look, Spike. What I want to know is, how do you know that armored bank car is going to come into First Street at this end?
The boss don't do nothing without being sure, Tony. You ought to know that by now.
Yeah, but with that detour sign up there and all...
What makes you so dumb? I've always got to draw a diagram almost before you know what's going on.
So what? I ain't no mind reader. All I'm asking is, how do you...
Okay, I'll tip you off. Now, look. You see that plank cross bridge over the big ditch the water company made in the street?
I ain't blind.
So you ain't blind. Well, the boss has been trying to figure out how to make a grab for that armored truck, see? Now, for weeks he's had it tailed. It always follows the same route, once a week just before banking hours. And today's the day.
I know all that, but
that truck ain't no sardine can, Tony. Well, yesterday afternoon, the boss saw all the excavating going on around this corner, and seeing this plank bridge over the ditch into First Street gives him an idea.
I'm all ears.
You ain't kidding.
You and your...
Shut up if you want to hear that dope. Now, before sunup this morning, we come down here and planted a bomb under those planks. Then we swung that detour sign around from where it was on River Road, putting it in front of the plank runway so that no other car'd go over it, see?
Sure, but when the bank truck comes...
When it comes into sight on River Road on its way from the Federal Reserve to the First Street National, we beat it out, swing that sign back where it was.
But if we can spot the truck, they'll see us moving the detour sign.
What do you think we got on overalls for? They do notice us, they'll think we're city workmen.
Holy cats. Then the bank truck goes over the planks and...
Right. That bomb will bust that truck wide open. We move in fast, grab the dough, and light out for our car up in the alley.
Gee, Spike, the boss sure knows how to plan things. I bet if he was...
Hold it, Tony. It looks like the armored truck coming now. Come on.
Yeah.
Okay. Now slow down. Take it easy, like we're on the job here.
Yeah.
Grab one end of that detour sign. Pick it up, wooden horse and all.
All right. Hey, we better hurry.
And guys on jobs like this don't hurry. Let's go.
Yeah.
Now swing your end around and set her down. Yeah.
Hey, Spike, it's almost here. Maybe we better...
Get a hold of yourself and don't muff this job. Now go over and start putting out the red lanterns over there. When that truck goes into the planks, flatten out. Do you get it?
Sure. There they come.
There they go. Now down, Tony, down!
That afternoon, in the office of Britt Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel.
Is that all, Mr. Reed?
No, not quite in this case. Read back the last paragraph I dictated, will you?
Yes, sir. The Sentinel feels that sufficient time has elapsed in which the police could have gathered evidence to put an end to the flagrant disregard of the gambling laws.
Hi, Casey! Hello, Axford.
Shall I go on, Mr. Reed? Or has this rude interruption broken your train of thought as it has mine?
Train of thought, he says. All the thoughts you had wouldn't be crowded in the Toonerville trolley, says I.
Oh, I give up.
You might as well. What's new, Axford?
Did you read me story on the robbery, Reed? Wasn't it a beaut?
No, I just skimmed the headlines. What about the robbery?
Reed, being publisher of a big newspaper, you amaze me.
Being a publisher of a big newspaper amazes me, too. What about the robbery, as I asked before?
It was an armored truck from the Homer Bank Messenger Service. Blown to bits it was at the corner of First and River Road.
Go on.
The 2 men on the truck weren't killed, but they were hurt bad, Reed.
Well, what about the money, Axford?
The crooks got away with a batch of dough. All in big bills, mind you. They didn't even try to take any bags of currency.
Any clues at all, do you know?
Sarge says they haven't a clue of any kind, Reed. Of course, there's one good thing about it, though.
What's that?
The stolen bills are all big ones, new issue. So the Federal Reserve's got the serial numbers of them. The list will come out in the next edition of the paper.
Well, that's a break. If the crooks try to use any of those bills, they'll be spotted.
Sure, that's what Sarge says. Say, Casey, can you really read them funny marks on that pad?
Are you kidding? Why should I write in shorthand if I couldn't read it?
You got me there. Yeah, let's hear you read some of it. Go on.
Go on out of here. Mr. Reed's trying to get out an editorial.
Yeah? What's it about, Reed?
About the gambling that goes on out at Norton's Roadhouse. Well, of course, I can't mention names in the editorial. It's about time the police came through with some evidence.
Reed, I heard Sarge talking about that. The cops had gone out there time and again. When they got into the back rooms, they found nothing but some pool tables there. Blackie Norton's a pretty foxy guy.
So it seems.
Well, it seems to me that someone with a little nerve, someone not in with the police, could go out there and get evidence.
Getting in to gamble is one thing, Miss Case. Getting evidence is another. I'd like to know just how much gambling does go on out there.
You being a playboy and all. Why don't you go out there and see for yourself, Reed?
Axford, of all the things to suggest,
Wait, Miss Case, that's an idea. Axford, meet me at 5:30 downstairs. You and I are going out to Norton's Roadhouse for an evening of fun.
You mean it, Reed?
Of course. At least I'll find out firsthand just what is going on out there.
Okay, Reed, it's a deal. I'll be waiting at 5:30 downstairs. Hey, now, Norton sure has this place fixed up swanky like, Reed.
Well, he hasn't held back on expense, Axford.
May I have your order, gentlemen?
Oh, tell me, waiter, what time does your first floor show come on?
8:30, sir.
Oh, it's only 6:30 now. Say, is there any place where we could pass some time before dinner?
You can go over to the bar, sir.
Say, now, maybe that's just
We're not in the
thing.
mood for the bar, waiter. Oh, by the way, will you take this bill and get my friend a couple of good cigars?
Yes, sir.
I'll let you decide just what brand. Oh, I dropped my wallet.
I'll pick it up, sir. Here it is.
Thanks. It's rather bulky.
So I noticed, sir. I'll get the cigars right away.
Leave it to him to notice a fat wallet.
That's why I dropped it, Axford.
You mean you dropped
Quiet.
it?
The waiter's talking to Blackie Norton. They're coming this way.
Oh, that's Blackie Norton, is it? I wonder why
Quiet.
he's coming...
Yes, Axford, I hear the floor show here is very good.
I beg your pardon. I overheard you speaking to the waiter a moment ago. You're Mr. Reed, aren't you?
That's right, Mr. Norton. I was just asking the waiter if
Say
possible...
no more, mister. How about a visit to our fun rooms?
Fun rooms?
Sure. Perhaps you'll even come away with a bit of profit. Who knows?
All right. Where do we go?
You can follow me. But your friend will have to wait for you out here.
Say, now, what's the idea of
You
making
won't
me
mind
wait?
at all. Wait here for me, Axford. I promise not to stay long.
But, Reed, I...
Lead the way, Mr. Norton. I'm sure I'll enjoy your fun room.
After Axford had waited impatiently for almost an hour, Britt Reed returned to the table.
Well, Axford, I was afraid you might have walked out on me. Sorry I kept you waiting so long.
Reed, I was just about to go looking for you. You know you had not... Hey, was there any gambling back in there?
Plenty.
Honest? How much did you lose?
Lose? One. See here?
Won a few bucks, huh?
Look again.
I can see all right. Suffering snakes. Those ain't ones at all. They're big bills.
Right. There's about 2,000 here.
Holy crow.
I'll give this to some worthy charity. And at least I've satisfied myself
Hey, which one of you guys is named Reed?
Well, that's my name. Why?
Well, Blackie Norton wants to see you in his office. Says for me to show you the way, Mr. Reed.
All right.
I'm coming too. That I am.
Oh, so, brother, the boss said just Mr. Reed, see? And if this guy's Mr. Reed, he don't look like he needs a nursemaid.
See here, if you think you can talk to me...
Don't create a scene in public. As the gentleman suggests, I am able to take care of myself. I won't be long. Wait here.
Yeah, right this way, Mr. Reed. Yeah, go right in. The boss is waiting.
Thanks.
Thanks for coming in, Mr. Reed. Come on, have a seat.
What do you want to see me about, Norton?
Why, it's really nothing much. I hear you had good luck tonight.
Yes, I did.
I'm glad you did. Look, Mr. Reed, you see those bills stacked on my desk here?
Yes. Looks like quite a lot of money.
Yeah, a little over $2,000. Exactly the amount you won tonight, in 10s and 20s.
Well, that's interesting. But I don't get it.
Well, look, Mr. Reed, I'd rather have you take those small bills and give me back the large ones, if you don't mind.
But I do mind. These are easy to carry in my wallet. And I'd never get those smaller bills either in my wallet or in my pocket. So if you don't mind, I'll keep the bills I have.
I'm afraid you're going to give them up whether you want to or not. I hate to get tough about it, but I don't like...
Now, see here, Norton, I don't...
Now, don't argue, Bud. Make the switch like Blackie says or else.
A gun in my back, eh?
Sorry, Reed. But you see how it is.
Well, since you put it that way, I'll exchange the bills. Here you are. Well, I see you take the Daily Sentinel. This must be the...
Put down the bills and quit stalling, mister.
I suppose at this point you tell me this is where I came in.
No, not at all, Mr. Reed. Pick up the small bills. They're yours to take. After all, I didn't intend to run away a good customer. But you forced this little bit of byplay. You see, I wanted those big bills for a purpose. Take your winnings by all means.
Thanks. That's white of you. Now, if you'll let this helpmate of yours remove that gun from my back...
Oh, sure, Mr. Reed. It didn't really mean anything, you know. Put that gun away, Spike.
Right. But it'll be right where I can get at it quick.
I'm sure it will, Spike. Well, thanks for the buggy ride, Norton. See you again sometime.
Sure. Come back whenever you can, Mr. Reed.
I wouldn't miss coming back for the world. Good night.
Later that night, in Britt's apartment, the young publisher paced the floor, while Axford sat munching a sandwich which Cato had just brought in.
If the police can get Norton on a gambling charge, perhaps they can... I'll get it, Cato. Hello? Oh, yes, Sergeant Burke. How did you make out? I see. Yes, he's a slick one, all right. Yes, that's right. Well, he'll slip sooner or later. Thanks for calling. Bye.
Did the cops find anything?
Norton was ready for them, Axford. But after what I noticed in his office, we can't give up.
What you noticed in Norton's office, Mr. Britt?
Go ahead, Reed. Tell Cato about it.
Cato, when Norton forced me to return those big bills, well, just as I went to put them on his desk, I saw a sentinel lying there.
What Daily Sentinel paper have to do with bills?
An item caught my eye. It said serial numbers of stolen bills released by bank. I glanced at one of the big bills in my hand and noted the serial number. Later, I found out from the list in the Sentinel that the bill I gave back to Norton was one of the bills stolen from the bank truck this morning.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. Now, back to the Green Hornet. Reed knew that Blackie Norton ran a gambling room at his roadhouse, and also that he had some connection with the bank truck robbery. But without direct proof, there was no way to move against the racketeer. And so far, the efforts of the police had proved futile. 2 days after his experience at Norton's place, Britt Reed was in the city room at the Sentinel, talking to Axford and Sergeant Burke.
You say you picked up one of Norton's men for questioning, Sergeant?
Sure. We picked him up for carrying a gun. But it was proved Norton had got him a license to carry it because he handled cash for Norton. I had to let him go.
That Norton's a smart one, all right, Reed. He even went down to cops' headquarters himself and complained to the inspector that he's being persecuted.
He did, eh?
That he did, Mr. Reed.
Did you get orders to lay off?
Well, not exactly. But we did get a tip to go easy until we got something sure to go on.
Huh. Nobody'll ever get anything sure against that guy.
Oh, I don't know about that, Axford. Now, if there were only some way to catch him off guard.
Yeah, if we could catch him passing some of that stolen dough.
Wait, that gives me an idea.
What are you thinking of, Reed?
Maybe if enough pressure is brought to bear on Blackie Norton, he'll have to pass some of those stolen bills.
Pressure? What do you mean?
Oh, you just wait and see, Axford. From here on, Norton will really think he's being persecuted. And how? You say you want to see me?
That's right, Mr. Norton. As fire inspector, I came to tell you I'm giving you 1 week to change your decorations to comply with the fire laws. Also 1 week to make 2 more exits. Otherwise, you'll be closed down as a fire trap.
Hey, now, wait a minute. I can't make all those
1
changes.
week, Mr. Norton. Good day. I'm from the health department, Mr. Norton. Our health inspector reports your kitchen is unsanitary. The condition will have to be corrected at once.
Oh, but it'll cost...
The fine is pretty big, Mr. Norton. You'd better comply right away.
We find there was a mistake in the appraisal of your property for tax purposes. Therefore, unless you make up the difference in taxes, you will be considered in arrears as of today. Don't put it off, Mr. Norton.
I'm from the OPA. They've had a complaint that you've been selling your liquor above ceiling price.
Furthermore, you must have fire escapes and also put fire extinguishers throughout, Mr. Norton.
We find you haven't paid your personal property tax, Mr. Norton.
Money. Spike, they're driving me crazy.
Well, what's behind it all, Blackie? Why are they picking on you?
I don't know. Somebody's putting the heat on. I'm almost down to rock bottom. About all I've got left is that hot dough from the bank truck job. If I try to pass any of that, I'm a goner. But I have to work something out, somehow. It has to be soon.
That night, Britt Reed was in his apartment talking to Cato, his faithful Filipino valet and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet.
Well, Cato, the pressure I've been putting on Norton is beginning to work. I understand he tried to get a bank loan today.
Will he not get loan, Mr. Britt?
No. I think it's about time to force the issue with Norton. Tonight.
Will that mean Green Hornet put pressure on Norton, perhaps?
Pressure that will make him show his hand, I hope.
You have plan?
Yes. I've written a little note which we'll leave with Norton first.
Will he meet Green Hornet in person later, maybe?
Right, for the final showdown. Let's go, Cato.
A short time later, Blackie Norton was in his office at the Roadhouse, discussing the situation with Spike and Tony.
What a laugh. Here we have over 200 grand in dough that's too hot to use. The place about to go on the rocks.
Can't you use just one of them pills, Blackie?
Don't be a dope, Tony. Using one's as bad as using them all. Be traced right back to us. Now we've got to find some other way out for the time being.
You got any ideas, Blackie? We can't just sit around and let things go to pot.
Hey, maybe we could pull another job, maybe.
Ah, dry up, will you, Tony? Pull another job. With every dick in town tailing us.
He ain't in his right mind half of the time, and when he is, he talks like a halfwit.
Oh, is that so, Mugface? If you don't stop flapping the breeze with that kisser of yours,
You'll do what, Lady
Shut up,
Brain?
shut up, both of you. Haven't I got enough trouble without you guys arguing?
Hey, it's a bomb.
Ah, that ain't any bomb. It's a rock with something tied to it.
Pick it up, Spike.
Sure. Hey, look, it's a note.
Give it to me.
What's it say?
Who threw it?
Hold your horses a minute, can't you? I know the mess you're in.
Read it out loud.
Behind it. Do you want it? Holy smoke. Listen to this. Says, I know the mess you're in, and I know who's behind it. If you want to make a deal, leave the back door to your office unlocked, and be there at midnight, alone.
Well, what do you know?
It's signed the Green Hornet. There's a seal on it.
The Green Hornet? Well,
Hey, you ain't gonna mix company with that guy, are you, Blackie?
He might be just the guy who could help me out of this mess.
Hey, listen, Blackie, that guy's dynamite. He double-crossed his own grandmother.
Yeah, but I'm not his grandmother, Spike.
Oh, cheap Blackie, you don't have to tell us that.
You see how smart Tony is? He knows he ain't the Hornet's grandmother. Wake up.
Forget Tony, Spike. We got plans to make.
What plans?
I'm going to see the Green Hornet at midnight, but I don't trust him. So you and Tony are going to be around just in case.
Nothing doing. I ain't staying here when that
Take
guy...
it easy, Tony. You won't be in here.
Where then?
Now listen. See that little picture over there?
Oh, you mean the one you move when you want to see through the peephole into the dining room?
Right. I'll take down that picture. And you can go on the other side of the wall and put the muzzle of your gun through one of those holes while you peek through the other, see?
Oh, sure. I get the drop on the Hornet, but he can't see me. That's okay.
Well, what about me, boss?
You sneak around at midnight, Spike, and be just outside that broken window. If I need help, you'll hear me call for it.
Okay.
Don't either of you do anything unless I give a signal by grabbing my handkerchief. If the Hornet's on the level, you won't have to do anything. You understand?
We got it straight.
Ah, sure. You can count on us, Blackie.
Good. Now we'll wait till 12 o'clock and see just what the Green Hornet has to offer.
It's 11:45, Cato. Keep your eyes peeled while I go in. Blackie Norton's liable to pull a fast one if he gets the least bit suspicious.
Well, I watch closely, Mr. Britt.
I'll make my way around to the back door of the office.
Will you be careful?
I will. What did you tell the police when you phoned?
I follow instructions. You tell police Britt Reed disappeared. Suggest Norton have something to do with it. Sergeant Burke say they investigate right away.
Good. They should reach here a little after midnight. I'll have to work fast. I'll see you later, Cato.
Oh, come right in, Hornet. I'm expecting you.
Good.
I got your note. What's the deal you have to offer?
I know you pulled that bank truck job. I also know you're in a mess. I'm in position to get rid of that dough for you. And for a 50% cut, I'll deliver the guy who's been putting the pressure on you.
Right to the point. And maybe you've got something. But first, just to be sure, tell me, who is the guy putting the heat on me and the boys?
Britt Reed, the publisher.
Britt Reed? So that's who's behind it.
Right. Do we make a deal? I'll bring him right here to your office tonight.
How do I know you will?
Show me the dough. Put it here on your desk. And then before I even take it, I'll bring Reed in. I have him outside now.
It's a deal. I'll get the dough to show you.
Why do you go to the bookcase?
You'll see in a minute. Yeah, here it is.
Why the book?
Look.
Oh, very clever. You hollowed out the middle of the pages and hid the money in it.
Right. The cops never thought of opening a copy of Paradise Lost to look for 200 grand in hot dough. Look it over, Hornet.
That's it, all right. Okay, I'll bring Reed in as I promised. But before I do, there's the police.
So what? Let them come. I'm much smarter than you think, you see. They know you as the Green Hornet. But I know who you really are.
You what?
Only one man could know I really had that hot dough. I thought of that. I've been observing and listening to your voice. The cops will get a surprise when they pull off that mask. But you won't live to know it. I'll pull my handkerchief out like this and...
Oh, yeah? Watch yourself, Norton!
This way, through window.
Haven't much time.
Hurry.
Coming.
I find man outside window. He not conscious now.
Good. I noticed a dust mark on the wall in there where a picture had been moved. It saved my life, but it cost Norton his.
Norton dead?
Yes, he was smart, Cato. He found out my true identity just before he was shot.
So sorry for nothing. But dead men not tell tales. Here, car.
Wait, I'm not going.
Not going?
No. I want you to use a little gas on me, Cato, after I remove the Hornet mask. Then you go and leave me here for the police to find. We have to work fast.
Glory be. All the stolen money's right here. You there, speak up. What happened to you?
I didn't mean to shoot Blackie, honest. I was aiming at the Hornet.
Did you hear that, Sarge? The Green Hornet was here, he says.
I can hear, Axford. What do you know about Mr. Reed? What did Norton do with him?
Well, I heard the Hornet say he had Reed outside in his car. He was making a deal with Blackie. Then he and Blackie started arguing on low tones, and I couldn't hear what they were saying. Blackie gave me the signal and I shot, but the Hornet jumped out of the way, and Blackie got it.
Sarge, it's the Hornet. Getting away with Reed.
Come on. One of you men watch that bird.
Suffering snake, Sarge. He's getting clean away.
Somebody groaning. Come on, he's right over there.
Point the light down so that... Great saints, it's Reed himself. Reed, speak to me. Reed!
Oh, Axford. I'm glad you got here.
What happened, Mr. Reed?
Norton made a deal with the Hornet to get me.
Sure, but Norton won't bother you anymore. And we got his two partners, together with all the stolen dough. And the Hornet's gone, too.
Reed, you sure had a close shave this night.
Closer than you'll ever know, Axford. Far closer than you'll ever know.
Stolen money recovered. Norton gang indicted. Green Hornet implicated. Read all about it. Green Hornet still at large. Set the Lux Street paper.
These popular radio dramas, created by George W. Trendle, are a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet, Incorporated. All characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious.
Super Bowl 13 is being brought to you by Dodge, the makers of the all-new St. Regis, a full-size car with value you can measure. The 1979 St. Regis by Dodge. By the Miller Brewing Company, brewers of Miller High Life. If you've got the time, we've got the beer. And by the people who bring you delicious, refreshing Coca-Cola. Coke adds life to the Super Bowl. And by IBM, helping put information to work for people.
Well, Silver, wait those daring days of yesteryear. Well, the Lone Ranger up next.
Hi-yo, Silver! Away! A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger.
With his faithful Indian companion, Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for justice in the western United States. It was he who put an end to gun law on the frontier, and it was his strength and courage that blazed the way for progress and made possible the winning of the West. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for Mustang Mag's! Tunnel's waiting on the trail ahead! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The country was wild and desolate. Mary Thorne struggled across the broken ground, at times running until she stumbled, again pausing to stare in every direction. A name was on her lips constantly. Running or standing still, she called out for her husband.
Andy, where are you, Andy? Andy, don't leave me. Don't come back to me. Andy, you're hiding from me. Come back. Come back to me. Andy, oh, please, come back. Andy!
The Lone Ranger and Tonto had made their camp not far away. They had built a fire, and now, their meal finished, they rested before continuing their journey, and...
We ride soon. We'll give the horses a little more time to graze, Tonto. They've earned it. There's no need to push on too fast. Mustang Mag sent word she didn't expect trouble to develop at once. That's right. We get to her ranch within a week. Tonto, do you hear that? Oh, me not here. Listen. Oh, no, me here. Tonto, it's a woman.
Come back, please, please, come back.
This way! Over here!
Oh, where do you think I am? You know where he is. You aren't helping him to hide from me, are you? Please.
What's wrong?
Oh, you haven't seen Andy.
He's your husband?
Yes. Oh, I must find him. I simply must.
But what's happened to him?
Andy, where are you, Andy? Come back to me. Come back.
Here, sit down. Warm yourself at this fire. You're almost exhausted. This woman's almost out of her mind, Kemo-san. She must be in terrible trouble.
What are you saying? You aren't hiding my husband from me, are you? No, you can't. You'll kill me. Andy!
Please, we'll find him. We're not hiding him from you. Trust us.
He's left me. I'll never see him again. Never.
Although I wish we knew who she was, where her home is. There, horseman. Perhaps.
Stranger! Hi, stranger!
Let him come. He may know her.
Whoa. Mary, why'd you run away? You know you shouldn't. I almost didn't find you. Poor girl.
She just now wandered into our camp.
I was scared of something like this. Well, you were mad.
Don't be alarmed.
You
We're not outlaws. We were hoping to learn who this girl is. Perhaps we can help.
I wish I knew what could help her.
What's the trouble?
She's been this way ever since Andy cleared out. Only getting worse all the time.
Andy's her husband?
Yeah, and a rotten, low-down skunk don't deserve a wife like Mary.
From what she said, I gathered he disappeared.
Disappeared? The coyote just vamoosed. Sold out his ranch, kept every penny of the cash, and lit out without a word to nobody. Never left Mary $1 to live on or a home to live in.
I see.
And poor Mary eating her heart out for him. She's just about half crazy from it.
She needs care.
Me and Martha took her in and have been doing all we could for her. She and Martha is always good friends. But we can't make her forget the polecat.
Tonto and I travel a lot. I wonder what Andy looks like. We might meet him sometime.
If you do, I hope you shoot the skunk.
Can you give us a description of him?
I can do better than that. Mary girl.
Andy.
She always carries a picture of him with her. Mary, let me have that picture Andy you got, huh? That's a good girl. There you are, stranger.
Not a bad-looking chap.
They're just to kind of fool you.
Did you know him very well?
I thought I did, but found out I didn't. Can you believe it, mister? I used to like the feller. Yeah, I like him. Now I just as soon cotton to a rattler.
Will you need help to get her home?
No, Zanky, I can manage. If you'll just help her get her into the saddle...
I'd be glad to.
Come on, honey. We're going home now. We'll look for Andy again tomorrow.
Yes, look for Andy. I have to find him, have to.
I'll lift her.
Oh.
There.
Stranger, your mask and your part is a redskin. But you've been kind just the same, and I'm thanking you. My handle's Lem Crosby. And if you get sight of Andy sometime, look me up.
I will, Lem.
Adios.
Adios.
Eat up there. Eat up. Eat up there.
Tonto, I'm glad that Mustang Mag doesn't need us at once.
So what we do now?
Before we go on, we're riding to Staghorn.
That's a long way off.
But when we rode through there, Kemosabe, I think I saw the man in that picture Lem Crosby just showed us.
Why you not tell him?
For several reasons. The picture wasn't very clear. The man might not be the same.
Oh.
Even if he was, I wouldn't want these people to know it now.
Why them not know?
Partly because of the effect it might have on Mary. Partly because Lem talks as though he'd gun for Andy if he knew where to look.
Oh.
And we'll put no man on Andy's trail until we learn the truth of this affair. Saddle up, Tonto. We're riding. Staghorn was many miles distant. It was a thriving cattle town with several busy cafes. In one of them, 3 men sat at a corner table. 2 were hard and grim. The third, in his middle 20s and younger than his companions, might have been handsome if it were not for the lines of worry that marked his features.
It's tomorrow, Fred. Tomorrow for sure. He's coming in by the stage from the east.
Yeah. Here's your chance to get him, Fred. You ain't losing your nerve, are you?
I'll get him. I ain't scared. Only I wish I could remember.
Can't you recollect a thing?
Oh, I've tried and tried. Every time I do, my head gets to aching so it feels like I'll go crazy. I can't remember a thing before coming to with you fellas beside me.
That's sure tough. Ain't it, Gus?
Yeah, but it's all right, Fred. Me and Barney have been your parts for a good many years, and we ain't going to let you down now.
Shucks, it was just 'cause we're such good friends of yours that we found out Max was heading here. We brought you clear from Texas just so you'd get even. And it's too doggone bad you can't recollect nothing about it.
My horse stumbled?
Sure did. And you took just about the worst tumble I ever seen a fella take and still live.
Oh, why can't I recollect nothing? Why?
Don't you even remember Max's name?
No.
Don't you recollect how he burned you off your place, dry gulched your paw, stole the cash your pa'd been saving?
Oh, it just won't come back to me. Won't. None of it.
Don't try to make yourself remember. Just let it come back easy. One of these days, everything will clear up just as easy as snapping your fingers.
Yeah.
But there's one thing you can take our word for sure, Fred.
Huh?
If you don't let daylight through Max Kramer, if you go back to Texas and folks find out you let a skunk live after all he done to you, well, I reckon none of your old friends will have any more use for you than they would a rattler.
It seems awful, though, killing a man for things you can't even remember.
We remember, and you can take our word for it.
Oh, gosh, I was just thinking.
Yeah?
If I'd have been all alone when I took that tumble, if you fellas hadn't been along and been such good friends to me, what would have happened?
Yeah, forget it. We was along and we're your pards, and that's all you need to know.
I think you'll find the fellow you're looking for in here, stranger.
Thanks.
Blame lucky you met me and saved you some time. Yeah, there he is, over in the corner. Come along.
Who are those men with him?
Let's see. Seems to me one of them's called Barney and the other Gus. Never did hear the rest of their handles.
I'll make out all right. Thanks again.
Rather speak to him alone, huh?
I would.
Sure, I savvy. Well, if I can be of any help again, just let me know.
I will.
Yeah, I guess that's a good one. Howdy, stranger.
Pardon me. I'd like to speak to this man.
Say, who asked you to butt in?
Any objection?
Well, we don't...
Hold it, Gus. Stranger, what do you want with our friend?
That's my business. Andy, I want to talk to you alone.
Andy?
You got the wrong fellow, mister. My name isn't Andy.
You're not Andy Thorne?
My handle's Fred Ames. I reckon.
Don't you know?
Now, look here, mister. You got the wrong hombre. Our partner ain't feeling just right, and we don't aim to see him pestered.
You don't, huh?
So you can just vamoose while the getting's good.
I'm staying here. I'm speaking to this young fellow alone. You want to make an issue of it, slap leather.
Nah, that ain't no way to act.
We didn't mean no harm.
Then clear out.
But stranger...
I'll handle this. You stay here.
Well, we can down a couple at the bar, I reckon.
Fred?
Yeah?
For all you know, maybe this is somebody that's a friend of Max's. Just don't let him trick you.
I've told you got the wrong fella, stranger. Why don't you leave me alone?
I know you are, Andy Thorne.
I'm not.
Several days ago, I saw a picture of a man looking just like you. In the picture, he was wearing a large ring on his right hand with a figure of a coiled snake on it. You're wearing that ring on the same finger.
I can't remember.
You and I are going to have a talk. Listen to me.
While the Lone Ranger spoke to Andy, Gus and Barney joined the man who had guided the Lone Ranger to the cafe. They slipped into a private room and closed the door behind them.
Ted, you blasted idiot. It was you brought that fella and pointed Andy out to him? What in blazes did you do it for?
I never had no choice. Now, listen here. I done the best thing that could be done. I'll tell you just what happened.
Talk.
I was riding for town when I seen him first. He was walking away from a clump of trees just outside town.
Huh?
That's a fact. Looked doggone funny to me, so I let him get beyond a rise, then rode over to them trees and had a look. And there was the finest horse I ever laid eyes on. A white one. Boy's a horse just like the one I've heard the Lone Ranger ride.
What? The Lone Ranger's always masked.
Ain't nothing preventing his disguising himself, is there?
But...
Wait. Now, the way I got it figured, there's only 3 ways you can answer it. Either the stranger's some fella that's got a horse to equal a Lone Ranger's, which ain't likely, or he stole a masked man's horse, which again ain't likely, or this is the Lone Ranger himself. I'm betting he is.
What'll we do? He knows Andy.
Hold on. I've been thinking about this.
This just makes you leading him to Andy all the worse.
No, it don't. Because he'd have found him even if I hadn't struck up a conversation and offered to lead him here.
Yeah, if he's the Lone Ranger, I reckon he would.
But get this. I brought him here. I pointed Andy out to him. He thinks I am a friend.
A friend?
Well, leastways, he can't hardly figure I'd point Andy out to him if I had any reason for wanting to keep him apart.
Ted, by thunder, I think you got something there.
Sure I have.
You're planning on staying friendly, eh?
Just so. It's up to you fellas to keep him from convincing Andy he ain't an hombre by the name of Fred Ames. I'll try to find out what the stranger's going to do about it.
Ted, you're slicker than I ever figured.
I get along.
We got a perfect setup. We got Andy believing that he ought to shoot down Max when he comes in on the stage tomorrow. He'll do the job for us and do the hanging, too. We got to keep the stranger from spoiling things before that stage gets here.
You're right.
If Andy don't get Max...
Max will get us. He knows we framed him, and now that he's out of jail, he'll be gunning for us.
But he's just out on parole, ain't he?
Oh, sure, why?
Well, I was just thinking. Max is likely a better shot than Andy. Maybe Andy won't get him. But if Max gets in a shooting scrape right here in front of the folks in town, and after just being let out on parole, well, he'll get jailed even if he don't get shot down.
Right.
But everything still depends on Andy. We can't let him find out who he is. All right, Gus. Let's go back out there. Ted, you stay here. We don't want to be seen together.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. Andy, suffering from loss of memory and believing himself to be Fred Ames, grew excited when the Lone Ranger tried to convince him that he was Andy Thorne.
Leave me alone. Leave me be. I don't know you. You're just up to something. Leave me be, I tell you.
You don't remember your wife, the ranch you sold, your friend Lem Crosby?
I ain't got no wife. I never heard of anybody by the name of Lem Crosby. I never sold any ranch. The only ranch I ever lived on was my pa's, and Max Kramer burned us out.
You remember those things? Or have you been told them by others?
Just leave me be.
You're trusting the wrong men, Andy.
Quit calling me Andy all the time.
Hey, now. We told you Fred was ailing.
Whatever you had to say to Fred, stranger, you've had time enough. We Can't let you get 'em all worked up like this.
I'm leaving for the present.
Huh?
But you'll hear from me again.
We don't care what you do, just as soon as you don't pester our farm.
Hi.
Oh, hello.
Going outside?
Yes.
Mind if I trail along?
I'm busy.
I got something to say to you.
Yes?
Something important. Something you'd be interested to hear.
Important, huh?
Hold still a second. Ain't nobody close by.
Well?
Now, don't get me wrong, stranger. I don't know what your business here is, and I don't even poke my nose where it ain't welcome. If you say not to.
What are you getting at?
Stranger, I seen your horse.
What's that?
I seen it. Lone Ranger.
Who have you told this to?
Nobody?
I wonder.
Nope. You see, stranger, I've heard things about you. I know you're always out to give a hand to the underdog. Well, if I can help, just say the word.
Get your horse and come with me.
I can help you? You mean it?
Maybe you can, and maybe you can't. But as long as you've learned who I am, I want you with me.
The Lone Ranger, accompanied by Ted, rode to his secret camp. When they reined in their horses, Tonto walked toward them and...
Oh, Silver.
there.
This fella. His name's Ted.
Ted Laird, Injun.
He saw Silver and guessed who I was. I brought him along.
Oh.
Tonto, the man in Staghorn is Andy Thorne. He's had an accident and lost his memory. He won't believe the truth about himself.
Oh, that heap bad.
Kemosabe, you'll have to ride at once.
Me got Scout all saddled. Here, Scout.
You've got supplies in your saddlebags? Then ride to Lem Crosby's ranch as fast as you can. Tell him what I've just told you.
Tonto, do that.
Make him bring Mary here. Perhaps the sight of his wife will bring Andy's memory back.
Me try.
And tell Lem Andy isn't to blame for what's happened. He didn't leave Mary deliberately. Left only because some accident destroyed all memory of her.
Me tell him.
Then ride.
Get him up, Scout. Get him up.
Say, is that a fact what you just told Tonto?
It is.
Gosh, I sure blundered into something. But hold on.
Yes?
How far does Tonto have to ride to get that fella's wife?
The trip will take several days.
Just what I thought. But I've heard that young fella do some talking when he didn't know anybody could hear but them parts of his. And he's laying the gun for a fella coming in on tomorrow's stage.
I learned the same thing.
But what are you going to do? You can't let him get into no gunfight when he don't even savvy his own right name. What if his wife was to get here and find him jailed? Or even hung, maybe?
Andy and Max Kramer can't be allowed to meet.
I don't know how you're going to stop it.
Max is coming by the stage from the east tomorrow.
Yeah?
We'll meet that stage before it reaches town.
That night, in town...
Barney?
Huh? Oh, it's you, Ted.
Listen and get this straight. I ain't got much time.
Yeah?
The masked man sent me into town after supplies. It's the only reason I get a chance to report to you.
Get on with it.
Tomorrow he's stopping the stage from the east and taking Max off of it.
He is, huh?
That's what he says.
Well, maybe you'll get a surprise. Thanks, Ted. You helped a lot.
And I'd better be making tracks. If he found out I told you this, he'd blast my head off. Adios.
The following day, the stage from the east thundered down the trail to Staghorn.
Get along, get land over us, you jugheads. Stretch that harness. Get up. Get up there.
Hold up there.
What's that? Hold up. Get along there. Get up. Get up. Get up.
That's the warning. The next chance don't miss.
Don't shoot, mister. Whoa there. Whoa. I'm stopping. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. Whoa. Whoa, you critter.
This isn't a holdup. I'm after your passenger.
Huh? What do you want with the deacon?
Deacon?
Sure. That's Deacon Quigley from Rattlesnake Gulch.
Man I want is named Max Kramer.
Well, I'll be doggone. I never seen such a popular fella.
Where is he?
Why, a breed was waiting for him 2 stations back with a message. He read the writing on it, quit my stage, and hired a horse. And that's the last I seen of him.
I see. All right, get on with you.
Huh? You ain't really holding us up?
On your way.
You just betcha. Get up there. Come on. Get up there. Get up there. Get up. Get up.
Gosh, I thought sure that fella Kramer'd be on that coach.
Someone knew we planned this.
You think so?
I know it. Listen to me.
Yeah?
There's only one thing left to do.
What's that?
We don't know what was in that message Max Kramer received. It might delay him for a time. Might even keep him out of Staghorn altogether.
I'd give a heap to know what it said.
You ride into town.
What are you going to do?
Meet Tonto.
But that'll take you at least a couple of days.
But I can see that he gets here faster with Mary Thorne and Lem Crosby. And it may mean they'll arrive in time.
Well...
I want you to keep in touch with things in Staghorn. When I return, I'll send up a smoke signal to let you know I'm on my way. The signal will be 2 smoke columns from the top of Sentinel Peak. If you have important news, ride out and meet us.
Mister, I'll do that same.
And I'll see you in several days. Come on, Silver. Hurry, old fellow. Hurry!
Get up, boy. Get up.
In Staghorn once more, Ted lost no time in joining his comrades at the cafe.
By golly, fellas, how'd you do it?
That wasn't hard.
We just sent a brief with a note telling Max we was here in Staghorn lane for him.
You told him that? What's the idea?
So he wouldn't stay on the stage.
But now he knows about us. He'll have a chance to lay for us instead of us laying for him.
He won't lay for nobody till he sees his folks first west of here. That's how we knew he'd be coming this way when he got free from jail. You know, plain well he looked him up before he does anything else.
But just the same, telling him about us.
You ain't the only slick schemer here.
Maybe not, but I don't get it.
Well, we told him something he could check on easy.
What do you mean?
He said he left on the stage 2 or 3 stations back.
So the driver said.
All right, good enough. What would he do first? Ask the folks at the station if we was known to be in Staghorn. Everybody knows we are, and that's what they'll tell him.
I still
Well,
don't...
wait a minute. The message said we was here. Folks will tell him the same. He can't do nothing but figure the note was from a friend.
Uh-huh.
So what does he do? He wants to see his folks. But if he don't come through Staghorn, he can only get through the hills on horseback by the way of Gunshot Pass.
And that's where we lay for him, huh?
Now you see?
Yeah, but then we'd better hurry. Where's Andy? We got to get started.
Nah, don't get fussed. We got plenty of time. All we have to do is ride straight there while he's got to circle around. We still got time for a couple more drinks.
Yeah, I guess.
And the masked man's heading to meet his engine part, huh?
Yeah, just as fast as that horse of his can get him there.
Yeah, good enough. And all the time he's riding towards Tano, he's riding away from the pass. How about around and then down to the cabin to get Andy?
Suits me.
The drink would go just fine.
Now, barkeep, fill him up. We're drinking to luck.
Downing their drinks, the 3 men went to their cabin, called Andy, and started for Gunshot Pass. They arrived in the middle of the afternoon. An hour later, the shadows had not yet begun to lengthen, and...
Funny he ain't showed up yet.
Yeah, he'll be along. He's just about due now. Hey, Ted, be sure to keep them horses out of sight.
They can't be seen from the trail.
I'll be sure they aren't. Fred.
Yeah?
You got your gumption up? All ready for the polecat?
I guess so.
See them 2 rocks below there sticking up like needles?
Uh-huh.
Well, give him time till he gets there. You can draw a bead just between them rocks, and you can't miss.
I sure don't like dry gulch, no man. I thought I was going to meet him face to face.
He dry gulched your paw, didn't he?
I wish I could remember.
Well, he did. Never gave your paw no chance at all. Shot him down without no warning. What's more, the only reason he's riding this way instead of taking the stage through Staghorn is because he's afraid to meet you man to man. A yellow dog like that don't deserve no chance.
I suppose you're right. But it just don't seem to come natural to me, that's all.
If you back out on us now, Fred, after all the trouble we've been to on account of you, well, then we ain't your friends no more.
Well, you fellas been mighty good to me. I ain't denying it. You've bought me grub and everything out of your own pockets.
Sure we have. Just recollect all them things when Max rides by down below.
And then make sure he don't get by.
What's that?
Huh?
See? Down the trail.
A horseman.
Come and lickety split.
It's him. That's Max. I recognize the way he rides a bronc anywheres. Fred, you get set.
I'm ready.
Won't take him long to get here.
Drawing your bead between them 2 rocks like I told you to?
Yeah.
And just keep it that way. Pull the trigger the second he blots out the daylight between them.
Uh-huh.
Watch it. He's getting close.
Wait, fellas.
What the?
I can't do it. I thought I could, but I can't. I tell you, I just can't.
Why, you blasted chicken-hearted fool.
I can't. I won't. I can't drag out nobody, no matter what they done.
Somebody's got to get him before he gets through.
Gus.
Right. Give me that gun.
No, you ain't. If I can't do it, then nobody else is. I don't want nobody killing for me.
For you, or you blasted fool. Who gives a hoot about you? When Max is finished, you're next. Gus will let him have it.
I'll get him.
You won't.
Oh, get him off of me. Spoil my aim.
Oh, fix him.
Oh, you go.
Reach. Reach. What is this?
The masked man.
And the sheriff. You said you was meeting Tonto.
You immediately reported what I had told you to your crooked friends.
Ted, I thought you said he never suspicioned you.
Well, I thought he said You gave yourself away, Ted.
How?
You were the only man I told about my plan to stop the stage and take Max Kramer from it. Others learned of my plan, however. They had to learn it from you.
But I thought you figured I was on your side.
I let you think that so that you'd go ahead with your plans and give yourselves away. You heard enough, Sheriff?
You just better did. If these fellows don't hang, they'll be busting rotten jail for so long they'll come out stoop-shouldered.
All except Andy Thorne.
No, I reckon he's all right. I seen how he wouldn't let him trick him into firing.
Have you still forgotten your real identity, Andy?
Stranger, I don't know what to think. All I know is I got a headache fit to kill a bull.
Get to your horse.
Huh?
We're riding, and when we meet certain people, I'll be surprised if your memory doesn't come back.
And the rest of you fellows start marching. You're headed for jail.
Andy, we should meet them almost any time now.
Stranger.
Yes?
I've had the funniest feeling. My head's clearing up. I seem to be recollecting things. Just bits of things, but...
Which means you're getting well, as I knew you would.
I...
Look ahead.
Those people. An Indian. That other fella. And with him... Oh, that's Mary. That's my wife with them fellas.
Andy, ride and meet her.
Mary! Mary! Get up. Get up, man. Get up. Get up. Get up.
Come on, Silver.
Tonto!
Cut away from the trail. We're heading for Mustang Magee.
Get him up, Scout. Get him up.
Hi-yo, Silver! Away! Come on, Silver, old boy! Mustang Mage's in trouble again! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
You can feel the heat before you even get close. But the only way to kill the flames is to fight them face to face until they finally die, and you lead your men to cooler air and Miller time. Time to head for the best tasting beer you can find, Miller High Life.
When it's time to relax, we got the beer, Miller beer.
Groucho Marx is your host, as some of the most interesting contestants you will ever meet compete on You Bet Your Life. Up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is street.
Really?
No, wait.
No.
S-T-R-E-E-T, street.
Really?
You bet your life. The National Broadcasting Company presents Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz show transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
Well, here I am again with a chance for each of our couples to win up to $10,000. And if any of them say the secret word, they'll win an extra $100. George, who's first?
Well, Groucho, remember last week you didn't have time to finish talking to our last couple? So they're back again tonight to play You Bet Your Life. And here they are, Gene Oddmark and Henry Piffle. Would you come in again, please, and meet Groucho Marx?
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide an extra $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Now then, before we were interrupted last week, Henry, I learned you were a Los Angeles cab driver.
That's right.
And Jean, we found out you're married?
Yes.
But I didn't get a chance to ask you how you met your husband. How did you meet him?
Well, I actually met him on a blind date, but it wasn't really a blind date because...
You mean you were loaded?
No. No, I met him on a blind date, but he wasn't blind. He wasn't blind to me because
What do you mean you were blind? You were groping at each other? What is a blind date?
Well, a real blind date is when you go on a date and you don't know what your date is to look like. But that's what I'm trying to say. I knew what he looked like ahead of time.
Well, how did you know what he looked like if you'd never met him?
Well, I'd seen his picture. I saw his picture in
the movies?
No. I was at a girlfriend's house at a sorority house, and I saw his picture there. He was...
What was your girlfriend doing with his picture?
No, his picture was with a lot of pictures there. It was at a sorority house, and the pictures had just been returned from the dance, and he had been
What do you mean? They have all the boys? You have all the boys' pictures at the sorority house? And then you go like this and say, there's one for you, one for me, one for you?
That was a good idea.
Is that what you do? You come through this thing and look for a victim?
Well, you just sort of look. You do look.
You do?
Just to look.
And what attracted you to this particular victim?
Oh, he's real good looking, and he's a lot of fun. He was real smart.
He was?
He's real smart.
In what way?
In what way?
He wasn't smart enough to remain single. I mean, just how bright was he?
Oh, well, if you want to measure, we had an IQ about 135, I guess. Maybe that's...
An IQ of 135? Well, your husband and I have something in common.
Yes, sir?
135 is exactly what I weigh. What's his collar measurement?
The collar measurement?
Collar, around here, yes.
16 and a half.
That's my IQ. Now, Mr. Pepper, let's get back to you. When you were here last week, you had some fairly critical things to say about the people who ride in your taxi cab. Is this your general approach to life?
Yeah, because I'm a perennial criticizer. I'm an improver. I'm the guy who's against it.
You're a nonconformist.
Yes, all the time.
But what do you gripe about? I mean,
everything. I've been giving the Yellow Cab Company suggestions for 17 years how to improve business. They still got the suggestions. They still have the business. They didn't do a thing I told them.
Well, there is one obvious way in which they can improve their business.
The same thing in the Army. I was over here when the war broke out, so I enlisted. I tried to enlist. They turned me down. A week later, I was drafted. All right, so I go there and I tell them I speak German, I speak French, I speak Italian, a little bit of English, I hope. And I asked them, I said, I've lived in Europe, I know the country, I know everything about Europe. They said, this is terrific. They wrote it all down on record, everything. Send it to Asia. But I criticize.
Are you Ferrara?
Yeah.
You are, eh? You mean you're married?
Yeah.
And now her name is Piffle, too?
Yeah.
What a dirty trick to play on a girl.
Yeah. That's what my wife says, too.
Yeah. Now, Henry, do you take a lot of kidding about your name?
Oh, yeah, all the time. But it doesn't bother me.
No? What do they say to you?
Well, for instance, we'd be sitting around, you know. And
sitting around what?
At home, when my mother was still alive, and we'd be drinking coffee or something, and the phone would ring, and my mother would pick up the phone, and somebody would say there, hello? Could I speak to Mrs. Gisela Verbetir Piffle? So she would say, yes. And she said, well, is that the Gisela Verbetir Piffle that has the shoe store in Boston? And my mother would say, no. And said, well, then I got the wrong Gisela Verbetir Piffle.
You mean this fellow called up every night and asked your mother?
He called up once in a while. Such things occur all the time.
Didn't your father object to this?
My father? No, he did. My father. Why should he object? It's good business. My father was managing my mother.
Just for the telephone?
Not for the telephone, in the business. My mother used to be a very, very famous actress in Europe.
Is that so?
Yes, very famous. She was the equivalent of Ethel Barrymore, Mary Dressler. She was a real great actress. And he was managing her affairs. That's the way it was.
What name did she play under?
Gisela Abbot and Costello.
I knew her very well. We played together one time in a shoe store in Boston. Now, what does your wife do?
She complains.
Well, you have a typically happy marriage, eh?
Yeah, very, very much. We like each other very much.
Now, how did you meet your wife?
In the army.
In the army?
Yeah.
You mean she was the enemy even then?
No, not then. Now.
Now, how did you meet her?
Well, I was in the army, and I was a private. Mm-hmm. And she was a captain. And we couldn't dance together, and we couldn't go to the show together, and we couldn't talk.
Well, a lot of privates can't dance with their captain.
Well, it was against regulation.
It's not customary either.
So we got married. The best thing we can do is get married. You want to get around any regulations, get married. Then they set up new regulations, and you don't have to worry.
You got married so you wouldn't break regulations.
Exactly. I made corporal 2 weeks later. I think she did it. I don't know. She must have given me a promotion or something.
You know, that's like shooting yourself to cure a headache. Well, how has your marriage worked out? Did you ever argue?
All the time. All the time. But we enjoy it.
You're kidding, huh?
No. We're exactly the opposite.
What? You quarrel a lot?
We quarrel all the time.
About what?
Everything that comes along. There's always a reason to argue. You see, for instance, my wife, she's Republican.
You're
I'm a Democrat. Yes. So she's born in the United States.
Did you know she was a Republican when you married her?
Yeah, she wasn't ashamed of it. I told her I was a Democrat. She said, I'll marry you nevertheless. So it came out even.
Well, you were both very broad-minded about it.
Yeah.
Well, Henry, it's been refreshing.
All fun, right?
Yes, it is. We need more men like you, especially on a rainy night when we're looking for a cab.
I'll be there.
Now then, you have chosen, out of our list of 331 categories, you selected a dictionary quiz. I'm going to give you the words, you give me the meanings. If you miss 2 in a row, you'll forbide. You'll push. Ausgespielt, jawohl. If you get 4 in a row right, you win $1,000. Are you ready? All right, what is a pachyderm? P-A-C-H-Y-D-E-R-M. Talk it over. Prehistoric animal. No, I'm sorry. No, it's an elephant. Or a rhinoceros, but they're not prehistoric.
I was thinking of something about with the nose thing.
You were thinking of something with a nose?
Yeah.
You have one wrong now, Henry. Don't get the next one wrong or you're out of the game.
Oh, this one she'll know. What is an osculation?
It's a kiss.
It's a kiss.
It's a kiss.
And you have one right.
All right, now what is nepotism?
Self admiration, is that it? Do you think?
No, it's the excessive favoring of relatives. That is, if you're in an important job and you give a relative who is an incompetent a job, that's nepotism. He isn't necessarily an incompetent, but he usually is.
You have one wrong again.
All right, now what is an apiary? A-P-I-A-R-Y. Apiary? If you don't know, guess.
Relationship to an ape? No. No, I think I know.
Give up? It's a bug house. No, a bee house. A bee house, yes, that's where bees live.
Could have picked something else you didn't know.
Yes. Well,
you have 2 wrong, you're out of the game.
I'm sorry you missed 2 in a row, you're all through. However, we don't want you to go away empty-handed, so I'm going to ask you one more question for $100. And please no help, because this is a very difficult question. Get it right and you get $100. Which is the female, the hen or the rooster?
You
answer. The hen is usually the female. Sorry you didn't win more, but thanks anyway for being on the show. You bet your life. See you later.
Once again, the one and only Groucho.
Groucho, Dick, and Dara Preble are standing by, so folks, you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word, and you each get an extra $50. It's a common word, something you see every day. Dick and Dara Preble, eh? Dick, your sister's a very attractive girl, and so you'll understand why I talked to her first, won't you?
Well, Groucho, she's not my sister, she's my wife.
Well, in that case, she's still beautiful, but not quite as attractive as she was a moment ago. Well, what is your hometown, Dara?
Los Angeles, California.
You look like a typical California beauty. Now, where were you born?
I was born in 55th and Broadway.
Oh. And which corner, do you remember? Because if you ever get back to your birthplace, remember, you can now make a right-hand turn against the light. Dick, where are you from?
Well, I was born in Waterbury, Connecticut, Groucho, but I grew up in Hingham, Massachusetts, and Lincoln, Massachusetts.
Oh. What sort of work do you do?
I'm in the group insurance business. I sell group life insurance.
Well, do you insure valuables like Dara?
Yes, I might even say that Dara probably has more insurance than she needs.
What a temptation that must be. Doesn't that make you uneasy, Dara?
No.
Well, how did that happen to the wife of an insurance man? I would imagine you'd protect her against this assault.
Well, actually, Groucho, I sold her some insurance before I knew we were going to get married later on.
That's a new approach.
I guess I got stuck because now I have to pay the premiums.
That's poetic justice if I ever heard it. What happened on your first day with this insurance company, Casanova, Dara?
Well, he called me and asked me if I wanted to go for a cup of coffee, and I said, could I bring a girlfriend? He said no.
I don't blame him. After all, he had a dime invested in you, and why should he throw away a second dime on an unknown quantity? So what happened after that? Did you two start mooning around on the next date?
No, he said if you want to see me, you call me.
Oh, independent type, huh? You know, 30 years ago, I tried that on a girl in Toledo, and I'm still waiting for the phone to ring. Well, Dick, my apologies. I certainly underestimated. You've got something, and furthermore, I'd like to have it. You know what that certain something is that you've got, Dick?
No, I don't believe
I'll tell you, you've got a beautiful wife who is heavily insured. If he ever brings you a glass of warm milk before you go to bed, take my advice and have it analyzed. Now, do you love birds? Have any arguments? I don't mean violent ones, you know. Just normal ones like where you bounce a flat iron off his head and he tries to run over you with the car.
Well, occasionally we have an argument about our year-old baby.
Oh, you have a child, huh?
Yes, a little boy. And I want to have a maid for the baby, a nurse.
Well, I'm on Dick's side there. I think he should wait until the boy is around 18 and let him get his own maid. What's your objection to a maid, Dick?
Well, nothing, actually, Groucho. I just don't want the baby to become too fond of the maid.
That isn't the problem. The problem is how to keep you from getting too fond of the maid. So anyway, we'll wish you lots of luck, and let's play You Bet Your Life. Now, I don't know what you've chosen here, but it looks like cities and small towns of the United States. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Here are the cities and towns. You tell me the state. Greenville, Hattiesburg, Vicksburg, and Leakesville.
Mississippi, Groucho.
Mississippi is right.
We're on the right track. One right, three more right, and you'll have $1,000.
In what state are these places? Minot, M-I-N-O-T, Fargo, McCluskey, and Cavalier.
North Dakota?
How did you know that,
Because he told me.
You're halfway to your 1,000. The next two right, and it's yours.
Here are the places. What's the state? Clarksburg, Parkersburg, Berkeley Springs, and Buchanan. Buchanan. B-U-C-K-H-A-N-N-O-N. Buchanan.
I don't know, Groucho. I think a guess would it be Wyoming?
It's pretty close. It's West Virginia.
Well, now you have one wrong. Don't get the next one wrong, or it's all over for you.
Now, what state is these cities and towns? Elmira, Malone, Herkimer, and Utica.
New York.
New York. How did you know that?
Because he told me.
All right. Ready? Chambersburg, Reading, Altoona, and McKeesport. What state are they in?
Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania is right.
Two right now.
In what state are these? Provo, St. George, Ogden, and Logan.
Utah.
Utah.
One more right, and you have $1,000.
Benton, Radford, Galax, and Roanoke. What state?
Virginia.
Virginia is right.
And you got 4 in a row, so you win $1,000.
Now, you won $1,000. You can keep it and quit, or else you can come back later and try to double your money. You may even get a chance at $10,000. So go over there and sit down and think about it, and if we don't see you later, thanks for being on the show.
Thank you.
Gotcha.
Bye.
From November 4th, 1957, you're listening to Groucho Marx on You Bet Your Life on the Golden.
Now, George, let's find out what our young married couple is going to do about the big money.
All right, Dick and Dara Preble, would you come back, please?
Well, we're glad to see you again. You're going to try for the big money, eh? You won $1,000. Now, if you decide to try for the 10 and you fail, you wind up with a total of $500.
Now, we're going to go for the big money.
You're going to go for the big money. Now, get together and pick a number from 1 to 10 and then spin the wheel. If any number besides the one you pick comes up, this question is worth $2,000. However, if your number comes up, this question is worth $10,000. Now, what number do you want?
10.
10? Give it a fling. Well, you couldn't get any closer. Your number was 10, and it landed on 9, so this question is worth $2,000. That's not too bad, is it? That would be too bad if you don't get it. All right, for $2,000, who succeeded Sir Anthony Eden as Prime Minister of England? Talk it over. What's the answer you decided on?
Oh, I know, Groucho. I just can't think.
Take a guess.
No, I guess we don't know.
It's Harold Macmillan. I'm sorry, mister, but you wind up with $500. That isn't too bad. Congratulations, and thanks for being with us.
That's the
1934, and Joe Jamar over there, he dreams of farming this desert. But where would he get the money to drill for water over 1,000 feet down? Where? From the money folks keep in their full-service bank. You see, America's bankers back Joe and thousands of other farmers, too. So today, food from the San Joaquin Valley reaches every table in America. Your money in the bank made it possible. America's bankers, helping you change things for the better.